many different kinds of tagine last night. There was fish, chicken, beef, veggie. We need to settle a dispute. Who liked the chicken? Raise your hand. Okay, fish. Okay, veggie. Jeff, you like them all. Okay, and the beef, which one was the favorite? We need to settle this. Fish? I think fish wins. Okay, it was very good. They were all good. Okay, well, we'll start today. We have another full day of programming for you, so I hope you're ready to dig in. Thank you all for being so engaged and energetic yesterday. Let's bring it back for day 2. We have a very special session this morning to kick things off with a speaker joining us remotely all the way from Washington, D.C., so thank you, Ufuk, for joining so early in the morning. But I will introduce our moderator for the session, Maria Vagliasindi. So please, come on up.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure and my honor to introduce you to Ufuk Açık. Unfortunately, he was not able to join us in person, but he would like to extend to you his special best wishes for this conference. Ufuk is the Arnold Harbinger Professor of Economics at the University of Chicago, and as such is one of the most prestigious and renowned economists of the so-called Chicago School. His research has been focused on determining the key policy that bolster innovation and productivity, as innovation and productivity represent one of the key drivers of long-term growth. Let me just say that he doesn't need any introduction because consistently over the last decade, his research has been published in the top economic journal, including Econometrica, Journal of Economic Policy, on Political Economy, Review of Economic Statistics. Let me not bore you with a long list, but please feel free to download his CV, as it's extremely impressive, particularly as Ufuk is a very young economist. And his research has also been recognized by prestigious awards, including by his early career faculty, including awards such as the Kaufman Foundation Junior Faculty Grant, and more recently, he's been also named as one of the Fellows of the Econometric Society, and has been awarded the Global Economic Prize by the Kiel Institute. So let me stop here because there is also a long list of awards, and let me add a personal note. I had the pleasure of working with Ufuk as he's the key economic advisor for the World Development Report 2024. And as such, I've always been impressed not only by his academic achievement, but his sense of humbleness, his sense of humor, and his willingness to help. And to prove that, he is with us, despite has been kept in Washington physically to help the WDR team as we need to submit, and there is a deadline this week, actually today. But he's joining at 4 o'clock in the morning. So please join me in welcoming, in a strong welcome.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Excellent, very good. So it's a great honor to be joining the conference, although I must admit that I'm feeling quite sad. I was already sad not to come, but after hearing about the chicken and beef and ups, now I feel even worse. So the reason I'm not able to come is, again, work-related activity, so apologies for not being there. But today I'm very glad to be talking about the impact of mobility and connectedness on innovation. So without any further ado, let me start going through the details. So as Maria mentioned very kindly and generously also, so innovation is a key driver of economic growth, especially in the long run. And you know, innovation is an important driver of economic growth, but it's very hard to measure. We talk about technology, we talk about productivity, we talk about ideas, But when it comes to measuring ideas, it's very challenging, especially in the longer horizons. So that's why we need to start from somewhere. And our starting point in general in our research agenda has been to rely on patent data. Not because patent data captures every innovation, but it's capturing something measurable. And since it's capturing something measurable, we can study all the important things that lead to innovations, especially for key innovations. And infrastructure is obviously one of those key important ingredients for innovation. So first, in order to be able to study this, first we need to start from data. We need to put we need to bite the bullet and we need to first construct the data in the long horizons. Once we have the data, then we can study it. And this project that we conducted is doing exactly that. So it's a major data construction exercise where we digitized all the historical patent records from the US Patent Office. And that way, going back historically, looking at the early half of the 20th century, I think there are a lot of lessons to be learned from the early century US economy, because in some sense, there's a lot of similarities between the middle income countries or low income countries and where US used to be in the beginning of the century. Of course, US has been typically a frontier country, but I think historically going back in time, I think it can shed light on some of the issues that we are discussing these days in middle income countries. So what are the important elements that we are discussing related to technology and innovation? Of course, the role of agglomeration, the role of market size, connectivity, human interaction. Now, once we have the data, then we can measure these type of activities. So that's why, as part of our research agenda, we digitized all the USPTO's patent records since 1836, and then we merged them with the US Census records between 1880 and 1940. That way, not only we can talk about technologies, but we can also talk about the inventors and creators behind those ideas. So I'm going to share some of our findings from this study. So just in a nutshell, this is where we start from. So these are the files that we start from, and this is of course the infamous Edison's patent for electric lamp. But the patent data is very useful because there are a lot of useful information on a patent record, and then we take the census data and looking at the name of the inventor, and then year of the innovation, and then also the location of innovation, we merge the two data sets. So that way now we can look at the innovations and the inventor of the innovations. And then we can look at various important characteristics. So let me give you some interesting examples that jumps out of our data set. So the first example is, of course, Thomas Edison, and he is very well known for the light bulb, but actually he produced more than 1,000 patents. And what's really interesting about Thomas Edison is that once he started to become an innovative person, he felt the need of moving from Ohio to New Jersey. He wanted to innovate in bigger scale rather than doing things in his home, in his garage. He wanted to scale things up, and he wanted to build a systematic R&D lab for the first time. He needed, of course, he needed to have access to markets. He needed to have human capital around him. He needed to have financing because he wasn't a wealthy person. And what he did is he moved to New Jersey, and he, of course, managed to hire a lot of people, but he also met JP Morgan, the JP Morgan. And he borrowed from JP Morgan initially, and since he didn't have initial capital, he sold full to partial rights of his first 20 patents, and that way he made initial capital, and then of course the rest is history. So that's why I think from Thomas Edison's story there are some interesting messages to be taken away. First, inventors could be mobile, they need initial capital, and they need human capital around them to work with. The second person I would like to talk about is Melvin de Groot, who is responsible for our guilty pleasures. He is the inventor of chocolate ice cream, and he's also another very prolific inventor, close to 1,000 patents. But what's really interesting about him is that he got degree in chemical engineering not once but twice. So I think this also emphasizes the role or the importance of staying close to the knowledge frontier. So the knowledge frontier keeps moving, and Melvin de Groot wanted to stay close, obviously, to the frontier. So that's why he retrained himself over time, and this also highlights the importance of education. And the third person is obviously, Nikola Tesla, who is very familiar to many of us. So I think in his case, apart from his path-breaking innovations, an important takeaway is the role of immigration, obviously, especially the fact that inventors can be mobile not only cross-state, but also internationally. And these days, it's even more true. So that's why I think these are some very interesting examples that we see where the education being very important, mobility of inventors being very important, financing being very important. When we have systematic data, now we can study these issues more systematically rather than just relying on some anecdotal evidence. So, of course, we need to utilize other additional data sets in order to get at the financing side of things, or to study the role of transportation, for instance. So we are utilizing additional data sets from BEA, or Library of Congress, Donaldson and Hornbeck's data. I'm not going to bore you with those, but I want to jump directly into the results. So first of all, in our data sets, we have 320 million individual observations, out of whom more than 60,000 of them are inventors holding more than 380,000 patents. Okay, we are talking about a very large sample of inventors and patents about which we can come up with some interesting results. So these are some summary statistics. Of course, at the time, it was predominantly white male activity. Innovation was a white male activity at the time. And I think the point that I would like to especially highlight in the interest of this conference is that when we look at the overall population in the US economy, the percent of interstate migrants was about 40%, whereas the inventors were 60%. The percentage of interstate migrant among inventors was 60%. So compared to the overall population, inventors are 50% more likely to move around. So this is extremely important because at the end of the day, we accumulate knowledge by interacting with others. And the more we interact, the more we learn, and the more spillovers we also generate. So as a result, having a good infrastructure that would make people mobile will also allow people to accumulate more knowledge and also teach to others and learn from others. When we look at the international migration, again, for inventors, the international migration is also significantly higher compared to the overall population. So now, of course, the basic premise of the growth literature has been, theoretically at least, that in the long run, innovation is the leading driver of economic growth. But do we see this in this data? The answer is yes. So here, when we look at across the states, over a 100-year period, those states that innovated, produced more patents, have also grown faster on average. So this is just a scatter plot. But when you run a simple regression here, where you regress annualized growth rate on the amount of patents that's being produced, the relationship is very significantly positive. But just to put things into perspective, the economic magnitudes of these regression coefficients, let's compare Wyoming, who is that is right here versus Massachusetts. So Massachusetts, on average, is roughly speaking 4 times more innovative than Wyoming over that 100-year period. Now, how much of the income gap can be explained by that? So normally, let's normalize the GDP per capita, the ratio of GDP per capita between Massachusetts and Wyoming to 1 at the beginning of the century. According to that regression coefficient, the innovation difference, per capita innovation difference between Massachusetts and Wyoming can explain 30% of the income gap over the 100-year period between Massachusetts and Wyoming, which is extremely sizable. So looking at this first pass of patent data, we see this very, very strong relationship between economic growth and innovation. This is despite the fact that there are already cross states below. So this must be a lower bound on the impact of technology on economic growth. So that's why I think the first fact that we can conclude from this analysis that there is definitely a very strong relationship between technology and economic growth. So obviously, the next question is, what are the characteristics of innovative regions? So here, the first fact I would like to look at is the relationship between financial development and innovation. So here, as it's very commonly done in cross-country analyses, we are measuring financial development by bank deposits per capita on the x-axis and patent per capita on the y-axis. And what we see here is that the bank deposit per capita in 1920 is very strongly associated with the amount of patents that's being produced during the subsequent decade. So then, of course, in the paper, there are a lot more robustness around this, but there's a very strong tight relationship between financing and economic growth. And what's really interesting is that when we split patenting for non-corporate patents versus corporate patents, non-corporate patents are coming from individuals, obviously, and corporate patents are coming from entities, from firms. Since individuals are more likely to be constrained, it's natural to expect that individuals would be more sensitive to the level of deposit or financial development in the region. When we split the sample into two groups as non-corporate patents versus corporate patents, once we introduce the controls, we see that indeed the significance is coming primarily with the non-corporate patents, meaning with individual patents. So those individuals that are more likely to be constrained, financially constrained, are much more sensitive to the availability of deposit per capita in the region. So this is what these results suggest to us. So innovation seems to be influenced by the level of deposit per capita in the region. So the second thing I would like to look at is the density. Do denser areas produce more patents in general? The answer is strongly yes. Here on the x-axis, we look at the percentage of the population living in urban areas. On the y-axis, we look at the patenting, the patent production per capita. And in those regions where the population is living more and more in urban areas, we see also much more patent production. Of course, there can be many explanations for this. There can be, of course, the agglomeration externalities, the inavailability of infrastructure. It could be because people are interacting with more people. And as a result, in larger cities, 1 + 1 could be more than 2 in this case, two individuals coming together. They might be producing disproportionately more ideas. And we also know this from our own experience too, obviously, from doing research. Just doing research by ourselves is very different than doing research with a co-author or in a group. And people can easily make the rest of the team much more productive and innovative And there can be these alternative explanations for this strong relationship between population density and innovation. So the next thing I would like to look at is the geographical connectedness. So does geographical connectedness correlate with innovativeness of the region? And here I'm going to define a variable that we are going to name as cost advantage. And this is the inverse of the cost of shipping goods from that city to anywhere in the US. Okay, so this is going to be the inverse of the cost of average cost of sending goods. And here on the x-axis, we have the transportation cost advantage. Again, this is the inverse of the cost of sending goods. So as we go to the right, those regions are better connected. And on the left graph, when we look at the overall US at the time, we don't see a very strong relationship between transportation cost advantage and innovation. But when we look at the data and the scatter plot carefully, indeed the data is split into two groups, as mostly as the Western states and Eastern states. So once we focus on the Eastern states, then we start seeing a very strong positive relationship between the two. So what could be the explanation? Well, the railroad map of 1920 can be quite informative about this. So when we look at the Eastern US, Eastern portion of the US, it was much more connected compared to the Western part of the country. So as a result, we see in this part of the economy, we see a very strong relationship between having a cost advantage and innovativeness. So these are, again, especially for the infrastructure, I think the availability of roads, the availability of railroads, the availability of airlines. There were several papers recently that have shown that when two cities are connected to airlines, there's also more spillovers between those cities over time, because, of course, people, when they travel, they are also communicating with more people. So now these are some suggestive aggregate results on the role of infrastructure on innovation, especially through interaction. But can we see this at a more micro level? Can we document the role of interaction at a more micro level? The answer is yes, because the patent data is very rich. On a patent record, we see the inventors, just like academic papers. Whenever we look at academic papers, we see the co-authors. Patent data is just like that. So we can see the producers or people who work on a patent file. That way we can identify the co-authors. But this gives us a fantastic opportunity, because by looking at who worked with whom, or with how many people someone worked over his or her lifetime, we can see if more interaction is associated with more productivity. Now I'm going to switch to a different project where we analyze exactly this type of interactions on patent data. So the left figure is showing the age of an average inventor and the number of interactions that they are having over their life cycle. As you can see on the left figure, you can just look at the blue dots, which is data, and then there's also a model simulation in the background, but I'm not going to go into the details of the model. Here, what we see is that, especially in the US, as inventors are aging, they are interacting with more and more people. And the right graph is showing that as people are aging, they are also the quality of the ideas, the quality of the patents that they are producing is also getting higher and higher. So they are producing better and better ideas. The question is, are these two related? The answer is yes. Here I'm showing you a regression table. I don't want to bore you with all these numbers, but in general, when we relate the number of interactions in someone's life cycle with the quality of the ideas that they are producing, we see a very strong relationship between the two. If an individual interacts with more people, that person becomes more innovative over time, especially so if they are working with people that are better than them. So high quality interaction means that I'm interacting with someone who is better than me. Low quality interaction means that I'm interacting with someone who is worse than me. And very interestingly here, you can see that if an inventor works with someone better than him or her, then after that interaction in the subsequent innovations, that person gets better. But if the person works with someone that's worse than him or her, in that case, in the subsequent innovations, we see a negative impact of those low quality innovations. So this was something that was very interesting that came out from this analysis. And we see that this is even stronger. The impact of interaction is even stronger in high-tech sectors. Then you can also see for instance, you can proxy the amount of interactions within firm and within region. And here we see that if there are more people in my firm that's working in my field, or if there are more people who are working in my field in my neighborhood, then the fact that there are more people in my field is making me more productive and more innovative in general. So this shows the role of agglomeration. But especially these last two columns are showing the role of agglomeration for innovativeness. So, there are different, of course, the policies to build innovation or to distribute inventors or scientists in a country. So one policy could be that we might want to make all regions somehow economically developed. In that case, one policy could be take the inventor pool and just distribute them around the country. The alternative would be to cluster them and concentrate the inventors or scientists or high-skilled people in specific regions. These results suggest that putting people into more concentrated areas is making them much more innovative. So that's why I think this gives some important policy indications for how we should think about how to allocate inventors across the country. Now, given the nature of this data, now we can also dive deeper into the backgrounds of these inventors. So what were the characteristics of these inventors? Were they, for instance, did education correlate with the probability of becoming an inventor? So what we do in this graph is that we take all the individuals in the US in that historical data, and we group people in terms of their education level. So no education, less than high school, and at least some college. And within each education bin, we ask the following simple question. What is the likelihood that someone in that education group will produce a patent eventually? And even in that historical times, there was a very strong relationship between education and probability of producing a patent. Now, education is, of course, key, especially today. Education is even more important for innovation. Now, what about family backgrounds? Did family background, especially the socioeconomic background, correlate with becoming an inventor? For instance, if I was born to a poor family versus rich family, did it impact the probability of being an inventor? And this graph shows the relationship between family background and probability of becoming an inventor. What you see here is a very strong nonlinearity. For the bottom 95% of the population, there was almost no relationship between parental background and probability of being an inventor. For the richest 5%, the likelihood was just going through the roof. So there was a very strong relationship between quality of being an inventor and the family income. So first, it looks like it was rich family activity becoming inventor. Combine this with the need for education. Now, putting these two graphs together, it shows that indeed education is important, and there was a strong relationship between family background and likelihood of being an inventor, and the impact of family income was mainly going through education. So since rich people were able to send their kids to school, they were impacting the likelihood of their kids becoming an inventor. So that's why, you know, an important policy recommendation coming from this result is that income inequality can be quite detrimental for innovation and technological progress, but one policy remedy could be giving equal access to education. So providing equal access to education can mitigate the adverse impact of income inequality on future economic growth. So now in the remaining time, I would like to talk a little bit about the governance of infrastructure and how local political connections can influence the provision of infrastructure to firms and how it might influence also firm dynamics. And on this, so first I would like to start with this example. For instance, of course, Berlusconi, very well known to everybody in the conference. I put this example, I put this picture here not because he was a politician, but because he was a business person. So Berlusconi was a business person, and the fact that he had close ties to politicians at the time allowed him to build the first TV station, the private TV station that was allowed to do nationwide broadcasting. And since he was the first mover in that, indeed there was an emergency decree thanks to his close friendship with the Prime Minister Craxi. There was an emergency decree, and he was the first mover to build the first private TV station to do nationwide broadcasting. That way, he just added more to his fortune, and it contributed significantly to his subsequent business. But these things are not at the national level. At the local level, this is also very prevalent. Indeed, this is just an example that I'm quoting from La Repubblica, an interview in La Repubblica. So this is a quotation coming from an interview with a regular entrepreneur in a small town. This entrepreneur says the following: the mayor is a close friend. I have to say that he contacted me a long way before his election, telling me that he would definitely be elected and offered me to buy his agricultural land, for which I would have had to pay as if it was a building area already. Moreover, he said that he had to get rid of the land before becoming a mayor. He also told me that he would take care of the granting permission to build on that area. So here, you know, this is a clear sign that the provision of infrastructure is definitely influenced by having ties to local politicians. And this can be an important consideration. Now, of course, this was just an interesting example, but do we see this systematically in the data? I think that's an important question. Now, I'm going to look at the impact of political connections on firm dynamics. And here, when I talk about political connections, I'm going to look at local political connections, so connections to local politicians. And local, of course, these type of connections is much more pervasive and harder to detect. And local politicians have substantial power. They issue permits and licenses. They do construction planning. They provide local public goods and services, public utilities, etc. And they gained more power in Italy after the 1990s. So we managed to put together a very nice data sets using the social security data in Italy. We merged social security records with the register of local politicians. And here we are talking about more than 500,000 local politicians over the years. So the data set is very, very large. And being a local politician is a part-time job. So while a local politician has an active role in the municipality, the person can also work for a company at the same time. It's totally legal. So there's nothing illegal about this because it's a part-time job. Being, a local politician in a small town, they can also work for a company at the same time. But the nice thing about the, economists like us, now we can see or quantify political connections directly by looking at which politician is working for which company. And here, the way I'm going to define a firm as politically connected is if a firm has an active politician in their payroll, I'm going to label those firms as politically connected firms. And the first question is, what kind of firms are getting politically connected? Here we see that older and larger firms are much more likely to be politically connected. And politically connected firms in Italy account for about 32% of the overall employment. So it's pretty sizable share of employment. Now, one question is, in which sectors are they getting politically connected? Or can we see that, for instance, if bureaucracy has any correlation with the level of political connections? So for this, we are going to look at newspaper articles, and we are going to search newspaper articles for some keywords as regulation, bureaucracy, red tape, paperwork, licenses, etc. That way, we are going to search for newspaper articles where we see these bureaucracy-related words, and then we are going to link those newspaper articles to sectors. So by constructing this ratio, we are going to look at the number of articles that are related to any particular sector that also features these bureaucracy-related keywords. So if this ratio is high, then we are going to say that sector features a lot of news that also includes regulation-related words. And here is the relationship between that bureaucracy index that I just described and the share of connected firms. Indeed, we see a very strong relationship between the two. So if this constructed bureaucracy index is high, if there's a lot of bureaucracy in a sector, then firms in those sectors are also more likely to be politically connected. So here, the highest are the water utilities, telecom, etc. Now, what is the relationship between political connections and business dynamism? So the fact that firms are politically connected, is this necessarily bad news? So here, I'm going to start with some macro level analysis. At the macro level, I'm going to look at the entry rate into the sector. If in a sector there are a lot of connected firms, are those sectors also feature lower entry rate? The answer is yes. If in a sector there are a lot of connected firms, then the entry rate is also lower. So more connected incumbents, more politically connected incumbents are associated with lower entry rate into those sectors. The right graph is showing you the average growth rate of incumbents. So in those sectors where firms are more politically connected, overall firms are also growing slower. So both in terms of the entry and in terms of the job creation or job growth, those sectors that have more political connections are featuring lower business dynamism in general. This is my favorite graph from this analysis, not because it's empty, but because of what I'm going to show you in a second. So what we did in this graph is that in any market, we looked at the largest 20 firms. Market here is defined as industry times regions times year. So in a given year, in a given region, in a given industry, we look at the largest 20 firms. Number one means the market leader. As we go to the right, firms are getting smaller and smaller. Now, the first question I'm going to ask is, as firms are becoming the dominant market leader, what happens to their political connection intensity? If political connection is not related to the market share, in that case, we should see a flat line here. So I just want you to think about this issue for a second. So do you expect an increase in political connections or decrease? So this is the answer. So as firms are gaining market share, they are becoming much more politically connected in general. And now, we might say that this is not necessarily bad news because market leaders are more innovative, and more innovative firms need new regulations to unleash their potential. And because, for instance, when Uber comes, you need new regulations for Uber to be implemented. And a lot of countries resisted for Uber to come in, for instance. And now I'm going to look at the innovativeness of these firms. When we look at the innovativeness, market leaders are much less innovative compared to their rivals. When we put the two together, we come up with this leadership paradox where as firms are gaining more and more market share, they are becoming more politically connected and becoming less innovative. So this is, I think, not very positive news for the role of political connections and in general for business dynamism and innovation. But this is very much in line with the theory of creative destruction, because the theory of creative destruction would say that when a firm is not in the market, it has every incentive to come up with something radical and become innovative. But once I become the dominant market leader, now I have every incentive to defend my market and make sure that new entrants do not replace me. And this one way to defend my market would be through political connections, especially at the local level. The issuance of permits or infrastructure, etc., can really generate some inequality in terms of the competition among players. So it would prevent, probably the environment won't be very friendly for competition if the provision of infrastructure or other resources are determined through this unequal provision through political connections. So the next graph is showing you the survival probability of firms. In Italy, non-connected firms on average survive by, so by the age of 10, 50% of the firms exit the economy. But when we look at the politically connected firms survive with 90% probability by the age of 10. So there's a massive jump in terms of the survival probability when the firms are politically connected. And another interesting fact is that politically connected firms are growing significantly faster in terms of employment, but they are not growing faster in terms of productivity. So again, just like the leadership paradox, connected firms are growing faster in employment, but not because they are becoming more productive. They are growing due to some other reasons. And this is also something that we are seeing especially in middle-income countries, where when we look at the entrants are typically less productive than exiters, which is against the theory of creative destruction, because the theory of creative destruction says that as long as firms are competing over productivity, more productive firms should replace less productive firms. But when we look at middle-income countries, typically we see that entrants are less productive than exiters, which means that they are not competing over productivity, but they are competing over other things. Probably political connection could be one explanation. I'm running out of time, so I would like to show you two more graphs and then end. So first, I would like to draw your attention especially to the right graph here. In the data, we can also see the compensation of politicians. What we see here is that as the political power of a politician increases, the wage premium of that politician also increases significantly. So here, this is any politician. Then if they are in charge of municipality versus province versus region is the largest entity here. as their political power increases, those politicians are also being compensated more. So again, this suggests that potentially there might be some rent sharing happening. So for that purpose, I want to do an event study. So here I'm looking at what happens to a politician before an election versus after the election. So time zero is the time when there's an election and an ordinary worker becomes a politician for the first time. Before this election, the worker is just an ordinary worker in the company. And at zero, there's an election. And for the first time, this worker becomes a politician. The question is, what happens to the compensation of this politician? Before the election, as you can see, when the person is an ordinary worker, the compensation is just flat. It's normalized to zero. And after there's an election, the compensation starts to rise very significantly. Now, I showed you already on the firm side that there's significant gain for the firms. On the politician side, now we see this significant gain. Now, when we put the two together, and the simple back of the envelope calculation shows that when there's a, when we characterize the surplus as a pie, 20% of this pie goes to the politician and 80% of this pie goes to the firms. So I think the main takeaway in this analysis is that first, of course, infrastructure is extremely important for innovation and technology, but the provision of infrastructure is also very important in terms of how competitive the markets are going to be. Because any unequal provision of infrastructure can create unequal access to resources, and as a result, it can give disproportionate advantage to certain firms. And since since incumbents in the markets are much more likely to be politically connected, as we saw in the Italian case, then this can also influence how infrastructure is being provided. And I think this is an important consideration when we think about the role of infrastructure on economic growth. Because, of course, there is, what infrastructure is needed is one question, but how it's going to be provided is another question. And how political economy will interact with the provision of infrastructure is at least as important as the type of infrastructure that we are considering. So just to summarize, I think our findings are indicating that entrants, with their incentive, they are trying to introduce new technologies and try to push the technology frontier forward. But incumbents, if they are disciplined, incumbents can react to entrant pressure by also introducing even superior technology. So as a result, entry can be pro-competitive. But if incumbents are not disciplined, then they have every incentive to resist the technological change. They have every incentive to resist the change, and through, for instance, their political connections or through other means. More recently, we are discussing, for instance, the killer acquisition, the strategic hirings of key players from their rivals, etc. There are many ways incumbents can slow down competition and progress. So that's why I think when we look at the data, we need to also pay attention to the political economy of systems. So let me stop here, and thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you very much. This was really a fascinating presentation. You covered so much, and you already summarized the key result, and even the new type of emphasis on demystifying some, stylized fact that incumbents are necessarily the evil, for instance, like in the case of infrastructure, not providing access to interconnection and any others. There can be so many cases, but let me open for any questions. Please take advantage of the possibility of, and I'm sure that Ufuk, because we have a very limited time, will be happy to receive any question, and it will be morning time later on for him. And thank you so much again for joining so early. Anyone would like to start asking questions? There's a question from Vivian. Do you have a microphone?
Thank you so much. That was really, really fascinating. When you spoke about infrastructure interconnectedness, you focused on the railway network in the United States. And I was wondering if you had done any work or planned to do any work, or whether it's feasible to do any work on like the roads and also the telephones, which I believe were taking off around this time. Is there any way of understanding, the difference between physical interactions and obviously digital interactions, which are an increasing feature of our life today, whether there's any insights on that from the history? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think that's an extremely important question, especially internet. I think the role of internet is particularly important for several reasons. One, it allows for joint collaborations, obviously. But at the same time, it also creates larger market access. As a result, I think competition gets intensified. So I haven't seen any work directly on innovation yet, but this would have normally the following impacts that I can think of immediately. One of them is it would increase the interactions among people, so this should be a positive impact. The second would be that in the past, firms were working more in isolation and there were local monopolists. But through access to internet, for instance, now the markets are getting connected. So as a result, producers can ship their goods to anywhere around the country or around the world. So as a result, competition gets intensified. So that's why normally if selection works well, this should intensify the competition and the best firm should become the global monopolist, not local monopolist, but global monopolist. So that's why I think that the role of internet or connectedness in general would give rise to global monopolists. On the one hand, this would be selecting the more productive firms. It's more likely to select the more productive firms, but the downside is that as these monopolists are getting stronger and stronger, now their incentive to do something radical, as the Schumpeterian theory tells us, will diminish. So as a result, in the short run, this should give a boost to innovation. But in the long run, if they are not disciplined, this would slow down innovation. And that's why I think, this is what what I can say about, in parallel to what we have seen in other studies. But you're going back to your question, this should be very feasible to study because we know when broadband was introduced to different regions at different times. Indeed, there's even a nice variation in the data because of the physical nature of building the infrastructure for internet. It wasn't just entered into selected regions, it had to go in order, and this gives a nice variation to do some causal analysis in the data. So it's definitely feasible to study the impact of roads and also internet on innovation.
Any other question, please? And then Arturo, yeah.
Morning. My name is Moidin. Thank you very much for the session. I want to ask, during your lecture, you said something about higher education and family background for kids to become inventors. Now, is there any ways or there are some process that you are preparing for those poor kids with inventors to become inventors in the world? Are there any strategies or ways that you have put in place for those kids? I think you get my question right.
I didn't hear the last part of the questions.
Okay, I said during your lecture, you mentioned about kids that are from a rich background, and then their educational instance that it makes them to become inventors. So I'm not saying that are there ways that you can provide for poor kids so that they too, they can become an inventor and they can be known worldwide.
Is your question about what to do about poor kids? Is that,
Yes.
is that the
Yes,
question?
that's correct.
Yes.
He was
Yes.
asking, yeah.
Sure. Absolutely. So it's very interesting, actually. So when we do a similar analysis in Denmark and Finland, when we look at the likelihood of becoming inventors as a function of family income, normally it was rising, but there was a U-shape. There was a U-shape, meaning that for the very poor kids, it was also increasing, which suggests that if there are safety nets, for instance, or if there are some support programs for poor kids, first they will have more incentive. You know, everything else, they will have more incentive to do something radical and to prove themselves in life. As long as they are given the opportunity, which in these Nordic countries, in Denmark and Finland, they are given the opportunity, they will become more innovative. And this is exactly what we see in the Finnish data and the Danish data. So that's why I think the immediate answer to your question is providing equal access, equal opportunity to high quality education is extremely important. It's the first order thing. And especially today, the technical training is also very important. It's not just like a basic reading, writing skills, but since technologies have gotten much more sophisticated today, more technical training should also be democratized in some sense. So that's why education is key for that.
And I think we have a last question from Arturo. Can you please pass it on the mic? Arturo is one of our transport experts, so.
Thank you. Fascinating presentation. I have two questions. One is applying your framework with the politicians and so on, vested interests. The Financial Times recently reported that currently at least $7 trillion is spent on direct and indirect fossil fuel subsidies a year. So applying your framework, I see that decarbonizing the economy is going to be very difficult because these incumbents at the tune of $7 trillion per year in subsidies. Imagine the number of politicians they can have in their pockets. But also, last time I checked patents, before joining the bank actually 16 years ago, the number of patents in the developing world was dismally low. Now I think China has more patents than the US. So what would be the recommendations for countries in the developing world that today have, my home country of Colombia, last time I checked, had 14 patents per year, 14 patents per year. This was about 20 years ago, but probably it's now 20 patents per year. What to do in the developing world applying what you presented? Thank you.
Arturo, you're touching upon super important issues, very important actually. So on your first question, I think the energy transition is probably the poster child for creative destruction and the political economy of creative destruction. Because as you said, incumbents are very strong. And whenever we discuss the issue, we have to keep that in mind. Indeed, when we look at the data, we have to, I always like to read the data with a theory in mind. And that's why, you know, when we think through the lens of a creative destruction theory, it doesn't make sense, for instance, you know, these powerful incumbent companies to do green innovation. And there's a very interesting paper, I forgot the author's name, but they are at the LSE Finance. I'm happy to share the paper with you. They show that indeed these big oil companies are producing a lot of green patents, which is quite surprising, of course. But when you look at their lobbying activities, they are lobbying very heavily for non-clean energy, and especially for oil, basically. So the paper was arguing that these green patents that they are producing is mostly window dressing, and in the background, actually, they are, spending much effort to make sure that the transition is happening slowly, not very fast. So that's why you're right that this will be a challenging task, and we need to have new entrants. We need to have new entrants, and we see that new technologies and new energy sources will be implemented typically by new firms, not by incumbents. So that's why we have to make sure that entries happen flawlessly. That's one. The second one, on your question on Colombia, apart from Colombia being a beautiful country, and I was there 2 months ago for a conference, countries like Colombia or countries like, middle-income countries typically not necessarily have to innovate. Indeed, Gershon, in his 1962 book, he was talking about the advantage of backwardness for middle-income countries. He was saying that, look, there are all these technologies around the world. Rather than reinventing the wheel, what they need to do is they need to imitate or they need to infuse these existing technologies. So innovation in a middle-income country or in a low-income country could be bringing new technologies that exist already in the world, and they will be new to the country, so they can just imitate. And indeed, there is now a growing literature, and it's also one of the common, one of the main messages of the upcoming World Development Report. For countries that are far from frontier, they need to infuse technologies until they advance sufficiently. And once they advance sufficiently, from that point on, they will build enough capability, and then they can start delivering their own innovation. And this is exactly what we observed in South Korea. It's exactly what we also observed in China. For instance, in the case of Korea, Samsung was a noodle company initially, but then when Korea wanted to go into the electronics business, they subsidized imitation or technology licensing from Japan, and Samsung licensed a lot of technologies from Sony, and through learning from those technologies, then later on they start to develop their own technologies and they become innovators. So that's why there has to be a smooth transition from infusion to innovation. And that's exactly also what countries like, Colombia or Turkey or other middle-income countries have to go through.
Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much.
I think that right now we need to close, but please join me in thanking particularly Ufuk for making up so early in the morning. And you're already in the office. I can recognize the background, which is very impressive. So let me give the floor to Erin.
Well,
Thank you so much, and I hope that yes.
I need to go. I didn't wake up. I haven't went to bed yet. So
I imagine. I felt really bad, but yes, I imagine that you were captured in the bank. But thank you so much for your effort. And I'm sure that the continuation, please feel free to write to us. We can convey any question to Ufuk. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ufuk, and thank you, everyone. Quick roadmap update for everyone. So we will take a short break for coffee, tea. We'll do at 10:50. You'll have a choice. So if you want session 5 for SOEs and utilities, come back here, please, with Dimitrios. And then if you would like session 6, infrastructure financing needs and the cost of capital for renewables, you will go down the hall with Estefania at 10:50. We'll go until 12:10 and then have lunch after that. Okay, so please go ahead, take a break, and 10:50 we'll start again. Thank you.
In our panel, we have really fantastic speakers that have been both researching and working on state-owned enterprises for some time now. So I'm really looking forward to the insights. We start with Matthias, who is, as he was telling me yesterday, from Argentina. And they have good experience with state-owned enterprises, privatization, renationalization, long history there in Argentina. But I know you will speak outside of Argentina. So without much further ado, and I kept insisting with everyone that I want them to be as short as possible, try to manage things within 10, 15 minutes, so that we can hopefully have a little bit of an opportunity for conversation. But I did look at the slides that were shared, and it's fascinating stuff. So Matthias, over to you.
It's not here.
Clicker. Missing the clicker.
Yes. Well, yeah. While we start, while we get the clicker, thank you everyone, and thanks for the organizers, and it's been great to be here already, like the first day and the first session today. So the paper that I'm going to share, it's work that started as a background paper for a flagship that we published last year, called Off the Books on Fiscal Risk of Infrastructure. And we started that piece of work before COVID, right, a few months before. And then while we were collecting data, we thought about, and people started asking questions, how can SOEs be used as counter-cyclical instruments? And now that we have this huge crisis, what can we do? What can we expect? And we all start throwing ideas about what we know and say, well, okay, we have data that we've been collecting. Let's look at from previous macro shocks. I mean, it's not exactly as COVID, but let's try to understand something. And that's how this research started, and we just published this paper. And this is joint work with several colleagues, some from the bank and some from outside the bank. So I want to share the credit with them and the blame. So if there are tough questions, I'm going to refer to some of them for your questions, which are not here, so you will have to wait. But key policy question is whether state-owned enterprises, whether infrastructure or not enterprises, can be used as a counter-cyclical shock during a macro crisis, or they actually increase the shock through they amplify the shock. And so there are these two views you find in the literature, in the academic, and mostly in the policy literature, about that SOEs could potentially, like just public sector, keep employment constant during a crisis, because there's not much adjustment that happens during the crisis in public sectors. In general, they are slow to adjust. Similar with salaries, or for example, prices, where there is actually evidence that oil companies, for example, during the shock, they will just keep the price of fuel in the country constant, and they will absorb the difference of the higher oil price in some cases. So there is some evidence there on that line, but there's not really related evidence to those SOEs, whether they are using their own resources or they are actually being supported by the government, and it's only just a delivery instrument, but not using their own resources. There's then the view that SOEs, because of their soft budget constraint in general, they would take more risk, or they are not going to prepare for shocks because they know that Big Daddy will be there to support them whenever they need. And they can even cut investment and during the crisis. So, but these two views have been there around for particular two empirical reasons. One is been very hard to get an idea about what are the fiscal injections that SOEs receive, which you need to really dig in to get that data, and there's not much out there. So it could be that some of the empirical evidence that says that SOEs are actually counter-cyclical instruments, they are, as I said, just receiving resources from the government, and they're just a channel to deploy those resources instead of just direct subsidies or direct government spending. And the evidence on fiscal risk, it's only I've looked at there's been huge bailouts in some countries to SOEs. So at some point, and it looks like it was during the crisis, but we don't know if it just happens because of the crisis or something else. So there was not like any experimental or quasi-experimental evidence or setting that will allow for a causal evidence. So as part of this flagship that I mentioned before, we collected, we created this that we call the World Bank Infrastructure SOE database, which we collected detailed financial information from a large sample of SOEs in the electricity and transport sectors in 19 countries for the period 2009-2018. For this paper, we are only using the electricity and the air transport sectors, where it's about like slightly over 100 SOEs. And this includes like privately privatized SOEs and fully owned SOEs. And we went really in detail to look at the fiscal injections of SOEs that they support. And we look not only at the operation subsidies, but we look at equity injections, loans from government, and loans from other SOEs and state-owned banks. So the experimental or quasi-experimental setting that we take is like, there was this oil and price collapse in the mid-2014, where the price of oil, the Brent price, went from 115 in June to $55 in end of the year. And that, it affected countries in different ways. So it affected countries that they are oil and gas exporters and they have reserves, where as I said, the exports are quite important for the economy, translate into a negative macroeconomic shock, where we see that the real GDP growth went down significantly before and after the shock, versus countries that they don't really rely on exports and on oil for their income, and so they didn't suffer a shock during that period. So we divided basically the treatment and control you can think about as countries, but really it's the SOEs in each of those two groups of countries. Now you could think that on one side, the countries on the treatment group and the SOEs, there was a aggregate demand shock, so they were hit, but maybe they relied a lot on fuel, so they also have a positive shock because the cost of fuel was lower. So we thought about just looking at SOEs with very small share of fuel cost, but then the sample would have been too small, so we used like coarse and exact matching to increase the sample and to ensure that there's a comparability between the treatment and the control group in terms of the SOEs. So we are comparing apples to apples. So we did matching. We used like fuel cost, assets to GDP for the size, sector, and income group before the shock to just ensure comparability across the groups. And we do some, if you're curious, you can look at the paper where we do some tests to make sure that that we're comparing apples to apples. And so we just do the typical difference, and we look at a bunch of outcome variables, basically on the financial performance, EBITDA net of operation subsidy, which we call adjusted EBITDA, CapEx, and a set of different fiscal injections. We sort of standardize for comparability all these measures in terms of average assets of the companies, so it's no issue there. And we basically, as I said, typical difference approach. So I'll jump quickly in the results so we keep on time and we save time for the discussions. Let's see. So the first thing, we take the entire sample of SOEs. And here you have these three, which are basically the financial performance and CapEx. And we look at, and over the different tables that I'll show you, we look at 3 periods, comparing the before the shock, 2013, to the year of the shock, to the year after the shock, and 2 years after the shock. So here what we see is that none of the coefficients are significant, even though they have a negative sign in most of the cases, but that kind of hint us that a significant or non-negligible number of SOEs in the treatment countries, they managed to cope with the shock either with their own resources or maybe receiving fiscal injections. So financially, they were fine. But then when we look at the fiscal injection side, if you start with the column 4, operation subsidies, surprisingly, we see nothing there, no significant effect. But once we go to the total fiscal injection that include operation subsidies, equity injections, a loan of different kinds from government and SOE, other SOEs and state-owned banks, we see that the year of the shock, they received significant fiscal injections, which are about almost 3.5% of assets, so quite a lot that year, not the other years. But when we look at others, when we look at more granularly and we look at all type of loans from directly government or other SOEs and state-owned banks, we see that they receive significant support all the year of the shock and the other 2 following years of the shock. And the same if we include equities injections on that. And if you add those 3 coefficients, it's about around 8% of assets that they receive on those 3 years, which if we assume like an equity ratio of like about 8%, it's basically a full recapitalization after this macro shock that these SOEs received because of the shock. Now, we thought about and we start questioning, like, we have a bunch of different SOEs there in terms of, 2 big groups. The privately privatized SOEs and the fully owned SOEs. And we can think about that the partially privatized SOEs, they might behave more as private firms. They might not receive as much support from the government. These are SOEs that will usually will be listed on the stock exchange, and so there might be some differences there. And we say maybe that is contaminating our results, so let's focus only on the fully owned SOEs, and let's see what we find. And there is the same table that you had before, but just for the fully owned SOEs. The first 3 columns, the first 2 columns, EBITDA, not adjusted EBITDA, same, nothing really much changed there. If we go to operation subsidy, the same, but if we go to total fiscal injections, still significant and a slightly larger number there, so the fiscal support is even larger in these cases, as one would expect. The same for the government loans of every kind, and for the government loan, when we add up government loans and equity injections. So all the 3 years that we see that a significant effect. The new thing that we found here is that, the other way around, CapEx. Even though they receive a significant fiscal injection of the first year of the year of the shock of 4.5% of assets, they cut CapEx by about 3.5% of assets, which relative to the median CapEx of these samples is about 40%. So the year of the shock, they receive significant fiscal injections to continue operating, but they still cut CapEx a lot, which also that show us that they are going to delay those investments, which over time could have potentially significant impacts on spreading the shock over time, because productivity effects could be, the productivity could be affected if this is important investments that they had to do on the sectors. So just to close, basically, what we show here is, yes, might have questions later, but we have a sample of SOEs. We don't claim that these are representative sample of SOEs because we don't have data constraints, but basically what this told us is that not all SOEs, and not in all countries, they could work as counter-cyclical instruments. We need to be careful, because there's been a lot during COVID that, yes, SOEs are great, let's go that way. But we need to be careful, and we need to know what are the costs of that. And usually, we see that, what this tells us is actually during the shock, when the fiscal resources are quite scarce, and you need to be careful about what you use, is when instead of SOEs bringing their own resource to help, or at least not to ask, they end up asking significantly and cutting CapEx. So as we said, when it rains, it pours. So it's just quite, I would say, bad or not nice. And one important aspect is also we have looked at, and in general, we say better performance SOEs, that's the key, is to have better performance SOEs, so when the crisis hit, they don't require that much. But we need to keep in mind that having the soft budget constraint, there's a tendency not just only to underperform during the normal years, but not to be prepared and not to have a proper fiscal risk management or risk management in general, not just fiscal. So that's all for me, and I think I kept it to 10 minutes only, surprisingly.
Well done, Matthias, and I'm glad you started and set up a really good example for those who are to follow. So our next speaker is David, who has been working on looking at the electricity utilities, and I was just looking at the very last phrase there of Matthias' slide about the importance of well-performing utilities. So it's interesting to see what we are finding out looking at electricity utilities around the world. David, come along.
Thank you very much, Dimitrios, and thank you all for having me here. It's really been a great event so far. So my topic today is utilities in the power sector, and I'm going to try and convince you of a couple of things. I'm going to try and convince you that utilities are the critical link in the energy transition, that they've received a lot less attention than they should have been so far, although there were some encouraging mentions of utilities in yesterday's events already. And the utilities are in trouble in the countries that we work in as the World Bank and need our urgent help and the urgent help of the sector as a whole if the goals of the transition are going to succeed on the time frame that we hope they will. So why do we say that utilities are the critical link in energy transition? We've set ourselves pretty ambitious goals in the energy sector. We have universal access to electricity. We have decarbonization of power supply, and we also have decarbonization of energy demand with the electrification of transport and industry. And the exact numbers vary, but some estimates say we have about 700 million new users still left to connect to achieve SDG 7 by 2030, and an extra 2,000 gigawatts of renewables to add in low and middle income countries over that same time period. That represents about, I think, a quadrupling of current renewable capacity. So those targets, I think, we're all familiar with. They receive a lot of attention. What's received less attention, I think, is what utilities need to do, or what we need utilities to do for this to happen. So the list is long, but a couple of the main requirements we have. Utilities have to act as off-takers for new renewable generation, for new investment in renewables. They have to be credible counterparties for PPAs, for loans, for this to happen. They have to expand their networks for universal access to electricity, and also to integrate new renewable power into the grid. I think some estimates say we expect a doubling of grid infrastructure by 2040 for countries to achieve their energy and climate goals. They have to raise capital to do all of this. So one critical function of utilities is that they spread out for consumers the cost of investment over time. But to do this, again, they have to be creditworthy and viable targets for debt and equity investment. And while all this is going on, they of course also have to keep power affordable, reliable, and maintain political credibility for these objectives at the same time. So how are utilities doing on this front? So we have I think this is a slightly old slide deck, but I'll try and work through anyway. We have a new database at the World Bank. It's called the Upbeat Database, Utility Performance and Behavior Today. And what we've done is we've gone through the financial statements and annual reports of almost 200 utilities in 90 of our client countries. And we've prepared a harmonized set of financial statements for this. And this is a fair bit of work because different utilities report their financials in slightly different ways. So you have to go through and create kind of a common way to report these in order to compare them. And so on the basis of that, we've done this across income categories for both private and for public utilities. We have a set of about 30 indicators capturing a variety of financial and operational performance metrics from 2012 up into present day. So we have tens of thousands of data points on this, and we hope to also keep this database maintained over time. So what is this telling us? The news, unfortunately, is not looking particularly good. So most utilities in low and middle income countries are not financially sustainable. This is a plot of one of our favorite indicators, which is the ability of utilities to cover their operating costs and their debt service from the cash they collect. So we're looking at what cash comes in from their regular operations and how well are they able to meet their day-to-day financial obligations from this cash. And if you look at this, less than 40% of utilities in the countries that we look at are actually able to meet this threshold. And this is not a high bar. This is really sort of a a minimum standard for financial solvency and financial sustainability. The situation is especially bleak in lower income and lower middle income countries where less than a third are able to meet this criterion. Now, why does that matter? It matters for several reasons. One is, of course, that if you are not able to recover your operating costs, you become a less viable or a non-viable target for investment or private capital. Your cost of capital goes up. At the same time, of course, you're also unable to invest in your own systems, your own operations, run your business efficiently, and keep reliable and secure service. So why is this happening? Every utility in every country is obviously a little bit different, but there are some common themes that we see across most of the countries that we work in. So one is that poor planning and lack of competitive or at least transparent procurement raises the cost of generation and the cost of service. We then see high losses in transmission and distribution of power. So especially in distribution, the median utility in our data set loses about 12% of its power. And in several of our client countries, these losses can exceed 50%. And this is basically just setting fire to money in the power lines. It's just pure lost revenue. In many cases, tariffs are not set at levels that allow utilities to recover costs. Now, of course, it's a bit of a subjective question of whether costs are too high or tariffs are too low. I think in most cases it's a bit of both, but it happens in several countries. In several countries as well, if governments or regulators decide to keep tariffs low for political affordability purposes and put in place a subsidy mechanism to compensate the utility for this, that mechanism is often not working properly. Subsidies are delayed or they're inadequate. And finally, and we see this a lot in lower income countries especially, utilities struggle a lot to actually collect revenue. Even if they're able to transport the power to consumers, they're able to charge a fair tariff for it, they're not actually then able to get consumers to pay for that power and collect that cash. And so on average, our utilities have 4 months worth of revenue equivalent in uncollected consumer bills, customer bills, and this can easily exceed a year in many of the utilities, a year worth of revenue in many of the utilities that we work with. So this kind of sets off a bit of a vicious cycle, right? If the utility is unable now to collect enough funds to reinvest in networks, reinvest in loss reduction, service quality further deteriorates, losses increase, less cash is collected, and so on and so forth. So on the one hand, utilities are struggling to generate cash from their operations. They're also struggling, or we think they're struggling, to generate capital or to access capital from capital markets. Now, it's difficult, of course, to measure or detect the quality of access, but there are a couple of clues in our data that suggest utilities are struggling to access affordable financing, and particularly from markets. One is that we see very low levels of debt compared to assets. Now, this is unusual. So the debt to assets ratio has a median value in our database of about 20%. So 20% of assets are financed from debt. And utilities are a fairly capital-intensive business. So in many more advanced economies, you would expect this to be at 50%, if not higher. Now, you might say, maybe they have really good access to equity financing instead. But that's, for most of them, not the case either. In fact, many of our utilities have negative equity and struggle to access equity even more than debt. Instead, we see that debt actually makes up a pretty small share of utilities' total liabilities. So about a third of their liabilities comes from debt. What that means is that they are substituting debt with other liabilities, such as unpaid bills to their power suppliers, or in countries that have access programs, perhaps people have paid for their connection, but the utility is taking a really long time to actually make those connections. And finally, we also estimate, it's hard to measure directly, but we estimate a very high degree of concessionality in our utilities financing. So more than 50% we think are getting financing at below what their sovereign would pay for in international capital markets. Now, you might say, what's the problem here, right? We have utilities, they're not in much debt, they have good negotiating power over their suppliers, and they're getting cheap capital. That's great, right? Well, the challenge is, of course, as we know, that there just isn't enough concessional debt to finance all of the new investment that we know is needed soon and in great quantity for the transition to succeed. And a utility that is unable to pay its suppliers or does not pay its suppliers also, of course, will struggle to encourage new investors or new suppliers to do business with it. In fact, one could perhaps argue that utilities' cost of capital will, to a large extent, determine the cost of the transition itself. So this is an example that the colleagues in our guarantees unit prepared with thanks to Caroline and others, where they looked at how have recent changes in the macro landscape affected the cost of an example solar project. So they had a solar project that reached financial close in December of 2021 at a tariff of about 3 cents per kilowatt hour. And they looked between then and June of 2023, how have macro changes affected the price of the same solar project? So they estimated a construction cost increase of about 20% due to inflation. I think that roughly ties in with what we were hearing from Henri yesterday as well. They said there's been an increase in long-term base rates due to central bank policies of about 250 basis points or 2.5%. And they also estimated an increase in the credit spread due to the increased perceived riskiness of emerging markets of another 200 basis points. So if you add all that together, that gets you to an increase of about 50% in US dollars for the same project 18 months later. And this doesn't even take into account yet currency depreciation that many of our client utilities are suffering from. So I think that in itself is interesting. But one thing I want to particularly draw your attention to there is that if you compare the effect of a 20% increase in construction cost and a 250 basis points increase in financing costs, it's roughly the same on the total cost of this project. So we talk a lot about the dramatic decreases in the cost of renewables that we've seen in recent years, and that's all great. But I think it's worth noting that many of those decreases could be lost or offset or cancelled if we don't manage to control utilities' capital costs at the same time. So I think having utilities that are able to access affordable capital cannot be understated in importance for the success of these objectives. So far, I've talked a little bit or mostly about dealing with existing challenges, but the progressing toward the goals of the transition will place new demands on utilities as well that I just want to quickly cover a couple of. So it's hard to get this from the data. So in a paper that we've been working on, we do a little bit of modeling for an example utility. And so one challenge is that investing in networks to integrate renewables or to develop new renewables will increase the capital intensity of what is already a very capital-intensive business. So you're even more front-loading the costs. You're replacing operating costs with capital costs. We estimate that 30% more transmission capacity would be required for the same amount of demand for a decarbonizing utility because renewables tend to be further away from load centers, and the variability of renewables means that you sort of have to oversize transmission lines to evacuate the same amount of power. This could make them more vulnerable to certain shocks. Fluctuations in interest rates make them less responsive to be able to deal with drops in demand during, for instance, pandemics. Distributed energy resources, we're seeing this in many of our client utilities already, such as rooftop solar, give users alternatives to grid power, potentially diminishing the value proposition of utilities to consumers and creating more complex demand patterns and customer relationships. It's, of course, not all bad news. There are also significant opportunities that we think utilities will be able to seize. For instance, in many of our poorer client countries, there's a high and persistent dependence on liquid fuels, such as HFO and diesel, exposing utilities to significant volatility in these commodities and high costs. So I think there's a big opportunity for utilities there to smooth out those costs, reduce those costs. But I think the main point I want to make is that will not happen by itself, right? This will require well-performing, proactive utilities who are able to seize these opportunities rather than reactive poor performers. So what does this mean in terms of the way forward? What do we need to do? I think the building utilities that are capable of managing the energy transition, that are attractive targets for private investment, and that have a reasonable cost of capital really requires the entire sector, I think, to come together. For governments, I think it's a matter of reducing the costs of the transition and doing that by reducing country risk. Of course, the cost of solar panels and transmission line is in large part exogenously determined, but there is also a significant variation between countries and projects depending on things like, are governments or countries following least cost planning principles? Are they following competitive procurement? And what is private sector risk? Regulators are extremely important in mitigating utility risk to investors, right? So they have to ensure that utilities can recover the reasonable costs that they're incurring, including the costs that they're incurring for expanding their systems and decarbonizing. In general, if you want to keep your tariffs low or you don't want to pass your costs on to consumers, doing that at the expense of a bankrupt utility is not a good idea, is not a good policy. You will make it more expensive for utilities to access financing, you will increase the cost of investment for everybody, and you'll make it very hard for the utility to do business. Now, we don't want to let utilities off the hook completely. Of course, it's up to utilities to also manage their operating costs, to keep those to reasonable levels. As I mentioned before, especially we see poor billing, poor metering, poor payment collection practices in many of our client countries. Governance is also a massive challenge. Many utilities are not professionally run, do not have transparent HR and internal systems. And that's really something I think where we think utilities need to step up. And finally, we do also see a significant role for the World Bank and other development financiers. What we're already seeing, and I don't know if how many of you are familiar with the CCDR reports that we prepare, but those basically kind of lay out a plan for client countries to achieve climate targets. And what we see in many of those CCDRs is that yes, there are opportunities that arise from the transition, but decarbonization will impose additional costs for many countries that they wouldn't otherwise have faced. I think otherwise they would be doing it already and doing it more quickly. So there is a role for concessional capital to help offset some of these costs for these utilities in our client countries who are pursuing a global public good in terms of decarbonization and mitigating climate change. And we estimate through our modeling that utilities would require something like a 1.3 percentage point reduction in their weighted average cost of capital to offset the incremental costs of decarbonization. So I just want to leave you very quickly with a little bit of advertisement. So we have 2 products coming out, that are already out, coming out very soon, that we hope will be useful for you, for utilities, for governments in driving this dialogue. One is a online dashboard that contains all the information, all the data that I've been talking about. You can actually go to utilityperformance.energydata.info at your leisure and download that data set, interact with that data set whenever you like. And we also have a flagship policy paper on utilities and the energy transition coming out in a little over a month, or just a month from now, I think, that develops many of those ideas in a lot more detail and covers the data in more detail as well. So with that, I'll leave you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, David. Very rich presentation, pretty dismal news as well, in terms of how difficult it is to get financial viability for power utilities. So I hope you have some better news for us, Philippe. No. So come on in.
No, the only better news is I have a timer in front of myself, so I'll stick to 15 minutes. Okay. This way. I will say I wanted to be at the other presentation, because the other presentation was on the cost of capital for renewables. But I must admit, listening to Matthias, I was wondering to myself, what is the cost of capital for state-owned enterprises, given what you said? And I think fundamentally that's what I want to talk about now, which is the intersection, in some ways, of the first presentation and the second presentation, which is that the critical role, I want to talk about the critical role of state-owned enterprises when it comes to the energy transition, and why, similarly, there's a critical need in terms of figuring out ways to fund these state-owned enterprises in a critical way, in an effective way. This is analysis that's based on a work program that I used to lead at Columbia University, and also work I did at the IEA, together with some colleagues from Oxford and other places. But basically, the need to finance SOEs in order for us to achieve our climate goals. In some ways, when you think about it, I will say when I worked at the bank, the general view of SOEs was very negative. So I don't know how many of you on balance think of SOEs in a negative way. I guess another question is how many of you care a lot about climate? And really, if you care a lot about climate, the fact of the matter is we need to engage with SOEs, and I'll show why. So one of the reports that we issued a year and a half ago is we did an inventory led by Alex Clark, my co-author who was at the Oxford Smith School. And basically what you have here is the emissions in CO2 of countries. And we actually did an inventory of what SOEs produced. And based on that, we accounted for about 10 gigatons of CO2 emissions, Scope 1 emissions from state-owned enterprises. And basically what that means is I could put together, if I had an SOE CEO in each of these seats, about 300 SOEs are responsible for more emissions, more direct emissions than the entire population of the European Union and the United States combined. Just to give a sense of the magnitude of the issue and the control that they have over emissions. Why? Well, obviously fossil fuel producers are big, often SOEs, but the fact of the matter is fossil fuel producers tend to have a lot of Scope 3 emissions rather than Scope 1. Some Scope 1 in terms of methane. One of the big areas, obviously, are power companies. About 40% of emissions from the energy sector come from power companies, and about half of those come from state-owned enterprises. A figure that's probably going to increase because what we see is state-owned enterprises, what we call state-owned power companies, tend to dominate, in particular, in emerging economies, and it's in emerging economies that we're seeing the projected increase in power consumption and the like. Energy users, industry, transport, and things. And when we think about infrastructure, obviously ports, airports, railways, all of these things have a big impact on emissions, and they tend to be owned by the public sector as a general proposition. And then the final key players tend to be financial institutions. A lot of the financing for infrastructure will come from state-owned banks, will come from pension funds, will come from multilateral development banks, which at the end of the day is a multi-state owned enterprise. And I'm going to come back to that because in some ways, why this issue is important is that when we're thinking about climate policy and how we influence actors, a lot of the climate discourse is oriented as if we're dealing in a Washington consensus, liberalized markets, where we're trying to incentivize the private sector. When fundamentally, a big part of the story is how do we incentivize state-owned enterprises. So, one illustration is when we look at the power sector, in particular, in emerging markets. This is based on a report that the IMF did a couple of years ago, and what we see is more than half of the power generation in MENA, in sub-Saharan Africa, in Asia-Pacific, are owned by the government. In Latin America, it's about 40%, and significantly and not surprisingly, in Europe, it's less, and in North America, it's less, though more than people might think. But the fact of the matter is when we think about the regions we're most concerned about at the World Bank, or you're most concerned about at the World Bank, state-owned enterprises, state-owned power companies tend to dominate. A lot of that is obviously because they then has a big impact because they control a lot of coal. But what's important to understand also is that state-owned enterprises aren't simply drivers of emissions because of the fossil fuel side. They also tend to be big owners of zero carbon, large hydro, nuclear, which is a growing area. Wind, state-owned enterprises are increasingly getting involved in wind. Concentrated solar power, the largest concentrated solar power plant in the world is located here. And interestingly enough, I was in India talking to NTPC, which generates 25% of the power in India, and they said they're getting involved in rooftop solar. And we know actually when it comes down to even a lot of the solar panels in China, that was dominated to a large extent in the initial phases by state-owned enterprises. So the big point here is state-owned enterprises are major drivers of emission, not simply because they're major drivers of producing emissions, but also because they control a lot of the zero carbon alternatives. In fact, based on an IEA analysis that was done many years ago, unfortunately, but still you get a sense, state-owned enterprises owned a larger share of zero-carbon utility-scale renewables than they did fossil fuels. At this point, probably fossil fuels is up to about 50% or so. But just to say, so when I'm talking about state-owned enterprises and state-owned power companies, it's not simply because they're brown, but also because the reality is going forward, they're going to own critical strategic assets when it comes to decarbonization as well. And they own the grid. So they're key for resilience, and they're key, and I think one of the two mentioned this, David's report tended to focus in on utilities as network providers. Obviously, PLN, other countries' utilities also generate a lot of power themselves, and also they tend to be procurers. They manage the IPPs. They manage the dispatch. This is a big issue in Mexico, for example, where there was a shift between governments and philosophies, which on the one hand, under Calderon promoted renewables, and that had to do with the dispatch also of electricity, taking a lot of it from renewable sources that expanded, and then AMLO came in and basically said, no, you know, I like what CFE does, and tended to promote more the dispatch from fossil fuel plants. So state-owned enterprises are major important players, not simply because they emit, but also because they control the system and they have the impact on what others are doing. So one of the big points I wanted to make and why I focus on this, and we've had this work stream, is because it has an impact in terms of what makes sense in terms of climate policy tools. There's a lot of focus and a lot of discussion around market instruments, carbon taxes. Does it make sense to impose a carbon tax on your state-owned enterprise when there are a lot of other ways you can control them? In fact, all you need to do is you're the shareholder. You hire and you fire. You tell them what to do. I mean, I will say, informally, I believe the World Bank at some point, the former president said something that got some of the shareholders upset. And there was a change in the presidency. Obviously, this is what happens. New governments come in, they change the CEO. If the CEO isn't doing what they want them to do, they change them. Or the CEO understands, I better do what the government wants me to do. They're my owner. So the fact of the matter is, when you have a government that's committed, the easiest way to influence a state-owned enterprise that they control is probably through direct shareholder power. But the other thing that's relevant here, too, is that often there are a lot of ways that the government can also influence them indirectly. And the fact of the matter is, because you've got a public sector entity, a lot of times the government's more willing to do other things. They won't be accused of corporate charity. So, for example, a lot of renewables plants require transmission lines. How many minutes? And the like. So associated infrastructure is often critical to actually deploying higher levels of renewables. Public capital. Again, the cost of capital, when we think about the cost of capital and the weighted average cost of capital, a lot of time we keep thinking, oh, private sector, return to the equity, well, how much can they get in the commercial market? Well, what is the cost of capital when you think about the line that Matthias was talking about, which is the direct equity from the government or loans or things like that? No, a lot of time you want state-owned enterprises to access the capital markets. But we have to think about the cost of capital for renewables very much also from the perspective of government shareholders. Preferential financing and lending terms. I mean, this goes to the other point, which is also obviously state-owned enterprises on the finance side provide a lot of money to the private sector through these preferential loans to promote renewables and energy efficiency and the like. So just to sort of say, because if we take a step back and we recognize that state-owned enterprises are a major part of the energy landscape and the emissions landscape and the infrastructure landscape, it means when we think about the tools to influence and promote decarbonization, we have to think about we're not simply trying to incentivize a private sector company, we're also trying to incentivize governments and their state-owned enterprises. Now, in terms of the energy investment, it's important to look at the numbers. This comes out of an IFC IA report. We're talking about a massive increase in investment. So when we're talking about infrastructure, we're talking about financing, a lot of that infrastructure is owned and is going to continue to be owned by the state. Because a lot of governments, whether it's India or Indonesia and the like, are unwilling to give up a lot of control over strategic assets, and energy and other things constitute a big part of that strategic asset. So you have a sense here of the magnitude of the requirements under different years and also under different climate scenarios. The first column, sub-column, is the SDS, well below 2. The second part of the sub-column is net zero by 2050. Massive amounts in either case, and obviously a lot of that has to do with infrastructure. So when we think about funding sources, the way I look at it is basically public, private, international, domestic. We've got the World Bank, we've got the private sector, OECD, You're used to seeing quadrants. You see a quadrant yesterday. This is a different type of quadrant, but I like quadrants too. What's interesting is when you sort of look at the long-term shares that people project. Under this IFCIA report, basically 70% was going to be private and 30% was going to be public. 30% was going to be international, 70% was going to be domestic. Just run the numbers and basically 49% out of the domestic private sector, 9% out of IFIs and things like that of Lauren. And importantly, 21%, just doing a simple, back of the envelope calculation, from the public sector. Now that's what it looks like long-term. What does it look like today? In fact, today, about 50% of the financing for clean energy comes from public sectors. Large, quote-unquote, the IFCIA report, largely from SOEs. An important point here is it's a completely different context in advanced economies where it's less than 20% come from public entities. So that's the situation today. We're basically at 50-50. Sure, we're going to end up somewhere maybe 30-70 because the numbers increase. But the fact of the matter is we need to figure out a way, as we're going from 50-50 to that 30-70, to not simply focus in on how do you catalyze more private investment, but also how do you catalyze more public investment. You see this in the projections, again, from the INIFC in terms of these two different types of scenarios. The SDS, again, is well below 2. NZE is 1.5. And what you see, obviously, the green figure, the green private sector number increases, but the public sector number increases as well. And over the long term, it increases more. So this is why I made a comment yesterday. We had a discussion about the landscape, global landscape for infrastructure, and it was fundamentally 80% of the discussion, 90% of the discussion was about the private sector. And then Stefan says that there's a report out there that says basically 80% of current infrastructure financing is from the public sector. So I think also we need to sort of adjust what we're thinking about and what we're willing to talk about. A lot of the major shareholders of the World Bank love to talk about the private sector. Europe, the United States, you obviously have the private sector that dominates, but that's not the reality in emerging economies. Now, in fact, having said that, it is important to talk about raising private capital for state-owned enterprises. We did a quick analysis, tried to identify how much borrowing there was out there in terms of bonds. I think it came out to almost about over $800 billion. That's a big issue, and obviously, SOE reform is important because it can help them to raise more private capital. So yes, there is clearly a reason why we want to continue with the issue of reforming SOEs, commercializing them, and things like that, so that they can be more efficient and more effective at tapping into private capital at a lower cost. But having said that, public capital will likely be predominant for SOEs in the near term, and that means when we're thinking about climate funding, we have to think about how to be more effective on that side as well. So some final thoughts. SOEs and SPCs are key drivers of global emissions, especially in emerging economies. They're not only large emitters, but they're also large providers of zero carbon alternatives. It's important to bear that in mind. As you saw before, MDs have a massive low carbon investment requirement. Much of that will be implemented by state-owned enterprises in power, transport, and the like. And so helping SOEs to effectively tap into private and public capital so that there's more liquidity at a lower cost. And I thought it was very interesting, David, what you talked about in terms of what we've seen in terms of rise in cost. And again, I wish I was in the other session rather than here. Will be key. And so capacity building, partnering, focusing on a willingness to sort of partner with state-owned enterprises. I did a presentation on this. I must have been doing this for 10 years. And the normal reaction is, oh, that was interesting. And then normally after that, nothing happens. But I did one at the IMF. And after having done the presentation, the IMF person came in and said, well, what we need to do is we need to reform SOEs. You know, I joined the bank in 1990. We were trying to reform SOEs. It's going to take another, 10, 20, 30 years? The problem is when it comes to climate, we don't have the time to waste. So because of the climate imperative, that has created an SOE funding imperative. And then if I could just leave you with one final thought, which is, and this is based on some of my discussions with state-owned power companies and the like, because I go out and participate in events that are structured around this. It would be good to set up a consultative group which is designed to help state-owned power companies in particular figure out how they can tap into private capital more effectively. That can include power SOE leaders, some private capital actors, the MDBs, the World Bank and the like, the IA, and I wonder whether it's something that the World Bank could maybe help on. And then here's my last thing. Thank you with some of the publications.
Thank you very much, Philippe. All right, one more to go with a very interesting title. So Maria is one of our key lead researchers on infrastructure economics and energy for a while. So she's going to talk to us about who is Green Lucas. Come along.
Thanks so much, Demetrios, for the kind introduction. And indeed, today I'm going to present you some sneak preview of a background paper for this year WDR. This is joint work with Shomi Klal, who is currently the director of the WDR. And in fact, I'm going to answer precisely your question, whether we might claim that there is a Green Lucas paradox in the case of renewable. So in the case of renewable, what we would like here, just to give you some highlight of the content, is to move from an emphasis nowadays of building pipelines of projects for a specific technology, which is absolutely welcome and needed, for going towards a framework to assess the investment potential for each of the technologies. So in this case, here we're starting from the very positive news that for developing country, by building green, there can be some mitigation bargaining. That is, in other words, they can reduce emission costs at much lower cost than high-income country that would have to retrofit green, in a sense. How we can ascertain whether there is a Green Lucas paradox? So despite, as David put it very eloquently, the drop in cost, exponential cost of renewable, we want to figure out whether there are investment flowing, towards from richer country towards developing country. So for the methodology, I will be very quick because yesterday Professor Harris really presented the framework, the Gardner-Henry framework, published in the Journal of Economic Literature last year, and we wanted to apply it, in the case of renewable. So the policy implication of this work, we feel that are very important, as previous speaker have said, because we really feel that there is a need of de-risking investment in green infrastructure, and that requires quite a whole of economy reforms. Okay, so these are the questions that we are going to focus. First, is the economic rate of return on infrastructure greater than the economic return of adding private capital? Second, is it economically efficient for capital to flow from wealthier countries to finance the needs of a recipient developing country? And finally, is the economic return from a project, a renewable project, higher than what a private investor would expect, because of course they need to cover their cost of capital. So here is the reality, the specific feature of renewable energy. In a way, globally, we know that investment in renewable have been primarily made by the private sector, which account from 2013 to 2020, this is IRENA, for about 75% of total investment. And this is particularly the trend that's been particularly striking for emerging technology that have become mature, such as solar power. So we already talked about the difference between renewable vis-a-vis fossil fuel. First of all, the cost of capital and the financing are very much project-specific. Second, in terms of cost composition, in terms of renewable, is certainly tilted towards capital cost vis-a-vis operational cost, which are marginally almost equal to zero, whereas in fossil fuel you have a huge component in fuel cost. And more importantly, they have to be provided upfront, and that is what drives some of the paradox that we are discussing. Finally, the revenues goes beyond the economic lifeline of the project and have to be covered. So from a point perspective of the investor, they needed to be able to access finance on a reasonable term. And finally, and here is the link to SOEs. SOEs are often off-takers, and the credit risks are very high because of the poor financial status that David was discussing. So here I'm not going to discuss because Professor Henry has eloquently present the framework, but what we are going to do, we are trying to apply this framework to see where for each given country and for each given renewable energy, where country fits there. So whether it's economically, domestically efficient, and is a good use for domestic saving and foreign saving to invest in renewables. The building blocks of the analysis, that requires to answer such apparently simple question, quite a lot of data collection. So first of all, our building blocks of the analysis was to try to take stock of try to assess, and that we did it through a meta-analysis, what is the output elasticity of renewable energy? That is, for each installed, if we add an additional installed unit of, say, megawatts per renewable energy, how much we expect, to impact growth. And here, since unfortunately we couldn't use some of the meta-analyses that have been led, one was joint work with Stefan, because renewable have been really like a very, very new technology, so we cannot use outdated. So we put together something like 1,200 plus elasticity derived from about 100 papers. And as you can see, interestingly, half of the sample comes from the last 5 years, so it's relatively recently. So that was the first building blocks. Here I just show you from those studies that has been representative in terms of region and is representative also in terms of income. And since the focus of the WDR was middle income country, we also try to make sure that we have enough observation from middle income countries. The second building blocks of the analysis was to try to derive and update the evidence on the cost of replacing the stock of infrastructure with renewable. And here we use a variety of sources. We started with a PPI database, which is produced internally, which provided a very fascinating view. But we complemented also because the PPI database does not provide benchmark for high-income country. We complemented with various sources, including IENA, IEA, and for country where we're missing enough observation, we deploy the energy planning model that is led by our energy extractive teams. As you can see here, this is where we show that the weighted average and unit cost for renewable, for instance, here in the case of solar PV, has been going down dramatically, particularly as Professor Ufuk has put it, when the installed capacity is increasing. You need to expand at scale for cost to go down. And this is an example for China and India, but we derive all those data points. Second building block was updating the evidence on the cost of capital. And here, again, we were quite puzzled that the estimates are quite widespread. On the left-hand side, you see estimates from IRENA that are mainly based on the cost of debt and the cost of equity. And on the right, they are the estimate by the Climate Policy Initiative. In this case, they use an asset pricing model, and they adjusting it for the expected climate investment risk. And you see how the estimates are so different. But so once you incorporate the overall risk that is ultimately coming from the weighted average of the risk score for foreign credit risk, political risk, and off-taker risk, so the cost of capital become prohibitive. But the message that comes across, even despite the order of magnitude is so different, is that for low-income country, the cost of capital is more than twice. In the case of the cost of capital, it's even 3 times more than for high-income country. So let me just leave you, and again, Demetrius asked me to be very concise, to the point of the result. So given all these building blocks of new data, which we felt will be already a major contribution to try to update those estimates that we need, is where do middle-income countries fit in terms of the 4 quadrants that Professor Henry has referred to. And here you see on the left-hand side, what is the situation in terms of quadrant for high-income country, and the right-hand side you see from middle-income country. And I just wanted to focus on the yellow side. Yellow side is quadrant 2, when there will be a case for concessional financing that we discussed on day 1 of this conference. In high-income country, obviously, we find it that is equal to 0, whereas for middle-income countries, that is kind of a consistent, a certain amount. So that really resonates well with all the messages that were coming from the research of our colleagues in energy of extractives, say that perhaps we need to figure out how to provide concessional financing, even in this field that seems to be so simple and so open, particularly because recently the cost of capital is going so up. Here, I'm not going to give you any detail. We also did some play around between economic and financial analysis and really comparing with the cost of capital, which I presented above. But the message that, I wanted to leave you with is the importance of de-risking renewable investment. We feel that this requires an all-of-economy approach. Here, I'm not going to repeat what my colleague David has already said. It really requires implementing power sector reform and project-specific risk enhancement. It requires enhancing significantly investment in energy transmission. It requires, covering for foreign investment risk. But here I'm just going to give you an example how the risking in the case of auction has been a mechanism which has been used innovatively by lots of, you see here, countries belonging to different regions in our world, how the cost of renewable has been going down. So middle-income country and even low-income country have been able to benefit from the use of innovative tools, and thanks to the fact that before them, countries have been reducing dramatically the cost of providing renewables through feed-in tariff and any others, which again links very nicely with the presentation that Professor Ufuk was making this morning, saying that you need scale, you need someone to invest and prove an infusion, an innovative way. So let me leave you with this positive note, and thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Maria, and I'm glad we ended a series of presentations which were started from a bit of a dismal picture and a bit, I would say, challenging picture, finishing with a positive note. All right, so let's see where we are. It's almost noon, and I'm sure that you're not that hungry, so what I suggest is we take another 5 to 10 minutes for questions. I think it was really well established from the presentations that you heard that we have to deal with SOEs. It is inevitable, especially in the countries where we work in. And we have to figure out how we can leverage the various instruments and see how we can bring the financing that will allow them to really move the agenda forward on the climate change challenges. So let me open it up and see if you have any questions or comments, or what is it that you would like to discuss with our panel. Let's go to Martin.
Thank you all for a very, very stimulating session. I have several pointed questions and comments and one general question for the whole group. But let me preface my questions and comments by reference to cross-sectoral fertilization. I was recently involved in wrapping up a report on state-owned enterprises of EFI. I'm not trying to boast about my research because the research was done by others. I was only involved in the packaging of the report. It came out in November or December of last year, and it may be interesting to have a look at it as you are championing now, supporting SOEs. My first question is to Matthias. Very interesting presentation. I like it, the fact in which you move towards the governance of SOEs by making the difference between fully owned SOEs and partially owned SOEs, which gives you the suspicion that in some the soft budget constraint is looser than in others. And the question to you is, there is also this perception that there is a big difference in the governance of SOEs between East Asian countries and, say, Latin American and Sub-Saharan African and Middle East and North Africa utilities. Who is the principal and who is the agent seems to be quite different. So a question for you is whether you checked whether the results, if you split the sample in this more geographical way, not just the communist countries, China and Vietnam, but most generally the Koreans and others on that region. My comment to David is that to which extent having good financials is an indication that good things happen. And there I want to use the example of the state-owned utility in my own country, UTE, which in a way is a star in the climate change literature. It moved the country to something like 95, 98% renewables in generation. I think only 15 countries in the world are more or less in that range. And when we say this is a big success, a great model perhaps to imitate. Let's all do like UTE. Now, it turns out that UTE also has a monopoly, and the electricity tariff is about 3 times the cost of generation. So in the meantime, while they were expanding the renewables, the consumption of oil-related products doubled in the country. So having good financials in a context of distortions may not be the recipe for doing everything. And then the most general question for the panel is, when I joined the bank at the time of the Washington Consensus, we were advocating for privatization, or the bank was advocating for privatization. By now, that has more or less gone. But when I listened to the discussion on renewables, yesterday we were talking about private capital mobilization versus private capital enabling, and how capital enabling, the unbundling, all of that had done more for private capital mobilization than the direct interventions. Today, listening to Maria and the paper with Shomik, most of the, and Philippe, most of the emissions come from SOEs, most of the renewable investments come from private, but we are saying, okay, let's focus on putting more capital on SOEs. So has the stance, I was looking at the figures by Philippe, so how about EDF, which is strong on nuclear, but has $88 billion in debt, who will bail out that debt? So the question to you all is, I see this movement, let's play with the SOEs. Do we abandon the idea that the first best, almost you can say as an economist, a stroke of the pen reform is to go farther in the unbundling and privatization of SOEs?
Thanks a lot, Martin. I think you had 3 questions. So let's see. I would like to take one more if someone has it, please.
Thank you. I'm Rinaldi from Indonesian Infrastructure Finance. I would like to address actually not a question, but your thought, Philip. For countries that are emerging countries, that they need power to help the growth of the country, especially SOEs, which are predominantly are on the energy. And then in regard to their expectation to move into renewable energies, which they need to expedite their current power generating. So just want to get your thought, because growth is something that is still really needed for emerging countries. So just want to hear your thought. Thank you.
All right, so let's take these questions first. and then if we have more time and appetite, or less appetite, we can stay for a few more. So, you want to start, Matthias?
Sure. I'll start with the easy question relative to the others, and I'll leave the rest of Martin's comments for my fellow panelists. So that's a really good question, and it varies, and I agree with you, the issue of like the governance across the world. We have a limitation on the sample, on the coverage. For example, MENA is not covered because there's no data available for that. So that is certainly like, and in a sense, you could even think the way that we collected the data, which is publicly available data, also sort of biased to the best performing SOEs that they are more transparent. So then playing with the governance variation on those, the sample also limited us. So it's on the to-do list for future, but we need more data to be able to capture that. So.
That's a classic researcher's answer, right? The problem is always with the data. So go ahead, David.
And so on the question of whether good financials are sort of the end goal or indicative of where we want to go, I think it's a great point. And the answer is, of course, no, right? We don't care about well-performing utilities just for the sake of enriching utilities or because this is the end target. I mean, I think it's captured very well by SDG 7. What we ultimately care about is whether power is reliable, affordable, and increasingly clean as well. I mean, that's the end goal, even when we're talking about utility performance. So is a strong utility financial statement a sufficient condition for all of that? I would say no. I mean, there also has to be sort of a bit of an aside. It's very easy to cook, especially profit and loss statements, and many of our utilities do, so you have to take the data with a grain of salt. But I would argue, perhaps there are some counterexamples, that it is a necessary condition. I think it's hard to achieve clean, reliable, affordable power without a well-performing utility, and the financial sustainability is one key ingredient of that. On the question of privatization, so I think empirically, so we didn't look at this systematically in our data, but we did do some initial examination. From our data set, we don't find a huge difference in performance, again, as measured by cost recovery between public and private utilities. There are some aspects where private utilities outperform public. I think they're perhaps a little bit more disciplined in how they pay their suppliers, perhaps because they're in just liberated markets where it's more difficult to mess around your power suppliers. But there are others where public outperform private. And I think from what I've heard broadly, the general evidence on whether liberalization has had a uniformly positive impact on outcomes in energy sectors is also somewhat mixed. So that's sort of the empirical aspect. The more practical aspect, I think, goes to what Philip was saying, is that even if we thought that privatization was the best way to achieve long-term sector performance, I think in many cases we just don't have time, right? With the climate targets being what they are and privatization taking the time it does, I think we just don't have the luxury of first saying, okay, privatize, and then we'll worry about climate targets. We have to work with SOEs. Sorry to steal your point.
Gives them more credibility. No, I mean, I think, and to build on that, part of the point is this, coming to your point, Martin. Okay, we may be beyond Washington Consensus, but we're in Washington Consensus .3, diluted or whatever. There's still a big obsession around the private sector. The point I'm trying to make is this. Okay, state-owned enterprises, they're less efficient than the private sector. The reality is they are there. And they've been there for years, notwithstanding the efforts of the bank. And if you look what's going on in a lot of these countries, they are likely to continue to be there. So to the extent that we can't wait on decarbonization, then the question is, coming back to your point, how can you effectively engage with them to support them? Because this is almost capacity building. I know something's a little not to improve their efficiency and like, it's how can you support them to do a better job at specifically decarbonizing. Now, one thing that's interesting in terms of the figures you put up there, I would have to sort of look into the data and see how much of that does that include large hydro versus solar. I mean, obviously there's a tendency for solar to be done by small and medium-sized enterprises, so you tend to get a lot of IRENA sort of private sector stuff in there. But if you look at renewables as a general proposition, and if you look at low carbon alternatives, which a lot of time is infrastructure and transport, all of a sudden you're coming back to a certain extent to the public sector. So the question becomes, are we willing to sort of embrace state-owned enterprises to get them to do better? I think one of the areas that I looked recently at was the Indonesian JETP. So looking at PLN, it's a very interesting example of the challenge, because if you look at the government's program now, right, the proposal is, I can't remember, to decarbonize by 2070, and PLN is supposed to decarbonize by 2060, and then you have all this discussion about the international private sector coming in, the defense and the public sector to give $20 billion of support in order to catalyze things. But at the end of the day, what we see is a tendency very much to focus in on this notion of, okay, there are inefficiencies in the Indonesian system, there are inefficiencies with PLN, and less of a tendency to sort of say, okay, the reality is PLN is there, they essentially have a quasi-monopoly on transmission and distribution. How can we work with a PLN, and how can we work with the government to basically put PLN in a better position to carry out, with other parties, what is the stated government objective? So for me, what tends to happen is, and maybe it's because I'm old school bank and I left the bank too long ago, but I don't find this to be the case, is that the tendency in terms of dealing in this area is to say, on the one hand, we need private capital, private sector, ignoring the fact that a significant amount comes from the public sector. And then when we talk about state-owned enterprises, it's always about improving their efficiency. We can't wait to reform state-owned enterprise and improve it when it comes to climate. So how can we effectively deal with these, I know it's been suboptimals, less than perfectly efficient institutions to improve their capacity to deliver? And that is why I think in some ways it requires kind of a change in approach. My last point I just want to say, it's always interesting to me. I've done this presentation over a number of years now, including recently at the IMF. I've actually done this previously at the World Bank. And the reaction I normally get is the following: oh, that's interesting, I never realized that. And then silence. And then we go back to, oh, how can we catalyze the private sector? So.
Maria, do you have anything to add?
I just wanted to say, probably just to end, an answer to you, Martin. We have moved constantly away from the Washington consensus and really consider ownership, governance, regulation, and all the big ingredients as a kind of means rather than the ultimate objective of reform. Ultimately, what we want is increasing performance. What we examine with you also in the Latin America report is whether, ultimately through whichever means, public, private partnership, utilities have been able to enhance access to reliable and affordable power for our. In the area of the energy transition, unfortunately, the reality here, I have to agree with all of the panelists, is that we find in most of the country, they are the key of taker. So even assuming that we would like, ideally, to attract private sector, we need to reduce the credit risk. That is really one of the key components that is risking delaying and derailing, in some cases, the energy transition. So we cannot ignore that reality. Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Maria. I have my own views on that as well. If we have time, we can talk. So let's go back there. Any other questions so that I know? All right. All right. You guys are not hungry, are you? So let's go in the back. Then let's take the two ladies, and then we'll pass on your question. You're our chief economist, so you can get your answers anyway. So, please go ahead.
Thank you for everyone on the panel and everyone attending. My name is Olumide Arao. I'm a student at the Africa Business School here at UM6B. This is kind of a learning situation for myself and my team, because we were invited to present an idea that we wanted to solve the aspect of financing clean energy in emerging economies, using a fraction of diaspora remittances from countries that have huge remittances, and a mix with investment guys, the big guys. However, we had an issue with ESG. So while we're presenting at the Kellogg Morgan Stanley Challenge last month in New York, they asked us, what is the angle of ESG? How do we manage the corporate governance angle, mixing institutional investors and the diasporans? How do we manage it? That's been a challenge for us to answer. I really appreciate your thoughts on this. Thank you.
Okay, so a couple of questions for you, David. So the first one is, I was curious to see that certain utilities are actually able to access capital at a cost lower than the sovereign. So I was wondering who eats the delta, right? It would be interesting to know. And then secondly, there's a phenomenon that's emerging in many African countries with respect to unreliable supply of power because of the utilities being in a deteriorating situation, right? So you find that many of the larger institutions, the larger private sector institutions, which of course have a lower cost of capital just because of the strength of their balance sheet and so on, are opting to go off-grid, right, to build their own generation facilities, and it's becoming a big phenomenon, like in my own country, Kenya, Nigeria and South Africa as well. So that leads to the situation where the better customers, the cash-rich customers, are going off-grid, and this is having further impact on the cash position of the utilities, on their profitability, and particularly the ability to recover, because the grid also has certain fixed costs that, takes into account all consumers. And, there are also policy incentives for this because governments are curious, governments are keen, to see manufacturing taking place. They need to hire the young people and so on. What are your thoughts on the sort of policy contradictions in this regard? Thanks.
Right, last question. Back.
Thank you for the fascinating presentations. I have a question to each. Sorry for maybe the queue. One to Matthias. It's an easier one. It's again on just the empirical methodology, just a comment. Similar to kind of people are discussing here, right? You're comparing, if I understand correctly, is SOEs of certain countries with negative shocks to SOEs of countries without shocks. I wonder if they're also meaning, first, because you're thinking counter-cyclical, whether also look at the positive shocks. Secondly, is also compare SOEs of countries experience shocks versus private kind of comparable sectors with some comparable characteristics under shocks. So that's just general comments for the paper. And then for David, I know the report current stage perhaps is mirroring indicators and look at patterns, but I'm also curious whether you look at past experience. For instance, you mentioned there's a potential increase in terms of cost. How would that affect performance? I wonder if similar to the paper by Matthias, is there historical events that can be utilized to help us understand what's the real implication in the past to kind of help us understand the impact. For Maria, again, kind of based on today's discussion, I wonder, your data, are there any differentiation between projects that really, for instance, renewable invest by SOEs versus those by, PPP or with some primarily private sector investment in renewables? Are there any difference in terms of returns? In your large sample, I see it's a lot of studies, so curious if there are any difference. Finally, to Philip is, I just want to not necessarily, but I found it's an interesting debate. For a report we did at AIB, we actually look at how China, experienced with this baseline idea that SOEs are there to stay. After rounds of reforms, actually they are going perhaps somewhat backward. But at the same time, we try to look at the historical evidence. What we find is their power sector, the SOEs, has experienced liberalization and privatization. And that's kind of the baseline to start. It's not like they kept it as static as just one big SOE anymore, like what Indonesia is doing, right? So they have the horizontal, vertical. And we indeed tested some of those things that you mentioned. Okay, you check the performance of their leaders. Would that, yes, that has positive impact in terms of environment performance. But at the same time, multiple researchers, including we also look at ETS. It also has positive impact. So I think that, I know you're having, I think it's still a debate, but what I want to say is that SOEs also differ by country, differ over time. It's not static, and it's not just you have others looking at the CEO performance. Is the only way to move them. Your market instruments are also important. Okay, that's all. Thanks.
All right, let's see if we can have quick answers. Maybe we start with David, then we go to Matthias, and then Maria, and we close with Philip.
Okay, thanks very much. So I've written these down. I'll try and go through them efficiently. The first question on diaspora financing and ESG, I mean, it's a very interesting point. I don't know offhand what is sort of the magnitude of diaspora financing and how does it compare to the need of clean investment needs, but if it's a viable source of low-cost capital, I can't imagine utilities wanting to turn it away. What I will say is on ESG, we actually had an event on this with many of our client utilities a couple of months ago, where many of our utilities are actively doing things that would be very good targets for sustainability-linked financing, ESG, but they don't know of the options that are available to them, and they don't know of the requirements that they need to meet to be able to actually qualify for these things. I think one role that we as the bank and other institutions have is to work with our utilities and help them explore and understand this landscape better and look beyond the conventional sources of financing. Caroline, the concessional financing delta. So what we did is we estimated what sort of the sovereign rate would be in capital markets if they were to issue a bond. So I think what that's showing is that a lot of these utilities and the sovereigns are benefiting from concessional capital from the World Bank and other institutions, which is obviously is important. I think one thing that's also important is that many of them are potentially in for a rude awakening as they scale up their share of private capital and suddenly they realize, hang on, the rates aren't quite so concessional in the real world. Your point on grid defection is a really interesting one. I think we're seeing in many countries, Kenya is a great example, South Africa is another one. People are kind of getting sick of the utility and saying, look, I'll just go over here instead. I think in principle that's fine, right? We don't want to prop up inefficient utilities if there are better options available. I think there are a couple of caveats. One is that in many cases, customers who do that, they don't fully disconnect from the grid. They still keep also a grid connection, which they want as a backup when they need a bit more power or when their own system isn't working. And it's really important that regulators and tariff systems price in that availability so that they're not just paying for consumption, but they're also paying for the option of having consumption when they want it. And this is beginning to increase in our client countries, but it's not uniform. We have to help them work on those kind of systems. I think in general as well, this is a bit more of an abstract question perhaps, but I think there are simply network benefits from having an interconnected grid that aren't realized if you have a lot of islands and isolated systems as well. So that's another point. Then the question on past data on the transition, what is the past data telling us? I think we looked into this. It's just that in many of our client countries or many of our utilities, there really hasn't been that much progress yet. So the share of utilities that generate more than 10% of their power from variable renewables is still very low across our client countries. So it's hard to say systematically this has been the effect, this is not. I would, of course, love for you to download our data set and see if you want to investigate that question yourself further. I'd love to talk about that. So let me stop
there. Thanks, Yue, for the question. I think it's both. I mean, both ideas are quite good. In our data, I mean, you got it right. What we compare our countries with negative macro shock versus countries that don't suffer from the shock and those SOEs. So we don't have, clearly there was a question at the beginning whether the other countries were having a positive shock or not. We didn't. And in the period that we have a coverage, the data, we don't have any case of, some of like exogenous positive shock of that magnitude that will help us, if I understood your point correctly. But something to consider as we expand the database, not just only on countries, but on time, maybe we can capture some of those shocks. The issue of comparability, comparing with like private companies, we have another paper in the making that looks at, not at shocks per se, but comparing SOEs with private companies on the infrastructure sector, so that, I mean, it's tricky, the comparison there, so we need to work quite a bit to make sure that they are apples to apples on that. And we took advantage of this database that was built for like fiscal risk, so we have a very detailed information on this government support to the SOEs. One could assume that private companies have no support from the government, but we need to really check that and confirm, which requires like doing a lot of like primary data collection. So it's something that we are considering to whether we expand in that way or not. So we'll let you know if we go.
Very shortly, to answer your question, at this point we were really aggregating, we collected data at a very granular level, at the project level, but we really aggregated in order to place each country and technology within the kind of quadrant. That could be fascinating work for next. But we also, for the next steps, but we also see that sometimes, I fully agree with you, the definition of SOEs, it varies completely from country to country, and there is also another very interesting phenomenon of those SOEs abroad. Sometimes you have SOEs, say, there is also debatable in my own country, some people see NL as an SOEs. In some cases, they consider already private sector because it is controlled, but only minority by the state. But SOEs abroad have been very successful and have been actually bringing quite a lot of benefit. But I'm happy to discuss with you later on. Thank you.
I won't say briefly, because a lot of time when I say briefly it means I go even longer. So on the China point, countries obviously are very different, SOEs are very different. And China in some ways presents, I think, a situation that's very different from other ones. There was an interesting, massive system where there was unbundling, but not only just vertical unbundling, but it created horizontal competition. So in some ways, China's domestic power system is very interesting because you have a competition. I was actually working at the IEA when China and the US announced that China was going to have their ETS system in power, I think it was, 2015. It has taken a long time to get off the ground. I think one reason is because you're trying to impose that on state-owned enterprises. And also you're imposing that on companies don't have a culture of trading. So what was interesting in the Chinese ETS system is you've ended up with it being more a compliance tool, a very effective compliance tool with very limited amounts of trading. In other words, it provides a way to sort of reduce, to create emissions targets across a variety of horizontal, not competitors, but horizontal companies without acting like you're targeting one. Having said that, I think what's been interesting, and I say this, I no longer work at the bank, so there's some things that I say, maybe they're a little less politic and the like, but what's been interesting to sort of see, if you look at it from the development framework, is there's a tendency now to see China is moving from developing to something else or developed. So what does that leave behind in terms of the focus, in terms of development? India, Indonesia, Egypt, Brazil, countries like that are much smaller systems than China, in which you tend to have a dominant power utility. And the question becomes, how can you incentivize that utility? Interestingly enough, in Mexico, there is a carbon tax. I'm not sure how effective it is in incentivizing the company. And I will say, you talked about Uruguay. The fact of the matter is, Uruguay made a big push in terms of renewables, one driven by the fact that they were exposed to high gas prices and the like, so where you have convergence of sectoral goals and what you want, the power utility and decarbonization. That's the most powerful tool. But the other thing that happened in Uruguay is they changed the head of UTE. And they brought in somebody who was more creative in terms of figuring out ways to sort of absorb higher amounts of capacity. One of the big points is that structurally, state-owned enterprises tend to be, big investors tend to be traditionalists. And the renewables area often tends to require a little more innovation. So this goes to the point about culture and the like. What you want to do, I guess the first presentation, you want to sort of change the culture, help SOEs and their management become more creative, become more innovative, because that's what the clean energy transition requires. But not doing it in a punitive way. I think trying to do it more in a constructive, supportive way.
Right. Please join me in thanking our panel. And Erin, I don't know if you have any last-minute announcements. Thanks a lot, everyone.
All right, thank you, everyone. Okay, so quick update on our schedule. We'll go ahead and break for lunch now, so you can head back to the restaurant where we were yesterday. At 1:30, you can come back and you have another choice of which session you'll take. So if you want gender inclusive PPPs, please come here. And if you are looking for Jeff Delman's session on PPPs, you'll go to Leon down the hall. Okay? Enjoy lunch, everyone. Partnerships. So I'll turn it over to our moderator, Astrid Manroth, head of the Global Infrastructure Facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron, and welcome back after lunch and on a Friday afternoon. Thank you for still being with us. It's been 2 very intense and fascinating days. So we'll reserve one of the best topics for last. So this is Infra4dev, right? And how can we talk about development without paying due attention to half of the world's population, i.e. women? So welcome to this session about integrating gender consideration in public-private partnerships. I'll kick us off with a couple of thoughts, and then we have a very high-powered panel. I'm looking forward to a great discussion. So yeah, again, how can we talk infrastructure without gender considerations? We know that access to infrastructure improves lives, whether it's better water and sanitation services, because it reduces then the time that women have to spend walking to fetch water, which gives them more time for education and economic pursuits. Or in transport, we know that women have more complex mobility patterns and also often security concerns, so that they are disproportionately impacted by the availability of transport and the security of transport. And at the same time, we have sufficient research which still shows that there is quite a difference in access to infrastructure, particularly for women and girls. And why does it make sense to have this discussion in the context of public-private partnerships, or when we talk about private participation in infrastructure? Well, it's very simple. Actually, giving access to the entire part of the population improves your project economics. It increases demand, it increases your income. So it makes good economic sense to give this further consideration. And we will do so, as I mentioned, with a very high-powered panel. To kick us off, I will have a couple of questions to Matthew Jordan-Tank, who is actually from the EBRD, the Director of Project Preparation and Sustainable Finance. And EBRD has a long-standing experience in PPPs, obviously, and has also ventured into the areas of gender mainstreaming within PPPs. And then we will have Luciana Silva, who actually is the co-author of the PPIF-GIF Gender Toolkit, give us an overview of what the toolkit entails. And then we will have the opportunity to discuss this further with a representative from the Indonesia Infrastructure Finance Fund, the CEO, Mr. Park Rinaldi. Thank you for being with us, as well as Atia Bilkateria, who's from MIGA and is leading the gender work there. And of course, everybody else who's on the panel already. So off we go. Matthew, let me start with you. EBRD has a long-standing history in PPPs, as we already mentioned, and in that context, you also consider gender considerations. So maybe if we do this top-down, what roles can MDBs really play in advancing this agenda of gender equality in infrastructure? Do we have to? Okay.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Astrid, and again to the organizers. I think it's excellent that we do this session. It's a hugely important topic, as you highlighted. Without considering this, you're really missing at least half of your user base, of the people who benefit from infrastructure. Let me maybe just start off. I think it'd be helpful to understand a little bit EBRD's journey on this, and then how we've mainstreamed this into project preparation and indeed downstream investment. Probably around 6 or 7 years ago, we realized that we needed to pay a lot more attention to this, and an explicit approach was developed. To begin with, forming a team. I mean, it took a real real orientation towards this subject. So a gender and economic inclusion team was formed at EBRD around 2017-18. It came together, and as a result of that, just to give you the big picture, gender and economic inclusion became one of 3 focus areas for the bank, and it's what we call our rolling 5-year strategic capital framework. So that gives you some indication. That's alongside green and digital. So green, digital, and inclusion. Gender being the anchor point of that. So that team really helped provide the operational ability to start to really do something and mainstream in this area. Targets, I think, in our view, we took the view, and this is something we could debate perhaps, we took the view that actually having explicit targets of the percentage of projects that are gender-focused, gender-tagged, they have a real element of inside the project design and implementation. We thought that that made a lot of sense for EBRD, and it is essentially 50% of all projects. It's been ramping up. We started at about 25%, and every year it increases. We're on the cusp of approving another strategic capital framework, and I'm sure it'll go higher. So we're in the midst of those discussions. I think in terms of project preparation, what it means, of course, is that you, at the very beginning, you are talking to your client, whether it's a public sector client or a private sector client, about the importance of this issue. And it is hugely important, which if we have time, I hope we will, I can give you some examples of why this was so impactful and what changes it's actually, we've been able to achieve with this. So, yeah, it's something that's embedded. I should say, just to give you parameters around this, EBRD does about 100 project signings across energy, transport, and cities per year. It's a 200-person effort in the frontline banking team. That gender and economic inclusion team is about 60 to 70 people now. And it's outside of the frontline banking. It's in a central department because they also work for financial, the FI sector, the finance sector, financial institutions, as well as manufacturing. But infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure is one of our big pillars, and so that gives you an indication. It's a serious, big effort, and we've put a lot into it, and it's paying off in a big way.
That sounds very encouraging, and the World Bank, who's hosting us here today, is also in the process of updating their gender strategy, actually, in the second phase. And I think there are so many opportunities also from kind of moving from a safeguards approach, right, from just doing compliance on social aspects to really making this integrated economic and equality approach, as you're saying. So as we zoom in a little bit more into the private participation, what does it really take to get the private sector to also embrace gender mainstreaming, and what has been EBRD's experience in this journey so far?
Okay. Yeah, well, I think firstly, they recognize, if you think of it just from the basic project economics, they recognize that any type of project that has users, that have customers, you need to make sure that they feel, it has to be something that's available. The access is super important. It needs to be designed so that people are comfortable and feel safe. And that, effectively that's a direct bottom line consideration for revenue generation. So that's something that, the private sector and of course any public sector of the same nature would think about. And I think, let me give you an example. One of our PPPs in Egypt is in the transport sector, in the logistics sector. And a key component of that is the Egyptian National Railway Company, ENR. They essentially transport the freight, all of the goods that come in and out of the dry port. They are also responsible for, so that's a public company, an SOE. They're also responsible for passenger transport. They do all of the intercity transport in Egypt, as well as local passenger services. Now, the ENR, when we started to engage with them, we started to look at this, and the team, the gender team, the infrastructure team, we started to have these conversations with the senior management in the ENR, and did a survey, and it came out that 99%, and I'm not exaggerating, from that survey of women surveyed said that they had experienced being accosted in public transport, on trains, essentially sexual harassment. And this was something that, is something that really, it wasn't in the consciousness of senior decision makers, and it became very much in front of them as we had that dialogue. As a result of that, there was a sort of action plan that came out of that. One was that ENR in a subsequent loan that we did with them for fleet renewal, we improved the lighting around stations, the lighting inside of carriages. We improved the security personnel. I mean, these sound very basic things, but until it becomes a conscious thing, you don't necessarily do it. There was a whole public awareness campaign that was done in Egypt, including with, just on all of the sort of public transport. A hotline was set up. An app was created, which is widely used by Egyptian women now, which can pinpoint where exactly something is happening to them on the line at the exact time, the spatial coordinates. And finally, a sexual harassment committee was set up to, essentially, again, stay on top of this issue. And I think that was all, done with this company, which is hugely important in Egypt. And it was one of our sort of big examples, and we continue. I think one last thing I would say on this is you have to think of this as more than a one-off thing. And that was the beauty of being able to work with that client, and they work with the PPP. They also work in public sector delivery. We have repeated sort of operations with them, repeated loans and lending, and that created the leverage to have this longer-term dialogue, and it's really, I think, improved the situation from where it was.
Great, that's a fascinating example, and of course also shows what the MDBs can do. And as you say, it all starts with building the capacity and the awareness of the contracting agencies to actually factor this into PPP preparation. Do you maybe have another example for us, maybe a PPP that's already built where women are benefiting from the economic opportunities? I realize there's not a wealth of examples out there yet, but just testing the waters.
I'm actually, Esther, if you'll allow me, I'd like to talk about one of our sub-sovereign direct, so it's commercial financing, but directly to the public transport bus company in Tbilisi in Georgia. So in a way, I was speaking of this yesterday a little bit. It's very decentralized sub-sovereign lending. It's municipal model. And that bus company, the objective of the lending was fleet renewal. So we were going from the old diesel buses to CNG, and now we're doing electric buses. This is over the course of 6 or 7 years. So it's one of our Green City projects. What we realized was, in that case, and this was, you can extrapolate this all across sort of the Caucasus and Central Asia, there were actually legal impediments in the labor law that did not allow women to be bus drivers or train drivers, okay, conductors. And that came out of actually came out of sort of Soviet law that was just transposed into the new countries after the fall of the Soviet Union. So that was the first thing. We realized, okay, we need to work on just the basic legal change. And so it goes through Parliament, that whole procedure. What we ended up doing was, then creating consciousness with the senior management. Part of what we think could happen here, and if you agree, and we were very, we put our best arguments forward, the gender team, the bankers. It'd be great if women could drive these buses, because frankly, it's a big employment opportunity. These are good jobs. This is a high responsibility. And so after a really big training program, 25 of the bus drivers now in Tbilisi today are women. And it's just one small example, but we've done this several times across places like Kazakhstan, et cetera. And it's been, it's excellent. I mean, you speak to the women we've got on our website, which I can direct you to. I mean, they're just incredible enthusiasm, the opportunity that they have, that's just a breakthrough, expanding their economic opportunities, and that's kind of the approach we take. So it's both on sort of, making it a service that women would want to use on the one hand, and then making economic opportunities open up for women on the other hand within our project company. So
wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you for those examples. So we can see that it can be done, and how it can be done in a mainstreaming way will now be explained to us by Luciana Silva, who is actually, as I mentioned, the co-author of the Gender Toolkit by PPIF and GIF. So Luciana, please, over to you, enlighten us.
Okay, good. Is the presentation on? Okay. So, see. Anyways, I'll start. Before, I don't know. Here is it. So I don't know how many of you know PIAF. It's an opportunity since it's going to be recorded as well. I think many of people here in the room knows it. But PIAF is a trust fund inside the bank that helps private sector investment in infrastructure projects across the globe and capacity building regarding PPPs. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say PIAF has been live for 25 years now, and I don't think it's an exaggeration to say that any PPP unit law across the globe, or at least in developing economies, had some input from PIAF. So, and of course, we are interested in gender when this also became a priority for our donors more and more in the international scenario. So PIAF, which is normally very innovative and takes forefront in a lot of topics regarding PPPs that identify that clients are struggling with. So we took this as an opportunity to move this agenda forward, and that's what I'm going to present it to you today. So why having gender responsibility PPPs? I think a lot was already alluded, and it's very simple. It's 50% of your demand. If your projects depend on the revenue and your demand, why not cater for 50% of your demand properly? From the case studies that we have seen, we understand that the cost there's not many cost implications. Of course, there are implications, but overall, with the cost of the project, they're not significant. And the impact it can have in demand and also on the revenues of the project are really significant. So it's a very simple justification of why, but unfortunately, I still have to make it because oftentimes people are like, why are you requiring gender? You know, we already have requirements for climate and now gender, so don't make my life complicated. It's not making it complicated. It's financially and economically a really important point that you should consider moving forward. So we're doing GIF and PIAF, which Astrid, he is the head of GIF. It's another trust fund in the bank that also provides supports for infrastructure development with private sector. We had taken a journey since 2019. We developed first the gender primer to understand what was out there, what was the rationale for including gender, and it was really well received. It was done with IFC at the time. But people were asking, okay, it's really, I buy into the argument and I see how important it is, but I don't know how to incorporate, which Matthew was alluding to a little bit, you know, how we do it. Okay, I want to do it, but I don't know how. So then we went forward and we interviewed 18 investors that are in the field of infrastructure, infrastructure banks investment banks and infrastructure funds to understand why or why not they were looking into gender. Basically, they don't have the data and they don't have the metrics to do so. They would like to do more, but they don't quite understand why gender is an issue that they should be looking at. They still have this view, which many people working in infrastructure still do, which is that infrastructure is gender neutral, which it is not. The use and the needs of women are extremely different from men, especially in transport or water. So you should cater for that if you wanted to capture all the demand you can for your project. But unfortunately, private investors, they do not have this understanding and don't have the metrics, and they look for us as things like, can you give me the metrics so I can use it? I will be happy to. There's money available for that. But we don't have yet a way of measuring these risks, identifying these risks, and then incorporate it in our assessment. We also look into case studies, and as Astrid mentioned, there are not a wealth examples, a number of examples out there on PPPs. What we found is that there was a lot of some gender incorporated in the form of a consultation, but then it was not transferred to the project design, or some very minor, some publicity or communications, but didn't lead to actually measures in the project that were later monitored, so they have actual results. So we found actually 4 cases in total that had a really good, robust measures that went to the project design, implementation, and they're monitored that we can showcase. After that, with that base of knowledge, we decided to do the toolkit, because even with all that we had, and whenever PIAF would receive applications from the World Bank Group of projects for infrastructure, we would go back to them and say, yes, but you need to look into gender. Now, how this project is gonna, help women, or like at least reduce the gender gaps, or improve, the needs or the assessment of women, many TTLs in the bank would ask, say, okay, but can you help me how to do it? So we moved to do the gender toolkit, which I'm gonna just go a little bit more in depth now. The gender toolkit, since it was designed having practitioners in mind, it was structured around the the PP project cycle. So, and it was meant to be used at the stage of a project that you are. It was not meant to use from cover to cover. So if you're identifying projects, what resources or questions you should ask. If you're that transaction, what clauses maybe you should be including in your contract. So it is a very comprehensive tool, but what we're gonna do with that, we're gonna transform it. Now it's in a PDF form, we're gonna transform it to a web-based tool, because this market is evolving so fast, luckily, that we want to incorporate every tool that is out there, and it becomes a resource for everyone looking for resource in this space. So we can update as the market goes and evolves, without having, to have this PDF now and then 10 years from now we do another one with the update, which I don't think that's the smartest way of using our resources as well. So on module 1, we have identification and screening. A lot of people think that there's nothing to do on gender here, but actually, it is one of the most important parts that you could include gender, and the most cost-effective, basically because it doesn't cost much. You just need to ask the right questions at identification. So, I mean, ideally, and we know that many of our client countries unfortunately do not follow the procedures, but ideally, you should have a project sheet with all the information of the projects from each line ministry that then goes to Ministry of Finance or Planning, depends on the country, and then they prioritize the projects and decide, and after that decide which will be PPPs and which are gonna be public. But assuming that they follow the procedures, on that project sheet, that should also have some questions for gender. Are the projects that you're looking at impacting the same way men and women? Have you looked at the needs of women for that project? And then later on, once you're prioritizing, screening and prioritizing your project, once you look at the value for money of that project and decide that goes as a PPP, then while prioritizing, you should look at, okay, this city has an urban mobility system. It's not perfect. It does not, cater perfectly for women or for the entire population. But we don't have a water treatment plant, which means that women need to walk 5 kilometers to get the water. So on that, if you take women into consideration, it's quite clear which projects you should take while, making this decision prioritization, which is already very complicated and complex with the limited resources. But having a gender can help you to make a better decision that will have a really high impact economic in your society. Then you go to appraisal and structuring, and you move a little bit further. You strengthen, all the assessment that you do. Nowadays, we do environmental and social assessments, which could be used as a base for the gender action plan later. You should do a sensitive analysis to understand on the perspective of the user how they use that infrastructure, what is missing, what they would like to have. And then you do a gender infrastructure gap. Are there any blockages for access to that infrastructure? Are there anything more concrete and objective that you should make adjustments in your project design that later we will allow everyone to use it equally, have the same experience on the infrastructure? So moving forward, then you go to transaction. That's where you consolidate all that you have identified on the appraisal phase on the contracts. Everything that you identified on the gender action plan, or the actions that could be included, then it's time in the design of the project, it's time for you to put them in the contract, and there's very clear clauses and KPIs, so later they can be monitored and they can be actually effectively implemented. Unfortunately, many projects that we stopped at this analysis, understanding that, for example, for transportation, women do not use public transportation at the same time as men. Normally, men go to work at earlier hours, mostly women across the globe, before the workforce is still more male than female. They stay at home to take care of the kids, or even if they work, they still need to take the kid to the doctor, to the school, take care of their parents. So the time that they use transportation is extremely different because they multitask so much the cost of waiting is higher for women than it is for men. So for them, then it becomes really important, the frequency of the buses, for example, more than for men. Women is for us, as Matthew already mentioned in the project of Egypt. So also how you make women not be afraid of having to go, not having the limitation of riding until it's light out there, that at night you need to be already at home. So all these constraints, if transportation or infrastructure is not well designed, women need to bear, need to adapt, their lives around the infrastructure, which is not nice. So having a contract that literally is gonna look, even for the subcontractors, if gender violence are gonna occur or not, how you mitigate for that, what are the grievance mechanisms that are gonna input. So one example that we have, which is really, really nice from the bank, is on the Quito Metro. They have done beyond having a really robust grievance mechanism. They also have people on the ground asking women how they are feeling about that transportation, because a lot of women also do not feel comfortable using the mechanisms that are out there. They don't trust the mechanism. So having someone on the ground also checking if they are not reporting because it hasn't occurred, or if they're not reporting because they not trust the system, proved to be extremely valuable, and they have diminished the complaints or the fear of women to use the metro by almost zero. Everyone is really pleased. The other thing that the Quito Metro did on transaction that is a good example on the contracting itself is that they had put that 20 on the bidding documents, 20% of every area of the Quito Metro company should be women. And actually they got to 50%, including management. For that, for hiring anyone in the Quito Metro system, they couldn't see if there were women or men. It was only based on qualification. So it removed based on prejudice that was for women. Now there are women riding the train, so it's really, really nice. If you have the opportunity, look, there's a lot of information online about it. So contract management, again, in the ideal world, that our clients really know how to have a really good, robust capacity for do contract management. And we know this is a major issue that we're having right now and helping our clients to overcome. But once you're setting up, or once anyone here from the bank is doing a training on contract management, please consider also including gender in your training. Because the contract management team needs to understand those KPIs in the contract, why they're important, and the impact economic and financially in the contract, so they can manage that and monitor that. Also, if there is a contract renegotiation, which are so common in PPPs, how that doesn't fall off of the contract, So all this is really important for us to act conjunctly and to make sure that this understanding throughout gender is throughout the project cycle. Also, the institution is part of that. Finally, transparency and auditing. Again, there is one issue with transparency and audits and PPPs as a general, as you all practitioners here know. Normally, the auditing course, they do not quite understand the PPP contract. They are very used to the input-based model from a public contract, not an output-based as a PPPs. But on top of that, again, while we're explaining to them, creating this knowledge about how the PPP contract is, we also need to raise the understanding about the gender KPIs. Because in the end, they're the ones that are gonna check for the government if that was met satisfactorily. If the public good that is out there is actually delivering for all the society. So they need to understand that to later also get lessons learned, for example. What worked in that contract? What did not work? For the following contract on PPPs, we have better clauses for gender. So with that, it's just a very brief introduction of the gender toolkit. I don't want to, bore you a little bit, but I'm really passionate about the topic, so I could be speaking here. But now we're going to have a panel to discuss it a little bit more, the topics.
Thank you so much, Luciana. And before we have another panel conversation, are there any burning questions for Luciana on the content of the toolkit, which she so ably presented?
It's really interesting. I just have sorry, it's a naive question, but what in all this agenda makes it specific to PPPs? Why is it not the toolkit that is applied to any project? Is it because it's a contract base, so it's easier to enforce some of these things, or? I know the
No,
bank also has gender guidelines on project generally,
Yes.
and
Yes.
what's specific and different with PPPs?
With PPs is the involvement with the private sector. It's much easier for you to induce gender in a public project. I might talk about that later on the panel, but financiers have an extremely important role to play right now because they can require whatever they want in a project. For us MGBs, we have our requirements and we bring them to the government so the project becomes gender enforced. For PPPs, not necessarily. We might be an investor, as IFC Investment could invest on the project, but most likely we're not there. So we need to also kind of educate or bring everyone into the conversation, especially financiers, because they have this power of saying, I only put money on this if you also look into gender. How they do now on climate, for example, that's where we wanted to advance. But more selfishly on our side is because PIAF does mostly PPPs, and that was a request for PPP projects. There are more out there on public, but we needed to focus on that for contractors also to understand what they could be doing, how they could manage their contracts. So it was mostly focused on the different stakeholders that are not normally encompassed for public developed projects.
Sorry, and if I step out of my moderator role for 1 minute also to add an aspect on that one, because I think as we are looking to closing the infrastructure finance gap through the public and the private sector, because the public sector can't do it alone, in a way what we prepare with public sector support needs to then also correspond to the private sector investment criteria. And given that there is a growing universe of sustainable finance, impact finance, ESG considerations on the private sector side, also driven by sustainable finance regulation in places like the EU and others, it's an opportunity also to mainstream these considerations upstream in project preparation and transaction advisory to tap into this growing pool of sustainable finance capital. So I think that's another aspect in this. So let's continue the conversation in the panel. Thank you so much, Luciana. And I think we have a great speaker also to Stefan's question, actually from Indonesia. Let me welcome Mr. Pak Rinaldi, the CEO of the Indonesia Infrastructure Finance. Please speak to us, first of all, what is IIF and what it is constituted of? And then you have some very interesting experiences in gender screening as part of your sustainable investment strategy. So please take us on the journey that IIF has been going through.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you for inviting IIF to this event. Who we are. So basically, IIF is Indonesian Infrastructure Finance. We are an institution that is basically financing infrastructure-only projects in Indonesia in a sustainable way. So basically, how I usually convey what we do in a nutshell is we're spreading the gospel on ESG financing in Indonesia. To keep it simple. So yes, that's what we do. 30% of IIF is owned by the Ministry of Finance through PTSMI, and the remaining 70% are basically almost evenly owned by IFC, ADB, DEG, and also one commercial bank, which is SMBC. So basically, that is the purpose of, at that time, the Ministry of Finance to set up an institution to finance infrastructure projects in Indonesia in a sustainable way and pushing the private sector to participate. So as a catalyst and enabler. So going back to your questions, IIF with PPIF has a good collaboration. Basically, we have set up, quote unquote, 2 tools. One is our social environmental responsiveness tool, and then the other one is the quantitative tools. Basically, these 2 tools act separately on each phase of the projects. One is on the initial part, the responsiveness. Basically, it has 3 parameters. First, we're doing the pre-assessment of the projects, and then we're doing the social environmental due diligence on that. And then after that, we have what we call the corrective action plan. And then when the project is already operational, we have what we call the quantitative tool, basically measuring the EIRR and also the opportunities for projects that engage in ESG. Especially on the gender, with this structure, we are able to, quote unquote, make sure that job opportunities for women are there for the projects that we are financing. Even though I'm reminded that gender equality doesn't mean only for women. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and that's a fair reminder, of course, in this conversation. What are some of the unexpected lessons or insights that you have gathered in the process of your gender screening approach?
Okay, let me try to answer this question from someone or an institution that is really on the ground, if I may say so. So I believe in Indonesia, gender inequality is not there. I mean, we are very much open opportunities for men and women to participate in any projects or any events that are available. If I can give you an example, prior to IIF, I was in the management of the Indonesian SOE in toll roads. We built toll roads. We subcontract this project to construction companies. These construction companies, if I can understand, does not, I mean, quote unquote, pick and choose between who are the engineers, it has to be men or women. But if there is an imbalance between men and women in let's say, construction companies or projects, it has to do with, I don't know, maybe I could say Asian or, I don't know, a way of that. When women what do you call that? Join universities, take their majors. Very seldom that they want to take civil engineering. That they want, mainly the women would want to be doctors, nurses, lawyers, economists. That's the profile. It's not that your parent asks you to be there or this, no. So because of that, the numbers of civil engineers are women civil engineers, women mechanical engineers are relatively smaller to men. So in that case, if you see, oh, okay, a construction company building a toll road, they have minimum number of women engineers. It's not that because of that pick and choose. I think it has to do with some, I don't know, not traditional, but the way of thinking. But it is getting better and better now. Opportunities are there. Because like I could talk clearly, like in toll roads, you pave the asphalt at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and you have to oversee all these engineers and things like that. So that's if there is an imbalance of gender in that field, I could say it's not because of the quote-unquote pick and choose or not opportunity given. Hopefully that answers your questions. Thank you.
Partially, yes, because that's the construction phase, but then you also have the operation phase, right, where maybe women
again,
use
on
and benefit differently. Maybe you have a perspective on that as well?
Yeah, but right now, we could see like, I'm involved also on the universities on where I was an alumni. The intakes on civil engineering participation are getting bigger also. So I think that's where. But in terms of the toolkits and everything, it is very much prepared for us to make sure that this opportunity is open, and we can also monitor the projects that we are financing are doing their part to make sure that, or maybe the comments that earlier mentioned regarding harassment, things like that, are properly documented on their employment or their, what do you call, the HR employment status. Yeah. Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
And also we understand that Indonesia is in, or you are in the process of trying to raise a sustainable finance fund, right? So can you maybe also speak to the benefits of having a toolkit like the gender toolkit that was developed with PPIF and GIF to screen or identify the right projects to invest in? Do you see benefits
Yes,
in
definitely.
doing so?
Definitely. So yes, we are right now moving ahead of not just being a financial institution, financing, giving loans, but we are also trying to move earlier, giving an opportunity to invest in direct investment. So that's where we are setting up the Sustainable Infrastructure Fund, which initially is an equity fund. And again, with the toolkits that we have prepared jointly, collaboration between World Bank, we would like to thank you also for that with the PPIAF, that all of this toolkit will be able to screen projects that we want to finance. First of all, it has to be a sustainable-based infrastructure projects. That's the first criteria. And secondly, is also, again, to maintain a balanced gender exposure with all the tools that I've mentioned earlier. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and very interesting experience from Indonesia on the approach and the journey. So we look forward to following your experience.
Thank you.
Attia, let me turn to you. You are at MIGA leading the gender work, but you're also a member of the World Bank Group's new gender strategy development team. So I have a wealth of experience. Maybe talk to us a little bit about the specific strategies that MIGA has used to ensure that gender considerations are integrated into particularly PPP projects, if you could.
Sure, thank you so much, and thanks for the invite. I think, as Luciana mentioned, there's not a wealth of PPP projects to cite as examples. However, MIGA does have a long history of also working on PPP projects. I think maybe the best way to explain the journey for MIGA on gender has been historically around gender anchored in the environmental and social frameworks, or our sustainability approach has been mentioned here, and that's how basically the integration of gender commenced. So it was really looking at the gender risks related to the projects that we guarantee. But I think it's evolved a lot within the last 3-4 years. What we've been able to do is tease out gender in the sense that it's been elevated to along with across the World Bank Group being a strategic priority for the organization. And what that means that along with climate change, focus on IDA countries, focus on FCS context as well, gender is one of the 4 core priority areas for MIGA. As part of the World Bank Group, for the first time in the 36-year history of MIGA, we're actually co-authoring, co-developing the World Bank Group gender strategy, which will aim to end gender-based violence while elevating human capital, also expand economic opportunities for women, and have a focus specifically also on women as leaders. I think what I've seen based on some projects that I've worked on and the teams looked at, we do have a great example of a PPP, which I think maybe was mentioned yesterday. Well, there's 2 of them actually. One was mentioned yesterday afternoon, and that was in Cameroon, a major hydro, and that involved obviously the bank, IFC, and MIGA. And what's important there is that gender was integrated obviously from the perspective of environment and social again. However, it looked at the gender-related risk through gender-based violence and what could be put in place in terms of provision of services for survivors, which I think is important because it speaks to the need for not only having mechanisms in place for prevention, but also for response. And at times, these are not considerations that are actually thought about until you have an incident on a project. The other aspects of integrating gender in PPPs is also looking at it from the perspective of what can be done for employees and providing greater access and opportunities for diversifying your employee and talent pool. And hopefully also putting in place measures to be able to provide upward mobility for some of those employees, because we not just want to attract and retain a diverse staff, but we want also to give opportunities to get into leadership and management positions. I think the last part is just also focusing in on the communities, right? At the end of the day, the goal is to have strong development impact is to reduce poverty and also to support our governments to be able to evolve in that respect. And so looking and addressing the challenges at the community level is also important. So I think these are some of the areas to look at in PPPs. However, I think Luciana mentioned a lot of what the process is from a methodological perspective. We go forward in screening our projects to look at what are the potential contextual risks in the sector, in the country, and then we move forward to identifying in a collaborative manner by working with the private sector client, what are realistic and feasible actions that can be undertaken on that project. And lastly, we also consider all the elements around measuring and monitoring and evaluation of that project, and so looking at indicators and trying to ensure as well that these are in place as part of the project design and implementation. What's important to note is that given that we work globally, we also work specifically with FCS countries that do need extra support. Clients that are going into these emerging markets may require further capacity building. So how best can we support them in actually putting in place some of these actions that will have, some tangible results? Because you talked about better outcomes. Luciana talked about better outcomes, and that's obviously the goal here. So there's also an element of provision of support through technical assistance for clients going into private sector projects in conflict and fragile context.
Thank you so much for that extremely rich perspective. So being at the forefront of this work, what are some of the key challenges that you see to mainstreaming gender? You already touched upon capacity building, but maybe there are additional aspects that we have to consider as we all together try to mainstream gender considerations in infrastructure and PPPs.
Sure, I think just if we talk about MIGA's unique business model, right? We're not a financier, so we're not going in and providing financing in the investment. We're providing a guarantee, political risk insurance, or credit enhancement. So what does that mean? Concretely, how is political risk insurance being used to advance gender equality? So some of the challenges, and maybe what I would like to say is kind of the special sauce and putting together the ingredients, and you have to consider having the conversation with the private sector client around the business case, ensuring that they understand what would be the business case for them to actually add resources and take on activities that will consider how to narrow the gaps on gender for that specific project. The other is everything that we have to do has to have an evidence base. So we have to also consider what's the evidence base here in the research. We extremely lack in gender disaggregated data, so that's an important point to note here. How can we further support our clients to be in a position to collect that data, to be able to translate that data and tell a better story as to what some of the contributions that they're doing on the ground and what it's translating into for the communities and for the country that it's serving. I also think that there's an element also of partnerships. We need to understand that. Amiga is a very small part of the World Bank Group. It's probably one of the smallest agencies. We're probably under 200 people. So we really have a strong sense of partnering both internally within the World Bank Group, but also strategically externally with a lot of different partners. And actually, most recently, we were partnering with EBRD on and having them come and speak to us about the Gender Equality and Climate Action Tool, GECA, which is a practical tool that clients can also use to be able to better assess where they are in their gender and climate nexus journey. So I think that these types of partnerships are necessary because we obviously can't do it all. And I think if we move together, we'll be able to accomplish more. Luciana mentioned an important point around understanding the aspects of what the user needs in PPPs, what are some of the needs, and then what are some of the unmet demands. And I think this goes hand in hand to speak to exactly what we should all be considering when we're thinking about these projects.
Great, thank you very much. And maybe zooming into the last aspect in terms of what have you seen that really motivates the private sector to embrace gender mainstreaming from your experience to date?
I have to say that at the beginning, when we took gender out of having just conversations with clients around compliance and we started to have conversations with, on compliance and opportunities. The opportunity conversations were like, okay, well, fine, we want to understand more and why we're being asked, like Luciana said, to kind of look at gender from this perspective. And once you start having the conversations with the private sector around how addressing gender equality in a project will help them to enhance better project performance, will lead to increased profitability, will also support on just narrowing their other challenges that they may have around just raising their profile and reputation around being a good employer for some of the employees that are looking for private sector clients that have that mandate, that have that objective, that have that mission to want to advance gender equality. And there might also be potentially better financial terms and conditions that could be offered to them as well, as some investors out there are looking specifically for clients that are harnessing in this gender strategy, strategic priority as part of their journey. So I think these have been some of the conversations that we've had that actually has borne a lot of fruit for us. I think in the last 3 years we've been able to showcase that. We have some good examples on our website, but I can speak specifically to a few. We've been able to work with projects in Guinea-Conakry, Guinea-Bissau, Liberia, and Sierra Leone that have in the telecom sector that have been able to merge both a digital and financial inclusion element to them. So being able to support women to get greater access to mobility, but it's not just having the handset in your hand, but it's also to help to build digital literacy to be able to do something with that, right? So we want to be able to not only increase users' access to technology, but also to help them to translate that into other very strong opportunities for them to be in a position to maybe have income-generating activities. With respect to renewable energies, there's been a lot of work that we've done there as well. And some of it looks at both helping clients to put in place better gender strategies to see how, for example, a solar power project in Nigeria, to see how it can support, and it's in a pocket of fragility, to see how it can support attracting, retaining, and promotion of women in that solar power project, as well as trying to understand exactly what could be done in terms of increasing women's opportunities to be part of the supply chain for those household solar power projects. With respect to, we also have a port project. I mean, there's so many projects. We also have a port project here, actually, that we're working on currently in collaboration with with the IFC. And so here we've been able to work with them to try to ensure that there is an element of work being done around women as employees and leaders, and how best to support them in situations where there's more male traditional and dominated roles. So how do we help to break the glass ceiling there and get more women involved?
Wonderful.
I can go on and on about this because I'm very passionate about gender. But
no, and thank you also for bringing in other infrastructure sectors and also highlighting the opportunities of digital to make it, gender plus infrastructure plus, really, in terms of development impact. That's great. Luciana, coming back to you, as you mentioned, PF has already done a lot of work with many governments around the world on PPPs, but also in moving this agenda forward. But what does it really take to get the private sector fully on board? I mean, we've heard the business case is almost a no-brainer, but we're not quite there yet. So what does this mean? What do we have to do in terms of KPIs? How do we need to monitor this, and how governments can help in that process?
So there's a lot on your question to unpack, so I'll go little by little. So first on PF, I mean, PF, we sit in a very privileged position. Since we provide funds for bank and IFC to do PPPs, we put as a requirement. We started putting as on what we call a gender boilerplate, saying that for every grant you get, you need to put in the TORs for the consultant to look if there is any gender gap that it could address with the project, could reduce it. Firstly, no one liked it because in the bank, for those of you not familiar, in the bank, if you have a TOR for a project, it needs to be agreed with the government. That meant that conversation on that clause also had to be raised with the government. So that we started sparkling conversations and had actually good results out of it, even though it was just, please look into this, just give a consideration, a thought about it. But it gave good results. So for example, in Somalia for an ICT project, because this clause that was there in the TOR, they were doing a broadband connectivity project in Somalia, but they realized that women would not use it because they were illiterate. It's very simple, like no one thought about it. It's not providing the broadband, the internet, or the phones, having access to a phone. Is also, you need to read to be able to navigate. You need to have content that is in their local language. So the bank started working on a program for literacy for women so they could be connected and get the benefits of being connected in the internet, which is mind-blowing when you start thinking of the examples. When they come, it's like, you cannot believe, almost like that. We had examples on e-mobility where now that e-mobility is happening everywhere, we're using that also on the transport plans, because we need to redesign to include e-mobility, depending on how the transport plan is designed, but also to look at the women's needs and how they use the routes. See if women could be actually the driver of that e-bus, electric bus, sorry. We're realizing that women are better drivers, and electric buses are extremely expensive. So actually, the concessionaires prefer to have women driving because the chances of being damaged are lower. So with that, very simple, we got to really interesting results. Now with the toolkit, we're able to give even further guidance and more tailored and actually carve out outputs from the projects, the bank projects. Align also, the bank also does a lot of work on gender. Now, I'm not saying the PIAF pushed it all by itself. The bank also has a very robust gender strategy, has a gender tag, really good gender specialists supporting all the work that we do, but PIAF supporting that and moving forward drives this conversation, especially for PPPs. Now, going to the investors, is a lot of what Atia was saying already. The investors see infrastructure as gender neutral. They don't have the data, like getting the data so they can get the metrics and the specifications and calculate the risks associated of not meeting the demand of women for that project. It's the sine qua non condition, like you really need to have it so we can move that. Maybe that's where the bank and IFC and MIGA can jointly work together to start drafting those metrics and those ratios that need to be kind of created for the project so they can start looking into that and have some resources to start driving the risks on their own projects and their own investments. The other is to educate also the private sector. When we talk to the investors, they're asking, is there an alliance where we would just sign it? They wanted to learn more. Having an alliance is not only a badge, but also give you access to knowledge. So that's also maybe where we can also work as MDBs in general, and maybe create this alliance joint with EBRD if you want to just bring the idea out, because this was actually raised. And on the contractors, they don't have much an idea, most because infrastructure has been done in a way for so long that changing anything they sometimes see as a constraint or it's gonna slow up the work. So it's also then, it's not much on the contracts, it's on the government. The government had a lot of power to change. They can have a conducive legal institutional framework who's gonna make mandatory for contractors to comply related to gender and infrastructure, same for investors. If the bidding documents come and say, for this project, the requirements for the bidding are, and there's a gender action plan, a number of women that needs to be hired, or you name it, the investor also going to look into that and see how that project's going to meet that requirements and going to start understanding better and creating their own resources regarding gender. So governments had a lot of power putting out there the bidding documents, creating conducive legal and regulatory frameworks to change that. So it's a combination of actions that need to happen across, and that's why I think the toolkit is important, at least because it puts out there the responsibilities, obligations, and what each part could be doing to help to move this agenda forward.
Great, thank you. EBRD, did you want to respond?
Yes, thank you. Thank you. No, Luciana, you triggered a thought, and just to follow on from what you were talking about safety, we have data from all of these bus projects that we've financed, where we've introduced and trained women to become bus drivers. their accident rate is significantly lower. I mean, statistically lower. And that, of course, I mean, it's an obvious point then. It follows on that you would, it's a good thing to have women being driving buses. I mean, the fleet is the essential service. And so, be interesting to see if that extrapolates across trains, et cetera. We probably don't have as much data, but it's something that private sector, concessionaires and operators should really think about. There's just something to it. It reminds me of all the research as well that many of you would be aware of. Multiple studies have shown that, financial outcomes from companies where women are in senior leadership, decision makers, they have a better rate of return for investors, for shareholders, et cetera. So there is a lot to this, and it's just sort of, I think we were chatting, Astrid, you're just missing an opportunity when you don't fully include women. It's just all this education going in, and that's why it's so important to give them the opportunity. So just wanted to add that.
No, thank you. And I mean, we clearly have a passionate panel about this topic, so hopefully we also have some passion in the audience. Let's opening up to some Q&A, comments, thoughts, questions to our panel, both online and in the room. I think we have a way to track online questions also, right? No, please.
Thank you. I mean, just to get started, sorry, I'm thinking as an economist, so sorry if that's it sounds like a technical question, but I'm really curious. So I see the Russia. I actually discover a lot of that. I mean, being completely honest, and I really see the rationale. I wonder where are the main resistance points. I mean, what are the sectors where it's more difficult? Maybe the social context. Users versus workers, specific infrastructure sectors where it's more difficult. I mean, you may not want to name countries, although you did to some, you did give an example, and whether these resistance points are changing over time as a result of this work that is being done. I mean, I'm just curious. And also in terms of the empirical evidence, I'm curious. So there's really this question about demand that I think is key. Do we have evidence that actually demand risk changes as we actually start to incorporate gender considerations in the project? I mean, yeah. Again, these are all probably naive questions for you, but.
Maybe let's take 2 or 3 questions at a time and then take it back to the panel.
My name is Umayma, and I'm from economist at the Policy Center for the New South, based here at the university. And me too, I have a simple question. I'm no expert of these questions. I would like to know, given your respective experiences in practice, what are the key barriers or challenges that prevent greater sensitive or inclusion in the PPPs? Is it more related to entrenched gender biases, stereotypes? Is it more of economic issues? Is it cultural lack of leadership, women leadership or decision making? What is the proportion of each challenge, given your expertise, I mean, on the ground?
Thank you. Any other question? Otherwise, we'll... Okay, Henry?
Yeah, just to follow up, I guess, suggestion, I mean, are we in a position where we have enough data, I guess, to make the economic case and the financial case, I guess, for inclusion? Because it kind of feels like we do it because we believe in it, right? And we create those sort of KPIs, those obligations, which is great. But are we in a position where we could influence the broader market, not just the MDB-led type of projects, by demonstrating, by really looking at the metrics, that there's actually an economic case for this, that it's actually increasing your economic output, and for companies, the financial one as well.
Thank you. I think all these questions go a little bit into the same direction in terms of what evidence do we have to date. While it doesn't feel like the right way to ask the question, right? I mean, why are we structurally excluding 50% of the population is maybe the first starting question. But of course, let's talk about the evidence, the bottlenecks, and the experience we have to date, and maybe every panelist can offer their perspective. Luciana, you want to kick us off?
Okay, I can. Is it on? Yeah. Okay, so the resistance. Sorry, I'm a little bit jet lagged. Or like where the bottlenecks. The first two questions were mostly about the same topic. It is, in a sense, a lack of understanding. You know, it is an extremely male-dominant field, infrastructure. No matter where you go, still, and men had always thought of infrastructure as it is, you know, as gender neutral. They never thought they would have a differentiation. And because of that, was not done on purpose, but it was just, the focus was mostly on the construction of the asset in itself, but not about the user, you know, it's on their experience, and that's it. They thought, okay, if the bus goes from A to B and arrives on the right time, that's good enough. But now we're understanding that this is not the case for half of the population. Of course, like, it's hard for you to see if you have water in your tap, you know, it's gonna be the same for women and men. But in regions where you don't have, women are the ones who always go to get the water. And it's a lot of time that you waste only going normally by foot and going back. So this lack of understanding of how impacts and how women, like yesterday we're having a discussion about the pink buses, which was one of the first solutions for transportation and sexual harassment. You're constraining women, again, to wait for the pink bus. You're not solving the issue. You're solving the issue of sexual harassment, but you're not solving the issue that they need to go and that it costs for them more to wait for us. So, you know, even though it was well-intentioned, women were never heard. And I think now the market is moving to a point of, okay, let's understand. So in Mozambique, for example, the bank has a project where they went to the houses to understand, go to the main route, like to the BRT, what are the routes that should take for women? What hours? Like, how do they use it? This was never thought before. So it's not like anyone's fault. The resistance doesn't on purpose, but just how the infrastructure developed as a market. And now we're understanding, as women also like go to the market, labor market more, there are more needs. So it's a changing society as well. On the resistance, sometimes there's a lot of resistance if you go to a government that is male dominant or a construction company that is no. It's this very resistance, very simple of, I don't want to do something different that we all have as human beings. It's not something against women. It's just not wanting to do something different as they are used to, because it takes more work to learn and it's very rational. But once they understand the rationale, everyone is in, you know, everyone wants to change, especially because even though you need to do assessments and you need to do studies and surveys may be extremely expensive, on the revenues, the little evidence that we have shows that, no, it compensates to do it. So I think soon we're not gonna have much resistance, but it still is most on this, what we have so far, and then you know, I don't wanna do anything differently. And I think on the risks of the contract, we only have very few. But yes, there is risks associated to gender-based violence. For example, how you manage your subcontractors, which before was not thought of. So there's one additional risk that you need to put into your race metrics, how you actually price it, and then the KPIs you're gonna associate with it. But it's still, I mean, the changes that I mentioned, you know, just having the Quito Metro, having someone on the ground, interviewing women to make sure that what they report is actually what's happening on the ground. There are not measures that it's going to impact significantly the project to shift completely the risk matrix of a PPP. But still, there are certain aspects that you need to look into it. But we don't have enough projects, you know, to get this evidence based on. We're getting there, but not there yet. I think I'll...
Hello, okay. I think just to speak to some barriers that maybe are outside of the control of the private sector, because I think that also helps to influence how much we can do, are some of the societal norms that exist that limit access and opportunities to further gender equality. I think that's one of the major barriers that, from an institutional perspective, the bank, public sector, working with governments can help to start to minimize a bit. And I think a lot of governments are taking efforts anyways. And if you could look at an example like in India, in their rail sector, they've been able to put in place a policy stating that they want to expand to have more female representatives as drivers of rails, of conductors of trains. So that's a major step that was taken about 2 years ago. So that helps to showcase that there is a move towards wanting to have and provide greater opportunities for women to enter and also minimize a bit on these challenges around societal norms and traditional roles and responsibilities that are ascribed to women. So that's a great first step. And just to speak to Matthew's point, I think when you're looking at the procurement return on investments for suppliers in projects, when you diversify the supply chain and include women-owned businesses or women-led businesses, you have about 133% return on investment, right? So that's a major conversation to start having with a private sector client. And as you mentioned, I think I don't want to speak so much and all the time around profitability as being a driver for why private sector clients need to focus in on gender, but it's an important conversation to be had because it helps them to also shift the mentality around, well, this is an extra task that we have to undertake to actually, it really makes good business sense with CENTS and not ENSE. And so we should focus in on actually trying to identify concrete activities and actions we can undertake.
Thank you, Atya. Mr. Rinaldi, do you have a view on these questions?
Yeah, on your questions regarding resistance point, I think it's not, at least for us who are, again, on the ground, on really having exposure on projects, it's not about the sectors, it's which phase of the project it is. So I'll give an example. We have in one project that we finance in the gas sectors, the gender equality between men and women is, women is about 25%. So I think for a project that is predominantly in the oil and gas or gas sectors, that has already shown relatively good growth in terms of opportunities for women to work in the gas industries. But then again, that also differentiates between on the project side and on the management. I think on management, not only in the gas sectors that I mentioned, in Indonesia, I think all across the sectors, whether it's financials or non-financials, women management are there. Actually, there are a lot of organizations also which women composition of the board is actually almost half of the total board. So again, if I can answer the question, it's not about the sectors, it's about which phase of the projects that we are. It is a bit difficult, but to give you an example, there are what do you call that, growth in a women exposure, especially on the project level, as I've given an example before. Thank you.
Okay, great. Yeah, let me just add, I mean, these are all great comments. I think I would add the following. There are sectors, particularly, I come out of the transport sector, so I'm quite familiar with that. There are sectors that, you know, systematically have incredibly low participation of women in them. Let's talk about mining. Let's talk about, you know, piloting ships, airplanes, trucks, you know, all around the world. It's incredible low sort of opportunities for women. Some of it was legally based, as I talked about, coming out of the former Soviet Union, which, by the way, had incredibly high rates of women labor force participation in certain sectors, finance, for example, and we were chatting on this. But so there were these kind of, yeah, let's call them biases that were built in. The fact is, and back to Henry, to your question, I think it would be a fantastic little research project to look at the evidence of women who are, you know, in the operational side, in charge of, you know, driving trains, buses, et cetera. There's enough out there in the world. You could get that data, I'm sure, and find out, you know, on accident rates. I think it would bear that out, what I was explaining. But yeah, I think one of the roles that we can play is just being, you know, very conscious of this. Back internally, I mean, it's a very small sort of sample size, but in my team and the group I work in, I mean, I'm quite privileged. I mean, firstly, my managing director is a woman. 3 of the fellow directors with me are women. So we're in the minority, the men. I'm one of only two of the senior management out of 6. And our president's a woman, first time ever as well at EBRD. So that does make a difference. And I would say internally in the team with regard to engineering, and I think that's another, you're absolutely right. The statistic we ran, because we pull from, you know, many countries for staff, but I mean, the UK had, I think, 10% of the graduates in civil engineering are women, still, today. That's UK. So no, you get into these kind of, you know, statistics, and so the pool of women is quite limited. Nonetheless, we're finding great women engineers, and in the last couple of years, we've employed 2 fantastic engineers. They're working out really well, and so, you know, we want to do more of that because it creates, you know, you have a bigger perspective. It's more balanced, frankly. The discussions you have, it's a different way of talking about projects. But it's very internal to EBRD, but I think you can probably extrapolate to other banks and organizations.
Thank you very much for that. We have time for one more question or 2. Yeah, Caroline? Maybe we take the online one and then, yeah.
Okay. Yes, Isaac, again, the same person as yesterday, so we have a groupie. Are there any gender-related aspects in relation to the legal and institutional frameworks for PPPs? Because this is the aspect we need to have right now, especially in developing countries.
Maybe we take them together, Caroline?
Okay, sounds good. So I have a question that relates more to, let's say, the microeconomics of infrastructure projects, especially when we are sort of at the construction phase, right? In many of our client countries, as you may be familiar, you know, during construction, especially in the more disadvantaged parts of the countries where incomes are very low, when you have projects being constructed, you have, you know, this group coming from outside, mostly male, who are very cash rich. And then you have a population of mostly women, and particularly young women in school, who are sort of at risk, right, of being induced or incited and so on. And in many countries, there's a correlation between the number of pregnancies and the number of men on the construction site, particularly the young girls going to school, and it causes a lot of tension in very many situations. It's a key risk, especially in this era of like HIV, AIDS, and things like that, and also what it means for young girls not to have the opportunity to go to school because of these circumstances. What is the thinking around this issue?
Tough questions, but good ones. Maybe, I don't know, Luciana, you want to kick us off on gender-related aspects in legal frameworks, and if you have a view on the second one, please.
So on the law in itself, the P law, they normally will only regulate the contract, right? They will not regulate in itself side aspects like gender, climate. Then you would need a specific regulation to that. But we are helping countries nowadays, and it takes long. Okay, I'm very practical. I know the bank, a lot of times they say like, let's create a law, but there are other solutions that are faster actually. If you create a good methodology inside on how you analyze those risks, what are the measures that need to put in place, you train people on that, and then you have a solution. That doesn't require you, I don't know, 5 years to wait for a law. But we're not there yet. The toolkit is the first, attempt for us to start creating this knowledge around what are the questions, what is the framework, how you should frame, this assessment regarding gender, how to create an action plan. It is still very, very nascent on PPPs. So we need to expedite this very fast. And the toolkit gives the basis. I know it's not enough, but it's more than what we have out there. And hopefully based on that, we're gonna be able to create these practices and later that can be translated into laws. At the beginning, we thought of creating contractual clauses to be included in the toolkit. But the issue with gender, and that makes it a little bit more difficult, is that it's so context-based. The power dynamics of each country influence so much on gender and how you're gonna have that. And also we don't have, as we all said, we don't have enough examples for us to be at a point of creating, a draft contract clauses that you could have to put in your contract. So it still needs to be very much tailored, contract by contract. And hopefully, I don't know, in a few years, like 2-3 years from now, I'm gonna be in a position where either we can get more data, as Henry was saying, from the contract, from the projects, and also to have a more well-established clauses that work for gender, because that's the other thing about contractual clauses. You sometimes think a lot, and a lot of times as a lawyer, and you put it, you write, you draft, you thought of the language, and you say like, okay, there's no one's gonna misinterpret it, and then it does. So contractual clauses also evolve, once you trust it, you try out the contract, and that's also why contract management is so important, and then the auditing courts to look into that. So we know what worked, what needs to be revised, so to improve later on. Now, on the most sensitive topic, which is gender-based violence, that's a constant concern, I think, for every project that I've worked in, and that I also most likely on the transport sector, that's mostly what I do. So for example, I'll give an example of my own country. In Brazil, there's a lot of prostitution of children, especially in roads, gas stations. So developing projects, we also need to start thinking how we make, and it's very cheap, which is, anyways, it's the worst situation possible. But how on these projects is also a measure. How you keep those women, those girls, in the school. That should be a measure of the project. Because then there's a reputational risk for the construction company, for the investor, and no one wants that. So this needs to be part of the project for sure. Like if you identify that that's a problem. Second thing that a lot of people think of that normally leads to gender-based violence is, let's put women to operate the machinery. So you take women, put them 200 kilometers out of their village, in a village that they don't know anyone. She's new, and she can be attacked. It is in the best of intention. So women's gonna be trained to, work on machinery. It's a new profession, but consult women. Is this the best? Is there any other alternative? So this is where we need to start raising, fast solutions are not the best at this moment. So that's where we are, we're very aware, and this needs to be incorporated into the project design. I'll stop here.
Thank you. We're coming to the close of this very exciting session. I will give every panelist a closing remark. And maybe let's think around the opportunity, and the business case for the opportunity is actually clear, but apparently we all need to get better together to explain it and to raise awareness, both in the private and the public sector. And maybe as each of you think about your closing remarks, give that also consideration. How can we do that better together? And then you are welcome to raise any other point you wish to raise. And I see Atia wanting to come in.
I actually wanted to add on to Luciana's points quickly, if I may. Because I think there's two ways of looking at it. One, there's the aspect from an institutional perspective, what's being done for clients or for contractors that are found to be, that are found to be demonstrating that they've had exposure to sexual exploitation, abuse, and harassments in their projects. And I think the bank has taken a lead on that. A couple of years ago, they put in place sanctions for contractors that were determined that they did have this in place on their projects, because it really informs us that the contractor is not making very good strides in monitoring this potential risk that can occur. I think from a community perspective, our private sector clients are now moving more towards working on putting in place adequate mechanisms to be able to provide reporting from an anonymity perspective to ensure people have those opportunities, are aware of them. conducting training on sites to showcase to their employees as to what are some of the violations and potential termination that can happen if they're found to be in violation of some of these terms. So actually adding it onto their contracts is important. And I think from also a private sector perspective, there's also an important role to be played in supporting on the local organizations in the communities that are able to provide prevention and response activities for survivors. But as mentioned, there's a need also to increase the opportunities for women in the communities to have access to employment or to have access to income generating activities. But one thing also is when you have these conversations and you raise awareness and around prevention at the schools, they're in a better place to be able to understand and to note that this is what this could potentially lead to. So I think information is important, sharing the knowledge, putting in place mechanisms that will minimize on the potential for this to occur, having strong terms in the clauses that you develop with the contractors and subcontractors, and then from the MDB perspective, putting in place measures that will have a hard, sanction onto some of these firms is important as well.
Thank you. Okay, 30 seconds each. How can we partner better together to mainstream gender considerations in PPPs or infrastructure more broadly?
Yeah, but let me try to answer that question. I'll give my comments on the question that was given.
We are ready at the close.
25 seconds. So basically, I can relate to your questions. Just to give you an example, so there is a project relatively in Indonesia, a mining project where workers are imported, quote unquote. So what they do is they make a compound. So you have really well, not secluded, but really a regulated area. But then that's just a regulation structure. But what I think is very much important is education, and then social and family controls. That's, I think, very much can eliminate that. Yeah, for the males because they are confined, but maybe for the women, the small children or the young ladies, educations and family and social control are very much important, at least within what I can share. The other part is that IIF, we are not only an infrastructure financing institution with a sustainable concept, but we do want to also push the agenda on gender equality through the projects that we are financing. So basically, that's where we are going right now. Thank you.
Matthew.
Okay, very quickly. Well, I think what we could do, Astrid, is given the multiplier effect that the Global Infrastructure Facility has sitting at the center, I think direct outreach to not only all of the participating MDBs, but also the private sector advisory council members, which numbers in the dozens, bring them all together around this specific topic, and potentially think about, just a full mainstreaming of this into the project design that you fund with us. So that might be a way of doing it, but needs discussion, but I would be in favor of it.
No, I mean, absolutely. We certainly are looking with PPIF to apply the toolkits in as many projects as possible and feasible. So I think you have both of our organizations full undertaking to support that effort, for sure. Any other thoughts from the panel on how we can partner better going forward?
I would just say something that I just said at the UN. This agenda will only move forward if we move it together. We need to be one voice across saying the same thing to all the governments, all the investors, and all the concessionaires. It will not move forward if we don't join forces. So if we're talking seriously, all the MDBs need to be joined on this, the private sector. So we need to make that happen, and we have the power to make that happen. So please, everyone, join the conversation. We look forward to work with everyone.
Thank you. Atya, over to you for the closing word.
Okay, great. No, I think what's important in terms of our partnerships is leveraging our comparative advantage. So I think when we do come together, obviously there's strength in numbers. We have opportunities where we do work on a lot of joint projects. So identifying best ways for us to harmonize on our approaches as well. From a private sector perspective, I think that helps to lessen the burden on the clients. But I think definitely leveraging on everyone's comparative advantage, because we all come in the project at various times. We all come with our own different business models and potential for having a very strong scope and a level of scope and influence over the project. So being in a position to have those conversations early and to work together in that respect, I think we'll be able to make a strong headway in this space.
Wonderful. Huge thanks to this passionate panel and huge thanks to the engaged audience. And with Stefan's permission, let's come back next year and look at the progress we made and the evidence we gathered.
Thank you. I thought that was a very impressive presentation, Luciana, and great panel discussion. So thank you so much, everyone. We will take a coffee break right now, so please enjoy. 325 over in the hallway atrium by letter H. We're going to take a whole group photo. So please head over there about 325, and then back here for 3:30 to start the last round of sessions.
Everyone to this second to last session on local currency financing and exchange rate risk. Again, allow me to reintroduce myself to you for those that were there yesterday and to introduce myself to you who are new. My name is Sebastian Molineux and I'm the Director for Strategy and Operations for the World Bank's Global Infrastructure Practice Group. And I'm also currently Acting Director for the Infrastructure Finance, PPPs, and Guarantees Group. More importantly, I will be, again, refereeing today's session. I was glad to be re-invited after yesterday, which I guess shows that I didn't, completely mess up the refereeing job. Again, unlike, I would like to point out, the Polish referee who mismanaged the Germany-Madrid game. But that notwithstanding, I would very much like to introduce our panel of stars that I'm happy to welcome on stage, beginning with Jean Pem, our Global Director for Finance, Competitiveness and Innovation, FCI, for the global practice within the World Bank. Please, Jean. Exactly, thank you. Next, I would like to welcome Caroline Otonglo, who is our Senior Infrastructure Finance Specialist from the Infrastructure Finance and Guarantees Group, again from the World Bank. Caroline, thank you. Pak Rinaldi Hermanjas, who is the CEO of the Indonesia Infrastructure Finance Facility, and again, a well-known guest. He was just, in fact, in the last panel, so please put your hands together for Pak Rinaldi. Next, we have Sri Sudata Mandal, who is a Deputy Managing Director of the Small Industries Development Bank of India, or commonly known as SIDBI, so welcome. We have Yunus Isami, who is the Director for the Monetary Exchange Operations for the Bank Al Maghrib. Yunus, please. And last but certainly not least, we have Murtaza Saeed, who is the Head of Ecosystems Economics Department from the Asian Infrastructure and Investment Bank, commonly known as AIIB. So, Murtaza. Great, so thank you so much. So as a quick word of caution to our panelists, and Caroline, I'm glad you are here to add a little bit of diversity to our panel. I would like to ask all panelists to very kindly keep to your remarks as short and concise as possible, because we have quite a few of you. A, and B, we have quite a little bit of time. And my colleague Paul over here is going to be moderating the next panel discussion. And exactly, and will be very angry at me if I cut into his time. So with that said, please let's be precise and concise in our remarks. And I would also like to encourage the panel, given that this is day 2, we're heading in the final stretch, please let's be energetic. And if you have any comments or interventions you would like to make, if you would like to come in and have a two-hander on somebody's remarks, by all means, I encourage you to do so that we get a good flow of information going. With that said, let's jump right into it. And Pak Rinaldi, I know that you've prepared a small presentation. You're the only one. So what I've asked to do is to say, if you could please start off with your presentation. I think it provides a nice context for what we intend to discuss here on foreign exchange risk. And so I'll invite you to start off with your presentation. Please keep it to 5 minutes so that we, again, have... you can do it sitting down, you can do it standing up. I think it may be better to do it standing up here, since you have the clicker, and that will allow you to move the slides as well. The PowerPoint presentation should be loaded. Great. So, Pak Rinaldi, over to you, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Again, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you also for inviting us. Allow me to start the presentation, and I'll keep it very brief. Okay, who we are and what we do. So probably I've already explained this a bit to some of the people here that attended the first session, but basically IIF, we are established in 2010. We are called a special mission vehicle. Basically, we are a financial institution financing in infrastructure project in Indonesia in a sustainable way. So the key word is infrastructure project and in a sustainable way. Basically, our shareholders is the Ministry of Finance, 30% through PT SMI, and the remaining 70% is almost evenly distributed between IFC, ADB, KfW or through DEG, and also one commercial bank, which is SMBC. Our mandate is to be the catalyst and enabler of infrastructure project in Indonesia through the private sector. So that's one of the things that, one of the key things. So aside from infrastructure, sustainable financing, and for the private sectors. Why is IF established? Basically, there are three things that would like to be mitigated by the establishment of IIF. One is that government has limitation to finance infrastructure projects. Basically, here you could say that the state budget can only finance about 30-ish% of infrastructure projects in Indonesia. The local or the commercial banks have limited capabilities to finance infrastructure projects. For us, our longest financing is 19 years, 19, door-to-door for mini hydro projects. And we are giving funding certainty for infrastructure project. As you probably know, infrastructure is a long-term game. As I mentioned, our main business is on the financial and advisory side. And if you can see on the right-hand table there, basically we are almost at all project life cycle, whether it is on our finance side or on our advisory. Especially on our advisory, we are mainly quite strong on public sector, whether it is giving advice to the government on PPP projects or for the private sectors who would want to participate in PPP projects. Where do our funds come from? We're not a deposit-taking institutions. So basically, our funds comes from shareholders, banking industry, multilateral institutions like World Bank, IFC has given us long-term loans, and also through the capital market. Basically, as you see on the right-hand side, our funding is relatively diversified. And in 2021, we issued our first global sustainable bond, which is listed in the Singapore Stock Exchange, and also after that, several other bond exposure. Again, as I mentioned, with our mandate, we would like to position IF as a trailblazer in development of Indonesian infrastructure project. We participate in many first PPPs in Indonesia, the first PPP in toll road, the first PPP in railway, the first PPP in telecommunication, and also the first wind farm in Indonesia, which is in South Sulawesi. Just to give our exposure, with our current equity, we can leverage to finance about 18 times of our equity to finance project. And across the years from 2013 to 2023, we have grown from financing 5 projects to about 61 projects in Indonesia. At the moment, our portfolio is about $1 billion, with the top 3 is in the renewable, in the telecommunication, and in the toll road. In regard of renewables, I think we have covered all the spectrums of renewable. We finance mini hydros, solar PVs, wind farm, and also biomass. On telecommunication, basically also we are have an experience to finance the basic infrastructure of telecommunications. Recently, quite popular is data centers, satellite, and also fiber optics. So basically, that summarizes what IIF, and also basically we are really helping the government to finance infrastructure projects through private sectors, where at the moment our portfolio, about 70% are in the private sectors. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you so much, Pak Rinaldo, for this presentation. Very much appreciated. I think it sets a good, nice example of what IIF is doing in this respect. But let me take a step back and again just remind us why we're here, right? So, Jean, we know what the basic issue is, right? Most of our countries, not all, but most of our countries rely on sort of foreign currency to finance their infrastructure projects, but most of the revenues are local currency, right? So there's an obvious volatility and a risk that is being borne, and that can either be addressed through various hedging instruments, right, where the markets are, sort of put these to use or where they're available, or the risk essentially has to be borne by one of the parties, right, or a combination thereof. Now, if you talk to many of the sort of the domestic financiers, also international financiers, but domestic financiers, right, they'll name a number of constraints in this respect, right? The asset liability mismatches between short-term deposits and the long-term needs, investments needs that are there. And then one thing that you hear over and over and over again are the absence of local capital markets that would help provide a solution for this. Now, Jean, I know that you have been working, as part of the World Bank and the FCI group, you've been working to help build capital markets in a number of countries over many years now. So can you tell us a little bit, why is this very obvious solution, why is it so difficult to implement, right? What are some of the challenges that you see? If you could talk to a little bit about your experience of what you have done and what has worked and what hasn't worked. And then I would in particular like to sort of ask a quick follow-up question to that, and that is, I would imagine that capital markets are not suitable for all markets, right? In particular, some of the smaller markets that exist, right? So what other alternatives are there for these more, these smaller markets? It's a very easy question, Sean, for you to answer.
5 minutes.
Exactly.
Okay. And I try to bring energy. And Paul, when I go too long, you remind me. So thanks a lot. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure. And Stefan, thank you very much for having invited me. So a couple of additional points on setting the scene. So 89% of the available funds are available globally, so come with a foreign risk, but they provide scale. Domestic is only 11%, and you have the local currency. So you start with that trade-off, which is the scale is outside, but if you want to bring the outside, you have a foreign currency, at least in some jurisdiction, and I will come back to that. But it goes even beyond that. In most emerging markets, the financial sectors are completely bank-centric, 80%. Whereas in advanced economy, it's 50%. So you already have that difficulty at the start, which is the structure of the financial sector in most jurisdictions is actually very bank-oriented. That doesn't mean that bank cannot finance infrastructure, but as you said, they have regulatory requirements that may make it a bit more difficult. Now, if you look at the capital market, so data 2022, less than 10% of EMD fixed income market are emerging markets. So it's also very small from that perspective. And if you look at the equity market capitalization in EMD, it's only 11% of total global equity capitalization. And even that, it's very focused in particular in China. So you also have in the structure of the capital market a huge imbalance between advanced economy and emerging market. Then you have a very small domestic investor base. So that comes back also to your point on you have markets that are very small, and we try to address that a little later. So now, even in countries where you have pretty strong capital markets, South Africa is a very good example. So the numbers are pension fund insurance companies in South Africa, 122% of GDP, banks, 120%. So then you have a situation where potentially that could work, and still these funds are not going to finance infrastructure. And some of it because of regulatory issues, some of it because of perception of risk, and also the complexity. I mean, we know that the South Africa one is a complex one. So that's why you cannot just look at it transaction by transaction or solely because there is a product missing, etc. So I would have 3 buckets. One are the foundations. Good macro, good monetary policy, good foreign exchange management. I mean, that seems obvious to say, but without that, you will not have a good capital market, and you will always have a foreign exchange risk that will be way too high for a global investor, or even the hedging market would be way too expensive. So it starts with the fundamental on macro policies, and we still need to work with a lot of client countries doing that, and we see that day to day. You have a lot of countries that still have macro policies and foreign exchange policy that are not good. Second element, so I'm going to go building block by building blocks, which is what I think you had in mind. First element is good regulatory framework. So you need to have sound securities, insurance, supervisory framework so that you facilitate the emergence of this product, but also of the institutional investors. And in a lot of countries, this is still missing. So they are small, but they will only grow if this happens. It's a long process. This will not happen overnight, but we have good experiences. Morocco is one of those, where we've been working with the authorities for several years in terms of creating new market, helping them putting in place the regulatory framework as a way to trigger more confidence, first by the people who are doing savings, but also by the investors. So that's one block. The second block is a government bond market. You need, as advanced as possible, a government bond market, and part of it is to have a reference for pricing. So then you have a yield curve, and then you can price your asset, and you can make sure that even specific assets, such as the infrastructure one, can be priced with an acceptable references. We still have a lot of emerging markets, in particular on the lower income, that don't have this kind of curve, and that still do not have a real market for government bonds. So this is, I think, an important element. Third, domestic investor base. So if you have good project, if you have your fundamental in place, but you don't have the domestic investors that are working well, then that will not be sufficient, and you can try to do as much matchmaking as you want with a good product, it will not happen. So, and probably we need to pay more attention to that now, which is insurance sector, pension fund, helping for the creation of private pension fund, and those who are in place, then making sure that the incentives are not to buy government bonds all the time, but also to take a little more risk, but with long-term return and create more incentive without putting stability at risk, so that you can have investment in the domestic market, including infrastructure. And last element, from a pure capital market perspective, the financial infrastructure. So all the trading platform, all the counterparty element, what makes this work day to day, and you have a primary market, you have a secondary market. Again, fundamentals. Then we can get to product. And I think that's sometimes the confusion in this discussion. You rush to product, but it doesn't work because the fundamentals are not there. So 3 principles on the products: standardization as much as possible, and that has been sometimes a challenge on the infra side. Each project looks a little bit like standing on its own, which makes it very difficult for investors, but also makes it very difficult to package and to have portfolio approaches, so go from retail to portfolio. There is an element, there is a potential in our view for standardization. Second, co-investment. You will never get 100% local currency, but at least you rebalance with a co-investment platform or things like that, domestically, and bringing MDBs to reduce the overall cost, as well as global investors. And finally, risk mitigation, credit enhancement, and I'm sure we'll come back to that. Last thing that I want to flag is the work that we are doing at the bank with domestic financial institutions, the NDFI, the national domestic, including the ones represented here, where we think that there is a possibility to leverage even more than we do today their balance sheet with risk finance approaches, where you can have elements of concessionality that are put in place so that you take first loss, some things like this, but you mobilize more of the domestic elements. So we recently did something like this in Rwanda, working with their national domestic finance institution. There was a sustainability linked bond issued in parallel, oversubscribed. All of that was domestic. And now they're thinking of things that are more mixed domestic and international. Will that completely solve the problem? No. But at least we can try to bring some solution, but it needs to balance that element of structural fundamental reform that take place with then transaction that demonstrate that it can be done.
Okay, just a quick follow-up question to this. So now Sao Tome and Principe comes to you, small islands instead. What do you advise them?
So
you cannot expect them to build a full capital.
No, so I'm not going to take a case, but don't go with a full capital market in a jurisdiction like that. The issue is, do you still have long-term finance? So that's where terminology comes. When people think capital market, they think you're going to create an exchange. Creating capital market is not about creating an exchange. You can do completely differently. And so every country in the world, there is some domestic saving. Part of it is to capture it in a way that is more useful to the economy, including infrastructure, that people don't just buy government bonds. And then you can have long-term finance. But yeah, there are jurisdictions that are too small. Then you think regional. And that's the part where we need also to continue to invest on the regional setting. So there is a very good example in West Africa, the WAMU regional market. It's not perfect. It has made lots of effort, and now it's becoming able to have more sophisticated instruments. And then you have a size that becomes meaningful.
Thank you so much, Jean. Sounds easy, but the macro legal regulatory framework, institutions, developing products, et cetera, as we know, takes a long, long time to implement. And I guess one of the reasons why, this does take, unfortunately, a bit of time. Eunice, Jean just mentioned Morocco as an excellent case study. Can I turn to you to share a little bit the lessons learned that you've embarked? So how has Morocco dealt with this issue of local currency financing and exchange rate risk? If you could talk to us a little bit about your experience from a central banker's sort of perspective, please.
Okay, thank you. I would like to thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the central bank point of view about the local currency financing. Just to depict a picture about the market in Morocco, all infrastructure projects are mainly done by the government or through SOE. It's 50% share. And SOEs do all the infrastructure projects through either financing internally or recurring to international external financing. As mentioned by John, banking is still the main provider of financing. But also we manage SOEs, and the government managed to issue Moroccan bonds, but with the guarantee of the government. There are still exposure to the external risk. And we had some experiences in the past with some SOEs who had been lured by the concessional loan. I want to touch on that point because if you are looking at it from the point of view of comparing external financing through MDBs or through international market, yes, it's concessional, but from the point of view of local currency, it's not concessional. If you have a fluctuation of 30% or more, you are ending up with the interest rate much higher than what you expected. And that puts in jeopardy the whole project. MDBs and the FIIs have this, we are grateful that they provide all that financing, but they upload the whole FX risk on the beneficiaries. I think there is some room we can share, as mentioned by John. There is an approach to have shared risk. For example, in Morocco, we had adopted a more flexible exchange regime just to, because before that, the fluctuation of the exchange regime was limited, so there is no incentive for locals to hedge against exchange risk. They were just mimicking the baskets of currency that were pegged to the Moroccan dirhams. But once we have introduced more flexibility, we have seen more interest in hedging instruments. As mentioned also by John, the investor base is limited. So we need to attract foreign investors in local currency. And MDBs can do a lot in that area. But we need to take into account also the crowding effect against Treasury, who rely on the internal market to finance all its needs.
Fantastic. So thank you so much. And the introduction of flexibility, I think that's one key aspect. And then just another thought that is triggered, I think it's critical that institutions like the bank, but others as well, start bringing different central banks and different market players together to start learning from these experiences and seeing what has worked in specific countries and what hasn't, and if so, why, and what is applicable and transferable. Eunice, you had mentioned the role of state banks also, or state-owned enterprises, and that they play in this. So I'd like to turn to SIDBI and Sudata. You've been a long-standing partner of the bank, and we've worked together on a number of projects throughout the years, right? So could you tell us a little bit about your experience in India, right? What is the role that SIDBI has played in this respect? Can you share some of the lessons learned of your strategic objectives, how you've managed to overcome some of the, the local currency financing exchange rate risks, and how you've helped certain players, bring them to emerging and some of the local markets in India?
At the outset, I would like to thank the World Bank Group for inviting me here. It's a pleasure being on this panel. And you may be wondering, and so am I, that what is SIDBI doing here? because the theme of the conference is infrastructure and SIDBI finances MSMEs, nothing to do with the infrastructure. But yes, at the same time, the issue of local currency financing and managing the exchange risk is a big concern, even in MSME financing. Particularly when we want to finance the green economy and when we want to finance the transition of the MSMEs towards greener technologies and processes. There, we need to incentivize them because for SMEs, upfront investment in a technology which takes them to greener practices does not give the return immediately, right? The return happens over a period of time. So the MSMEs particularly are not very keen on investing upfront on such technologies and processes. At the same time, in the globalized world, it is becoming imperative for them to move towards greener practices, and it is not really an option available to them. Because if you want to get integrated into the global value chains, you have to necessarily move towards greener practices. Right? So here, the challenge is to provide some kind of an incentive, which means a concessional credit, whatever be the term of that concession, to the MSMEs to transition towards greener economies. Now, what happens is that there is a lot of interest from the multilateral banks and the MDBs, even World Bank and ADB and the others, in providing funding support for this endeavor of SIDBI and the other lenders in the country. But the same issue continues to remain of the exchange rate risk because you provide financing in foreign currency. And the SMEs particularly in the country do not have a natural hedge because many of them don't export, or even if they export, they will have very little export earnings. And therefore, they are not keen to take credit in foreign currency. They would prefer to take the credit in rupee so that they don't run the exchange rate risk. Now, if I take a foreign currency borrowing from the World Bank, for example, I need to necessarily swap that into rupee and then offer a rupee credit to my borrowers. The moment I swap it into Indian rupees, the concessionality actually goes away, even if it was concessional from you. So the dollar leg may be concessional, but post-swap, the rupee landed cost in rupee actually turns out to be more expensive than what I would have otherwise raised in the domestic market, right? So it doesn't really make economic sense for me to borrow in foreign currency. But yes, at the same time, there is a need to diversify the resource base and therefore invite funding resource from MDBs and other impact investors into the country. So how do we address that exchange rate risk? As you mentioned very rightly, that the exchange rate risk is entirely left to the borrower to bear and not for the lender. So we need to find ways and means for the lender also to take care of the exchange rate risk, if not fully, partly. You could consider, for example, Eurobond issuances or masala bonds, but I don't know how competitive that would be. And just off the cuff, there could be a suggestion that part of the contributions that the member countries make to organizations like the World Bank, if part of that can be retained in the country, a pool can be created for local currency funding, which can then be a revolving pool of funds. So whatever, if you lend for a particular project, whatever repayments you get from that project, instead of sending it back to the World Bank, you redeploy, in other projects, keep it in the pool, redeploy in the other projects. So that is just a wild thought. It is easier said than done, but that is something which organizations like the World Bank can consider. One other way of addressing this issue is something that we have been working with the World Bank for quite some time now, is a guarantee facility. So we have been working on or implementing a partial risk sharing facility with the World Bank, wherein 75% of the credit extended by the Indian lenders to the SMEs towards energy efficiency projects, which are implemented by ESCOs, is guaranteed by us through a funding corpus that we receive from the World Bank. Now, this has helped in catalyzing a lot of funding into the sector, right? So the concessionality that the lenders that they can provide for such loans need not be only on the basis of the cost of fund. It can also be in terms of the mitigation of the risk through the risk-sharing facility, where the cost of credit actually comes down for the lender and they are able to then pass on that savings to the ultimate MSME borrower. And this has worked perfectly fine with us. And just to quote some statistics, particularly the line that we have been working on for quite some time, it was a guarantee facility of $37 million US, where it was, as I mentioned, it was used for guaranteeing credit given by the Indian lenders for ESCO-implemented energy-efficient projects. And just as for the information of the audience here, SIDBI actually has been instrumental in developing the entire ESCO market in the country. We get energy audits done for the SMEs through the ESCOs at our own expense. And once the energy audit is done, then they are able to then figure out what kind of interventions they need to take to improve their energy efficiency. We also have developed over a period of several years now that we have been operating, we have developed a comprehensive database of energy efficient equipment across around 26 sectors that the SMEs are engaged in. And we also have very recently developed an energy calculator where I will be able to figure out what kind of GHG emission savings I can achieve by installing one of these equipment. So being a DFI, I am in the process of fine-tuning this database and the calculator, and then we will be sharing it with the entire lending fraternity in the country so that the other lenders do not need to reinvent the wheel. They will have a ready database of the energy efficient equipment which is available, the vendors who supply these equipment, and what kind of GHG emission saving can come through by implementing these products. So this partial risk sharing facility, as I said, for $37 million that we had, we have supported more than 78 projects, facilitating credit of more than $125 million. This has resulted in energy savings of 373 gigawatt hours and CO2 emission reduction of 310 kilotons. So this has actually helped in addressing the requirement of concessional funding from the MDBs or the multilats. Instead of getting a funding, you get a guarantee facility, which also has a multiplier effect, because if you give me $100, I will be able to lend out $100 equivalent. But if you give me a guarantee corpus of $100, and assuming there is a 10% portfolio default risk, right, I can actually lend out $1,000 basis the guarantee of $100. So it has a 10 times multiplier effect. And since this has worked perfectly well for us, and over the last so many years that we have been operating this facility, not a single default has happened, right? I have 0 NPLs in this portfolio. So what we are now doing is we are engaging with World Bank and other MDBs to come up with such guarantee facilities, and you need to have more innovative structures in these risk-sharing facilities. One example to quote is that we have a guarantee facility or a partial risk-sharing facility with the Shell Foundation. So they are putting in $3 million, SIDBI is putting in $3 million. And with that, we are going to take a second loss guarantee, right? So the first 3% of the loss in the portfolio will be borne by the primary lenders who are lending to the SMEs. This is for the EV adoption in the country, electric vehicles. And from beyond 3% till another 10%, which means 3 to 10 or 4 to 13%, is the risk which is being covered by this corpus of SIDBI and Shell Foundation together. Again, 75% of the second loss is going to be borne by us. Right? So these kind of partial risk sharing facilities or guarantee structures, innovative guarantee structures, can be then implemented in countries like India and other emerging markets where we have challenges related to local currency financing or exchange rate risk.
This is fantastic. Thank you so much for sharing that example. Just very briefly, just a quick follow-up question. So there are many other development banks or local similar types of institutions in many emerging markets, developing economies across the world. What are some of the lessons learned from setting up this type of a risk-sharing facility or guarantee platform, et cetera? What are the lessons learned that you might be able to share?
Yeah, so lessons learned, as I mentioned, that this has a multiplier effect, number one. Number two, it gives the comfort to the lenders to lend to this sector, right? Particularly when you are trying to finance a green transition or electric vehicles, where it is not yet perhaps a tested market, the perception of risk is higher, right? So in a country like India, where the capital market, domestic capital market is fairly robust, it is not that difficult or challenging for me, for example, as an institution to raise capital domestically. I can jolly well do that. But the risk perception is something which then increases the cost of that credit, right, and makes it difficult for me to offer a concessional credit to my borrowers. So if I have this kind of a guarantee facility which, which takes care of part of the risk at least, then my cost of credit, the risk-adjusted cost of credit comes down, and that helps me to then, pass on some of the concessionality to the end MSME borrower. So this is some of the lesson that we have learned.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sarata. So, Murtaza, I'd like to turn to you now. So, Sarata, mentioned that the World Bank as a lender also has a role to play in carrying some of the risk as well. I'm going to immediately deflect that over to the AIIB, right, as a colleague, and sort of, and I wonder, what are you doing to sort of manage FX risk in your projects? Are there any lessons learned from your vantage point? I know that you've done some studies and analytical work, so I'm sure that there's some insightful comments that you might be able to share on the findings of this work that was done.
Thanks, Sebastian. Let me just begin by thanking Stefan, my ex-colleague, UA, and the World Bank colleagues for inviting us here. It really is a pleasure, and to the university for hosting us in these magnificent facilities. So at the AIB, we are, of course, the youngest MDB, and we are kind of, trying to learn a lot of lessons from the older MDBs. Like the World Bank, we are now the largest co-financing partner of the World Bank, and we're very happy that many of our projects are together with the World Bank. As part of our corporate strategy, actually, it is a big emphasis for us to provide more local currency financing to mitigate FX risk and to help develop local currency capital markets. And this issue, of course, has been around for a long time. This in the economics literature, the original sin problem that emerging markets have has been around for a long time. The good news, of course, is that many emerging markets now have, much better frameworks than they had before. They have much deeper capital markets, they have better monetary policy, they have better fiscal policy. So a couple of things that we are doing right now, in addition to the hard currency loans that are predominantly the way that we finance projects, we are also now lending in local currencies in a number of jurisdictions, 20 to be specific. The largest ones being the Chinese yuan, the Turkish lira, the Georgian lari, and the Indian rupee. The problem is that when we do this, we typically hedge, and we hedge using back-to-back hedging, which is not satisfactory, because what happens then is that you're basically relying on offshore pricing, which doesn't necessarily reflect very well the domestic conditions, and is a pretty inflexible instrument. So one other thing we're trying to do now, in the spirit of trying to share the risk a little bit with the borrowers, is taking a leaf out of the book of EBRD, IFC, IADB, by developing local currency pools. So the idea here is to actually try to source local currency from local markets, from local counterparts, and lend that on to local borrowers in local currency. That involves taking risk, of course. You take currency risk, you take all the risks that come with being onshore. And so for us, progress has been slow even on this track. And if you look at other development finance institutions, DFIs, who are smaller than us, they're having a lot of problems with kind of local currency pools. So one idea that we have, which we're pushing with the EBRD, we've also spoken to the IMF about this in the context of their new financing facilities for climate, is why not pool our requirements? So, in the countries that we want to go in, and we want to develop these local currency pools, why not get together with other MDBs and DFIs and achieve economies of scale and offer better pricing to our clients, because the pricing will reflect domestic conditions. We'll be able to go in opportunistically whenever cheap money is available to try to grab local currency. So this is an idea that we're pushing. We're calling it Delta, an onshore sort of hedging vehicle that will take all the risks of being onshore while shielding MDBs and DFIs from those risks. And in particular, there's also a clever way in which you can get rid of FX risk. You can kind of mimic almost the provision of local currency financing via a local bank through this kind of arrangement. I'm happy to go into more detail about this, but this is something we're trying to push. I think two important things I will say about it is that it's not just a theoretical concept. The EBRD is actually doing it on the ground, and it's working quite well for them. And secondly, I think it would be very much in the spirit of MDB collaboration. There's a lot of calls for us to use our balance sheets together. I think this would be one of the illustrations of being able to do that.
Absolutely. Murtaza, thank you for raising that. And I know this Delta initiative is seriously being discussed and fits in very nicely as well with sort of the G20's call for us MDBs to act more as a system together and to provide these kind of innovative solutions to our clients and to address then again some of the risks. And to ensure that the resources that are ultimately passed on to the end users, right, are done on fair and remain to be on concessional terms as well. Excellent initiative. Just very brief follow-up question. I know that you're, of course, active, just as we are, in providing policy advice to local governments in terms of building their capital markets, developing products to address local currency financing and exchange rate risk. So, can you tell us a little bit about your experience, your lessons learned from AIIB's vantage point, just briefly, please?
Sure, Sebastian. This is key, actually, because unless you develop local currency markets, you're never going to get long-term sustainable financing for infrastructure. So I think this is something that we all have to work together on, and I think providing technical assistance, working with regulators and central banks and the capital markets and domestic banking systems is absolutely key. We're doing that, we're providing technical assistance, but we think this vehicle that we are pushing, Delta, could actually play a part as well, because it'll be, if you think about how it'll work, it'll be in the markets every day, it'll understand what the problems are in the functioning of the markets. It'll also be able to get all the stakeholders together. So actually, in terms of providing this kind of technical assistance, how to develop your markets, this vehicle could actually be quite a good coordinating mechanism through which to provide that kind of dialogue. We're doing it all kind of sort of on our own right now, but perhaps using this joint vehicle, both for sourcing local currency, but also for providing policy advice, could be something to consider.
Fantastic, thank you so much. Caroline, let me turn to you and switch over. And so we've heard from Jean a little bit about the sort of overall, capital markets development initiatives that the World Bank is undertaking. We've heard now from the AIIB and some of the innovations they want to do at the MDB level, but also sort of on the policy advice country level, right? Can you tell us a little bit about your experience and where you sit from the vantage point about how the World Bank Group can help both or facilitate both banks, but also non-bank financial institutions from providing some of those local currency local currency funding in some of our emerging markets and developing countries?
Right. Thanks very much, Sebastian. And I would like to thank you again for the opportunity to be on this panel, as well as Stefan. So to answer your question, indeed, the effort that the bank has currently put in place with respect to local currency risk mitigation, based particularly because of demand from our clients, is really a multifaceted one, as you say. So one of the things we've done at the level of, let me start with the level of projects, where, typically what happens is, because we are we are providing, risk mitigation to projects where the bulk of the actual financing is coming from lenders. So a bulk of it is debt. And the typical dimension is that lenders would like to provide hard currency debt to match with the currency of the input to the projects. But in countries where we have local currency, for example, being pegged to hard currencies, and many of them, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, are within West and Central Africa, where there is the pegging to the euro, and you've got large projects, which demand quite a bit of capital on the debt side. What we have done with local commercial banks is to come in and provide guarantees which fix one important part of the debt that they're able to provide, which is the tenor. Because of central banking regulations, you find that the maximum tenor that domestic banks can lend in is, if you're lucky, 7. And so what happens is, to ensure that they comply with those requirements, we bring in a guarantee, a payment guarantee, ideally, where we say, look, let us structure a put-call option with government, so that after the 7 years, so ideally on paper you lend for the maximum tenor that you can lend. But the comfort you have is, at the end of it all, if you're not able to roll over that particular facility to another institution in compliance with the regulations, then you can put this debt to government, and government has the obligation to buy the debt. But if government, for whatever reason, doesn't buy the debt, the bank guarantee can be called upon, which of course is an undefensible, act on call. So this has been fundamental. And like, for example, in the case of Nachtigal and other huge hydro projects that we did in Cameroon as an example, you had a significant portion of the project financing coming from local currency. And I'll tell you something very interesting, because before that, there was so much resistance, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, for lenders to even contemplate the idea of local currency debt. What are you talking about? Because of this, even our friends at IFC are trying to grapple with, okay, so this can really work. How can we do it? So there's a lot of interest, even in countries where there's no pegging. In my own country, for example, there's no pegging in Kenya. But for the large infrastructure projects that we are seeing, PPPs in toll roads, the government has really put us to the test and said, we want to replicate that structure, find a way to make it work. So we are putting our thinking hats on. So that's one way we do it. Another way, I think, our good friend Siddhartha has talked about. So we have a growing line of business in risk-sharing facilities, and this is, we are seeing it really bearing fruit, and it helps us to kill two birds with one stone. Because we're able to go into areas, or able to direct, local banks to go into areas which traditionally they would be a bit hesitant to go to. As he directly said, there's no track record, and therefore the credit risk can be high, so the costs become prohibitive. At the same time, you're looking at the downstream borrower to put in quite a bit of upfront costs to make the transition to green financing work, to green project work. And so to that end, we can share risk either at the level of the state bank, and the state bank will now be able to guarantee the loans that are made by the commercial banks to the downstream lenders, and the loans are tagged. This only the criteria is set up front, and we agree on that, and that works very well. So that helps build a track record, so that in the next round, the borrower has built a track record and is able to attract financing at very favorable terms. Another thing we also do with respect to getting into that market is saying that the bank will provide a funded product, right, through a loan from IDA or IBRD. But that funded product is now going to capitalize further, let's say either the state-owned bank, so that with that, and typically the bank loan is going to be on favorably concessional terms. So with that capital being in place, that bank is able to attract additional debt. So the leverage factor is very high. And with that debt, they're able to deploy downwards. And many times, it comes through as a coordinated, sort of blended facility where maybe you have another institution like Shell or any other institution willing to put forward a guarantee, but they're saying, hey, how can we guarantee this institution? How is it even going to provide the guarantee? How is it going to provide the loans if its equity is this limited? So there's a way in which we really blend our instruments together with our counterparts. And Jean also mentioned another fantastic example, which we did in Rwanda, where we also provide a funded product, and that funded product is escrowed. And with those escrow funds, you're able to attract, bonds, grow the local market, and this really helps grow the sector.
And any lessons learned as you've implemented these kind of facilities for other countries? Or what are the key things that you need to keep in mind in structuring these?
Right. I think the lessons learned is there's opportunity to think differently, and there's opportunity to really collaborate with other, partners. For example, when we did the project in Cameroon initially, the perception was that this cannot happen. But now, after that, you're seeing that even in other countries where the pegging is not there, there's a lot of interest. And, we always say data speaks for you. So like, for example, as was mentioned, when you're able to demonstrate, when you're working on the risk-sharing facilities with the, local banks, state-owned banks, and you're able to demonstrate, this is the leverage when you provide funded products to provide additional capitalization. This is the leverage where we provide a guarantee, we share the risk with a state-owned bank, and it's able to on-lend. That really helps make a case. So I think for us, data has been very important, and also just shifting the thinking. One really gets to see the benefit of the bank being a trusted agent. If you're able to demonstrate we've done this, and we're at the bank, so we're coming in as a trusted agent who cares about what our client is going to get. I think those are lessons we've learned. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Paco, last but not least, you've already had your moment of the sun, presenting, but nonetheless, I wanted to hear a little bit from you still on sharing Indonesia's experience. And if you could really try to drill down a bit on how Indonesia has, from a larger perspective beyond IIF, how have you addressed the local currency financing and exchange rate risk in your country? What are some of the lessons learned from IIF and the broader initiatives that are underway that might be applicable to other countries as well? And so really look at some of the main barriers and then how you've addressed those over time.
Okay. First of all, for Indonesia, the infrastructure landscape, 70% is in rupiah. So I could say as a financier, we don't have any major concern on the currency risk. Yeah, so 70% is in rupiah. 30% of the sector is mainly oil and gas, which is in US dollar. But and for infrastructure in rupiah, we don't have any issue. The market is quite deep enough on the capital market for us to issue bonds. And for us, or in general, it's naturally hedged. So for US dollar projects, mainly in the oil and gas or gas distribution, we can also tap the international market for that. So, so I think I don't see there's any, actually the challenges are from the MDBs. who are wanting to come to Indonesian market, but has a difficulty on tapping the projects of this exchange risk, foreign currency risk. So I think that's, yeah, I will not name the MDBs, but one MDBs are already planning to issue domestic rupiah bond in the market. But I think that's the only way if you would like to enter Indonesia's market, which is predominantly in rupiah. Hopefully that'll answer your question.
Absolutely, thank you. And again, it highlights what Jean had said, sure, and the importance of building the local domestic capital markets and the advantages that you get over time and when you have the critical size and scale as well. Caroline, I think you wanted to come in on this as well.
That, there's one point I want to mention which I think is very important. As we are thinking about, providing risk-sharing facilities and collaborating more and more with domestic banks so that they're able to issue more local currency financing, right? A critical point is capacity building at the level of the actual banks that do the debt. So just ensuring that the capacity of the investment officers is there and the relationship officers is there. But it's good to just bolster it from the perspective of how it is they do the credit enhancement. Because many times what we have seen with the bank is in some of our client countries, we do even have local currency guarantee agencies like Garantco, which was set up and which we even capitalize. But you don't see the impact of the guarantee on the pricing. So there's a little bit of also capacity building from the perspective of credit risk enhancement, monitoring, and the relationship in terms of also how the portfolio is built. So I wanted to mention that as well.
Perfect, thank you, Caroline. So we have about 20 minutes left, and I don't want to shortchange the audience, so I'm going to put a quick pause. I'm going to give a heads up to all the panelists. At the very end, I'm going to ask you of one key element in terms for a country to consider in terms of addressing, again, local currency financing, exchange rate risk. So one do and one don't, right? So I will come back to you with ask for one very precise lesson learned. With that said, let me turn to the audience to see if there are any questions. And if you could please identify yourself and then ask the question. I see my colleague Demetrius is first in line. And if you could also, to the extent possible, address the question to a particular panelist, that'd be great.
Thank you very much. It was really an excellent panel and really good to see the project in Sydney that I know very well, and we're doing more with Sydney now. Hopefully we'll get the biogas sector moving in India. We'll see about that. But my question is fairly straightforward on one aspect, and I think it was raised by some of you. The World Bank, in principle, has nothing that prevents us from coming to India and raising bonds in Indian rupees, nothing that prevents us from going to Indonesia and raising bond in Indian rupees, and try to push what Jean mentioned, which is the long-term capital ability. And I was thinking, how would you feel about that, first of all? Because that immediately will have the World Bank stepping into capital markets in your countries. And if we really feel that this is probably the right way of doing it, then what would you recommend that we should be paying more attention for? Or what would be a good way of taking this forward? Thank you.
So anyone want to take a crack at this? I know the IFC is already quite active in the local markets, but the question is, should the bank be involved? Please. Paco Ronaldo.
Okay. We welcome. We do really invite, because one thing, in Indonesia, I've been telling this to all of the, seminars or conference, the infrastructure pie is so big. Yeah. I've talked to a lot of people that we don't need to compete with each other. It's a collaboration. So please do. Then issue, the sweet spot is 7 years. Our project financing relatively, yes, our longest is door-to-door 19 years, but the sweet spot is 7 years. So if you can issue 10-year bond or at least 15-year bond, that's a good size, it's a good tenor, and we can collaborate, because at the end of the day, we are in the market, we know the credit quality, the potentiality. You have the long-term funding and with us. So at least for Indonesia, we do invite you to issue bonds in Indonesia. Thank you.
Yunus, Sadata, any thoughts on your side?
point here that, at what cost you're going to raise that money in the domestic market, that is also important, right? Because if you are able to raise at a price which is substantially lower than a state-run bank, for example, then it would make sense. But if you were to raise in the domestic market where your pricing is similar to that of a state-run bank, for example, SIDBI, then that money that you raise cannot be given to SIDBI because even I can borrow at the same rate from the domestic market because you'll anyways be charging a margin over that, right? So it depends on who you are funding and at what price you are raising that money. And that is more important. So being a World Bank, if you're able to raise at a lower price, then yes, there's absolutely no problem. And as he mentioned, you're most welcome because the pie is so big that there is no fear of crowding out anybody there. Right?
Yunus?
For Morocco, you will be more than welcome, but there are certain conditions. Just as mentioned by my colleague,
the lawyers
we need to take into account the crowding effect on the treasury. And as the first emission, you should expect that you will raise above the treasury, even if you have a good rating because of the liquidity. But as you establish track record, your spread will improve.
Jean, I think you wanted to come in on this?
So a quick one. Demetrios' question is not a theoretical one. We have countries that do not allow MDBs to issue domestically. So I think part of the exercise is also to do that advocacy where we can explain why it's beneficial and under which condition it can be done without disrupting the market. That's also a way to demonstrate the benefit of that. But you're right, there are countries that have been, to say the least, extremely reluctant to allow that until you have a very long discussion. And one of the reasons is also because of that discussion on government bond. Some governments are extremely conflicted in that discussion because their priority is to place their paper without necessarily mobilizing saving for this. So that's the first element. I think part of your question that is also important, and that comes a little bit to, we need to mobilize everything. So we tend to think about the policy, the project. We can also, with our own balance sheet as MDBs, show what can be done and cannot be done in this market. And sometimes we focus too much on a transaction, a classical project. We are going to finance an investment, an infrastructure, etc., forgetting what we can do with the other side of the equation, which is the balance sheet. And what I've seen recently is much more attention to that, and that comes to some of the comments made earlier. And I think that's good because then we begin to close the circle and to look at the same problem through very different perspectives.
Dimitrios, good food for thought to bring back to Washington.
I go to Treasury also.
We talked to Anshula, who's a former colleague of yours at SIDBI, of course, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see if there are any other further questions for the panelists, please. Paul. Of course, you're the future moderator. We're handing over.
Be careful because I can keep it. Okay. No, I think that's really good. I mean, I like the conversation on local currency financing because I really believe if you can address the mismatch between, I mean, the foreign currency on the debt side and the local currency on the revenue side, I think that's already a big plus. Now, how do you get there is what probably we're talking about. But when we look at what's happening in most of the countries, I mean, Indonesia is a good case. You're a well-established market. Most of your projects are funded locally. India is more or less heading that way. Morocco is more or less in the middle of a transition. But we're talking about some of the countries where the infrastructure backlog is so huge, and we haven't really tested the mobilization of a domestic saving. In my view, there's something there that should be done, and that should be discussed. And I would just like to get your reflection. If you're a country whereby, I mean, I see all this government. I mean, Jean mentioned the regional, capital market in West Africa. 15 years ago, government did not go there to issue bond, even sovereign bond. Today, they go every week, or every 2 weeks, or every month. All of them raise a lot of capital there. Some of the capital is used to fund capital projects, including infrastructure projects. And isn't it possible for the same government to go to the market, with dedicated specialized bonds, infrastructure-related denominated bond, like I'm raising this money because I want to do project. And if that was to be done, what would be the process? Because I think we need to mobilize all resources we have in order to help countries address the huge capital government. So I would like, Jean, probably to take that question first, and I would like to hear from you. I mean, if you were in the foot of, I don't know, Senegal, instead of them coming and borrowing from Euro bonds, I mean, why should they try to borrow domestically for some of the projects they're doing?
Anyone want to take a first question? Jean?
Yeah, so, I mean, you're right. I'm going to take an example, which is the joint initiative JCAP, with the bank and IFC, that really tries to organize that. So you have a lot of policy work, you have demonstration transaction by IFC or supported by IFC, and then you see how the market is reacting. We started with countries that were more middle income or upper tranche of low income. Part of it was to learn the lessons. Now, the experience in WAMU was a really interesting one, more complicated than we had expected, I guess, including for institutional reason, but where there was an ability to demonstrate that when you group together and create those regional markets, you can do things. I'm going to take another example, which is in Kenya, where the issue is more that you have a small investor base, limited capacity. So what happened is that they created a consortium, so Kenya Pension Fund Investment Consortium, and then they pull things together. So we provided technical assistance, etc. And then they've been able to leverage somehow what was initially a significant impediment and make it work with a transaction related to a toll road with a local guarantee. So just to say, you're right, we shouldn't say it's only the middle income. Now, I think we need also to be realistic. We may work on maturity, tenure, but more classical capital market development in very low income, it's going to be very difficult. So we can still work on private capital mobilization, etc., but we will not be able to deploy the same set of instruments. Then we need to do it differently, or say, well, that's a way to move the concessionality to those jurisdictions so that we can really do private capital mobilization in the others.
I can add a little bit on that question as well, Paul. So just also in Kenya, the government does occasionally go to the market to raise specific infrastructure bonds. And what they do to sweeten the deal and attract investors is they actually make the interest income tax exempt. So they bite that cost. The only question is use of proceeds, because there's a need to match whether those proceeds are actually being built to construct, much needed infrastructure, or whether, so the jury is still out on that, I will say.
What I would like to share is also for Indonesia, we are now, aside from the government issuing bonds itself, that is already, actually now the municipalities are planning to issue bonds also. Yeah. There are already certain municipalities that are in preparation, but I think one of the challenges, if I may say so, is how to be able to, quote unquote, educate the local parliament, because there is adding new debt, or not adding new debt, raising new debt. That's so educating that concept. But preparations are already there for the municipalities to issue bonds. Just to give you a big view. Thank you.
Yunus?
Raising fund through debt is not the only solution. We have seen PPPs that's working quite well. For example, in Morocco, lots of utilities, especially production of electricity, has been done through PPI.
Just a wild thought, Caroline, to address your concern of the use of proceeds. Whether digital currency can address that, right? So, because I'm sharing an example with you on green, for example, in the state of Goa in India, right? That is one state which is now targeting to become totally green by a particular period. And to begin with, they want all the vehicles plying in the state of Goa to be electric vehicles, right? So we are partnering with the government of Goa in this endeavor. So what we are doing a pilot project on digital currency where we are issuing a green rupee to the SMEs in the state of Goa who have gone through an energy audit, and after undergoing the energy audit, if they want to procure energy efficient equipment, then, as an incentive, I'm giving them a small token, kind of a grant, in form of a digital currency, which they can only utilize against certain approved QR codes. So what we have done is we have created a database and onboarded the vendors of such energy efficient equipment and issued them QR codes, so that this money which I give to the SME can be utilized only for procurement of that, right? So here, because of the technological advancement that is available today, I can actually track the use of every dollar or every cent, penny, which is spent. And this we are doing not only to promote digital transactions, but also to address the concern of greenwashing. So if I am raising, say, impact funding from overseas investors, they always will have a concern that, yes, if I have given a sustainable linked, money or a green bond issuance, I have invested in green bonds of SIDBI, whether that money is actually going towards financing green projects, then I will be able to demonstrate that for every dollar or every cent that you have given me, this is the end use, right? So we are doing a pilot project using a digital currency, but this is just a wild thought. Maybe going ahead, we can address the concern of end use of the infrastructure bonds with digital currency.
That's fantastic. In the old days, this used to be done through blockchain technology in many use cases, but very expensive and also not very green to do so. So the use of digital
So
currency.
I think it is already underway, at least in Hong Kong. I'm told that in the real estate market, DLT is being used to tokenize the real estate holding and then get the retail investors to invest in a building. So I, as a retail investor, can invest on the 10th floor of a 40-story building, for example, right? So the same concept we are using here in the green space.
Fantastic. Great. So thank you for that. Thank you for the audience questions. So in closing, and to ensure that, again, Paul gets his hour and 15 minutes, I am going to ask all panelists the same question. And Murtaza, I'm going to start with you. Developing countries and emerging markets, in order to promote better local currency financing and manage exchange rate risk, should ... and should not ... Two lessons learned. What should they and what should they not do?
Okay.
Briefly and succinctly, please.
What they should do, I think, is work very hard on mobilizing domestic savings and developing their local markets, and not forget the importance of money markets. I think sometimes we jump to bond markets very quickly. What shouldn't they do is, I think, don't mess with your macroeconomy. Make sure your macroeconomic frameworks are, as John was saying at the beginning, that's really a necessary condition for capital to flow.
Thank you, Murtaza. Yunus.
What they should do is they should not think that there is one solution. Maybe there is a combination of solutions. As we have seen, we are raising the local currency. It can be done through derivative markets. It can be done through issuance of local bonds. It can be done also through risk-sharing fund. So one solution, not the optimal solution.
Spoken like a true economist. Sudata.
I would tend to agree with that. That there cannot be only one straitjacketed solution. It can be a multitude of options which are available. But in terms of should do, I would also suggest, and taking forward from what Murtaza said, that if I'm able to improve the regulations and compliance and standardize the procedures in the infrastructure sector, then this can be established as an acceptable asset class, right? Which will then attract investments from the retail sector as well. The way we have, for example, in India done for the startups, the alternate investment funds, through some regulations, it has now been established that this is an acceptable asset class where the risks may be high, but the return are also high. But it is an acceptable risk because of the various oversights and regulations in place. So therefore, we are now seeing even the retail investors like individuals coming into the investment in the AI space or investment in the startup space, right? So similarly, if we can develop this kind of a structured, standardization in the in the infrastructure sector, making it a more acceptable asset class, then I'm sure more and more domestic capital will flow into this sector.
Perfect. Thank you. Dr. Nadi?
Yeah. I think from me, it's very simple, especially for the infrastructure area. What you should do is you should still be very disciplined, naturally hedge exposure. What you don't do is that you think you're smart enough to outbeat the market. I think it happens anytime, every time, and you can see the result.
I think I need you to talk to my two elder boys who are just diving into the markets. They think they're smarter. Caroline, please.
Thank you. I think it has all been said. I would say think long-term, think holistically, learn from your peers, particularly from fellow developing economies. That would be my what to do. What not to do? In the meantime, please don't crowd out domestic, local markets as you're trying to figure out your solutions. Thank you.
Jean?
Work? Yeah, a lot has been said, so I'm going to add one layer, which is on the role of the financial sector regulators. They are by essence very conservative. Their business is financial stability. Be careful not to be too conservative, because sometimes that element is at the expense of the ability of the sectors to finance the economy. So it's a very thin balance, but our experience on that topic, but also others, is that there is a temptation to overshoot, because it's safer, because pushing the envelope takes a lot of work, including data-driven one, and you expose yourself. So having a supervisor to say, financial stability, I'm not going to do it, is the easy answer. So that's the one element where I think we can push a little bit, and that's where thinking long-term, not just what's going to happen tomorrow, is important. All the rest, I very much agree with.
Perfect, thank you. So I'm not even going to try to attempt to summarize this, but simply ask everyone to put their hands together to please thank the panelists for the excellent comments. And with that, Paul, I hand over just in the nick of time. Over to you in the next and last session, please.
Right now? Yes, it is.
Thanks, Sebastian. Yes, we will go right into the next session. We need just a minute or two to move a couple chairs out of the way, so please stand up, stretch, get yourself ready. You've made it to the end. Congratulations. And there's still tea and snacks if you need a refreshment. Yes.
Thanks very much. What do you do? No pressure. Always tries to.
Can see. We don't need to do the Hollywood kind of stuff. No, we don't. This is a closing.
So you have a...
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, it's my...
You don't use the same
Where's yours?
now?
Yes.
Personal one, I was just checking it for my flight overnight. But it's very nice, I can recommend it.
Yeah, iPhone have not got to that level, huh? Only Samsung, some Chinese device, of course.
It's really good. Yeah.
Haven't got to that level.
These people in, otherwise we will not get.
We'll keep it casual, closing.
It's like, you know, the most important topics last, like local currency in Africa, like the last topics, you know?
So how many people we have out? Stefan was out.
Need to bring people in.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they're just...
We're giving them 5 more.
Yeah, no, but it's good that we don't go over.
Okay. Paul, you can start whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I don't have my panelists.
Oh, where'd they go?
I only one.
Where'd they go? Who needs them anyway?
I don't have my panelists.
Let's see, we need Ben.
What's Ben? Ben is over there. Okay, Monsif is here. Very good.
Go on.
Okay, guys.
You flip this, there's a switch you flip up.
Okay, guys, let's get started. Yeah, very good. Monsif, have a seat. Very good. Let's get started. This is more or less going to be the last session of the conference. Stefan will do the closing, right? So he has a wonderful duty to close the whole thing. We have a responsibility to keep you awake until Stefan closes our conference. Let me probably introduce myself, Paul Numba. I'm a director of infrastructure covering the Middle East, North Africa region. Morocco is one of my countries, and we really were delighted to host you here over the past 2 days. And we also welcome very well and very much this conversation, because we believe it has helped us also to exchange with our Moroccan counterparts. So the session that we're going to be opening is more or less going to focus on Africa. I think I like it very much because it follows very well with the previous session, which also discussed the issue of infrastructure financing. And in that context has really dealt with the issue of how to raise more local financing to infrastructure. And I really believe that unless we can sort out viable solution and pathway for mobilizing more financing from the domestic market, I think when you look at the needs of infrastructure in Africa, I really don't think that external flows will be sufficient to ever solve the problem we face. Guang said it yesterday when he was opening. I mean, the infrastructure needs are so huge, and most of these are in Africa. When you look at the number of people without access to electricity, number of people not living close to all-season road, or without access to sanitation or water, et cetera, et cetera. We also know, and Vivian, I saw her, she's sitting there. She did a fantastic study in 2010 where she really compiled data across the continent and came up with what would be the infrastructure financing gap if we were to meet some of the targets we are giving to ourselves in terms of development, growth, and also sustainable development goals. And back then, she came with a number that was $93 billion a year. I've seen since African Development Bank has continued to update more or less the study methodology and also the calculation, the computation, and the gap has barely not changed much. It's still more or less between $70 billion to $140 billion a year. This is probably due to demographic pressure, probably due, as we saw also during the conference, to rapid urbanization. The more the continent urbanizes, the more demand for infrastructure will be high. But at the same time, we discussed yesterday the global events which have really impacted not only infrastructure finance, but also how, the global governance architecture that we have known is likely to survive. And this global event, one of the key ones, is really climate change. And we haven't discussed much about it. And I think most of you in the room have read the G20 global expert reports that really point out the kind of investment we should be mobilizing if countries were to achieve the climate action target they have given to themselves by 2030. I won't repeat the number. It was clear that MDBs, World Bank and others, we could do something, but we will not be able to solve the whole thing. Private sector could do probably more, but it won't be sufficient. It was clearly stated that more would have to come from what the report calls enhanced domestic revenue mobilization. It's a huge kind of box with many kind of options there. One of them is that government will have to do a little bit more in terms of their domestic revenue. The domestic capital market, as we just saw earlier, should have to be put at contribution. And there are many other options that we should be considering. So the main question that we face is really to figure out where to get the money we need to bridge the gap. We are doing a lot of things, and during this session, I think the way we have organized it is probably just to give you highlights of what is happening from the MDB side, from the country side, and also in specific sectors. So I'm delighted to be joined here by our guest panelists. I don't need to introduce Guang. He was already introduced yesterday, but we're delighted to have you in this session. And Guang is our Vice President for Infrastructure at the World Bank, for those who were not here yesterday. We are also delighted to have Monsef Aderkawi, who is now at the University Mohammed VI Polytechnic. But Monsef used to be at the Ministry of Economy and Finance in Morocco for many years and has really contributed to the development that Morocco has gone through, particularly the modernization and the upgrade of the infrastructure system. He will be able to tell us what are the innovative solutions that Morocco has been able to forge and has been able to bring forward. And then our dear Binyam Reja, we always call him Ben, is the global director, his global manager for the transport unit at World Bank. He's going to present a financing facility he has come up with to promote the deployment, what I call inclusive, green, and sustainable mobility solution in the country we serve. So this is a panel we have. We want to keep the conversation really interactive, so I think we won't go much into a long discussion, but at least you can also interact with the presenters. I will start by inviting Guang to give us his overview about what is happening and what we are doing as a World Bank in trying to address this financing gap for Africa infrastructure. You want to stand or you want to give it?
Okay. Good afternoon. Thank you, Paul, for that opening. You're talking about a headline. I think you already, in your opening remark, you pretty much cover what I want to say already in terms of landscape. Perhaps I add a few points, right? Yes, fundamentally, domestic resource mobilization is fundamental for any country to really mobilize the capital for any investment, in particular on infrastructure. Second, certainly compared with other regions, the infrastructure gap in Africa, but particularly Sub-Saharan Africa, it is large. I think yesterday, I think Henry's presentation on the global sort of infrastructure investment gap, you might recall that for Africa region, they may not have a detail for breakdown, but I can share with you roughly is about 2% to 3% of GDP, while the need is between 6 to 7% if we really want to fill all this gap. So that's the magnitude. Now, if you translate that into billions of dollars, you can have different numbers, but I think we know the gap is large. So that's the second point I want to make. Third, yes, we would like to mobilize private capital in different forms, from debt, from equity, from whatever form of PPP to fill that gap. But you have to have the fundamental right to be able to attract private capitals. One of the challenge, for example, in the energy sector, for instance, right, we know Sub-Saharan Africa's almost 600 million people still have no access to electricity. So we want to fill that investment gap. But who's going to manage this electricity generation, distribution? As typically SOEs and what we call utilities. I think this morning you have, or this afternoon you have this session called utility performance. And you'll notice that, particularly for Sub-Saharan Africa, roughly about more than 50% of the utilities do not recover their operating and maintenance costs. If the utilities performance is in such a level, there's no way they can attract private capital going in, because private capital investing in this sector want to get a return. They cannot be getting into a loss-making exercise. So utility turnaround is fundamental if we want to address the investment gap. And that some of that utility turnaround is within the utility's own management, efficiency, loss cutting, but quite a bit of that is also the regulatory and policy environment that the government has to set policy right and to be able to provide that kind of conducive environments. Maybe I will add, and then we have to look at what the region can offer to attract these kind of investments moving forward. And looking at some of the landscapes that we're talking about, yes, capital cost is becoming much higher now. But however, if you look at long-term interest rate, aside from the last 10 years when we have a very unusual low interest rate period, the interest rate today is roughly about average, over the last 40, 50 years. So it's not that particular, but it's about how you manage that resources moving forward. During the time of low interest, we all know that some of the African countries probably exhorted into sort of a substantial amount of external borrowing, issuing Eurobond, which actually get them into a debt stress at this particular time. So I think that was some comment earlier, macroeconomic management is fundamental. But I do want to highlight also the opportunity for the region, which is the fact that the worldwide we're talking about, all this talk about energy transitions, all the things that we want to do. But all these energy transitions, in terms of solar, wind, e-vehicles, many other things, they don't come from nowhere. They depend critically on what we call critical minerals. They need critical minerals to be able to meet that demand. And Africa region does have the deposit of many of these critical minerals. The question is, how do they maximize the sort of value added of the resources they have in promoting of their own growth, at the same time generate the resources they have. And last, maybe not least, is that also this is a region that is rapidly urbanized, but it's also a very young population. So the demographic dividend is something that Sub-Saharan Africa has a huge advantage. But to tap into that dividend, you obviously need infrastructure development to be able to generate growth, generate jobs, generate opportunity. Then it will be multiplied by itself. So I think at the high level, I will mention these are the key factors as we look at infrastructure financing and how to fill the gap and how to keep the region moving. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Oh, yeah. Thank you very much, Guang. I mean, I took note of the SOE. I won't call it reform because I think whenever you mention reform, people get a little bit nervous. But I think what they need is really to modernize the SOE kind of landscape and give them the support and the transformation that is needed so that they can become really engine of development and progress. And also you mentioned something that I think we should probably take more time to discuss. How should the continent take advantage of the critical minerals and other natural resources to advance its own development agenda? I think we can link both to the question of financing infrastructure. We may need just to have some intermediation there. So thank you very much for these 2 points. Let me move now and ask my friend Munsif to share with us. I mean, he has prepared a presentation which will give us a little bit highlights of what Morocco has gone through and what's coming from it. So Munsif, minding the fact that it's a little bit late, so if you can make it as concise as possible and probably stick to what you really would like people to take away. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me first thank Stéphane for inviting me. I think, so I would like to thank Stéphane for inviting me, Jesco also. I was going to speak in French, but since all the audience speak English, so I will try to speak English. So bear with me. I'm not that fluent like French. So there is a small presentation. So I will try to explore or to shed some lights on infrastructure investment landscape in Morocco. What are the key achievements? What are the challenges? And what are the opportunities for the future? So as you may know, Morocco historically, and especially during the last 2 decades, had invested massively in infrastructure, both economic and social infrastructure. And we succeed equipping the whole territory in terms of infrastructure. I gave some figures here to show you 2 photos between 2022 and 2005, and you see what are the achievements that have been made in terms of access to electricity, in terms of access to water, access to sanitation, railways. We have also in terms of penetration of internet and also of mobile phones, and also we have scored good achievements in road network and also in highways. So thanks to all these achievements, here there is the World Economic Forum ranking. Morocco was ranked 2nd in Africa in terms of infrastructure, quality indicators, but also quantity and density indicators. And worldwide, we are ranked 53rd. And you see that we excel in some sectors like liner shipping connectivity, thanks to Tangier Mediterranean port, which is in top 5 container worldwide and the first container port in Mediterranean Sea. And also we score good in our airport connectivity and also in a reliability of water supply. So all these achievements, as I said, is the result of a massive investment that have been done by Morocco. I give you some figures from 2012 until 2024, with provision for the 2 last years. And as you may see, we have consistently invested each year almost $4 billion in terms of infrastructure. The figures is only CapEx. It doesn't include OpEx or maintenance. And you see that if we take from 2012 to until 2022, we almost invested around $44 billion, which represents 3.6% of GDP. And starting in 2023-24, you see that we are going to a new growth stage because we are going from 44 billion to 50. I guess, yeah, from 4 billion to 7 billion in 2023, and then to 9 billion in 2024, which represents almost 6% of GDP. And all these dynamics have been carried by public SOEs. Here I mentioned all the major SOEs in Morocco. SOEs, and I think it's something a trend that we have worldwide and also in Africa. SOEs have been pivotal in this in developing infrastructure in Morocco, and you have
good success stories. ONCF in the Ray has the monopoly, introduced the first high-speed line in Africa, 20 kilometers between Rabat and Tanger. We have also Tangier Med Port. It has been launched by a public SOEs, and I gave you the numbers in terms of ranking. You have also Nador West Port. You have also Dakhla Atlantic Port, who is in the studies phase. And you have also regional SOEs like Casablanca Transport. They develop and they operate the tramway of Casablanca. We have the same thing in Rabat. I don't know if you had the opportunity to use it. It's a world-class tramway that we have in Rabat. Then you have, in water electricity, you have Office National d'Electricité, but you have also private sectors in water electricity. You have Nareva, and also in renewables, you have TAQA. TAQA is produce almost 40% of electricity in Morocco. So it gives you, 40% of electricity produced in Morocco is private. So it gives you a sense of how private is implicated. And you have also Mazen. Thanks to Mazen and all the PPP that Mazen launched, we have 40% of our mixed energy capacity is renewables. And you have other I won't mention all the state-owned, but there is one which is very important, is OCP Group. OCP launched a few years ago a strong green investment plan with the aim to have 100% non-conventional water and 100% green energy. When we focus on the private participation, I used the database of PPI of World Bank. You see that outside energy, there is no private investments, and we will get back for the reason of this. But still, in energy, we have raised almost $9.5 million between the 2012 and 2022. Morocco has also established various funds, public but also private, to support this investment in infrastructure. So historically, there have been two funds who were key or pivotal to the development of infrastructure. Fond Hassan II second fund, who has been funded by the revenue of privatization. And Hassan II, the fund is almost everywhere. I mean, he has a share, mainly minority share, in almost all big infrastructure in Morocco, economic or social. We have also CFR, not the one you have in Washington. It's the road fund, and it has mobilized almost $2 billion during the last decade. It's not really a company, it's a receptacle of funds from governments, from a donation, but also it can also have debts. And then for the future, there is a new fund, a sovereign wealth fund called Fond Mohammed VI, who just been launched lately. He has an initial allocation just after the COVID and following the instruction of His Majesty the King. Morocco launched this, Finance Ministry has launched this fund with the first allocation of $1.5 billion, and it should raise almost $3 billion from private investors and also from FDBs. And normally, they will have a dedicated fund for infrastructure. You have other funds, private, public-private, mainly financed by institution investors like CDG, but also local bank like Itijari Wafa Bank and BMCE in partnership with MDBs. So one of the boxes that Chen mentioned is having things right, and one of the fundamentals is to have a legal framework that is clear, transparent, and also incentivizing. So Morocco has done a lot on this. We have laws that for privatization. We have also laws for just what we call the French gestion déléguée, delegated management of public services. We have also a law that have been lately amended and deal with procurement management mechanism and procedures. And we have, in 2015, we have the first law in PPP. It have been amended in 2020. And then we have a lot of sectorial laws that regulate sectors. And it's very important, especially for international investors. So we have laws that regulate ports, renewable energy, railways, and also water. And we have specific laws for specific SOEs who have monopoly in some sectors. Then we have, the government has launched in 2022 a new investment charter to boost the share of public in terms of investment in infrastructures. So they have established almost 4 or 5 schemes, mainly not fiscal, not tax incentives, but more fiscal and budgetary incentives. I got those numbers from Global Outlook Hub. So it gives you what are the needed investment to meet either SDGs goals or to meet performance of best performance peers economies of Morocco. So we see here the numbers. It spans from 2024 until 2030, and annually Morocco has to invest almost $9.6 billion, not including social infrastructure, so mainly economic infrastructure. And if you see the breakdown in terms of sectors, it's mainly, I think it's a worldwide trend, it's mainly energy and roads and transports. And it represents almost 6.4 GDP. And if you remind the figures I gave in 2024, we are already mobilizing almost 6.3% of GDP. So the gap is closing thanks to public and also small private participation. And so we have also new challenges. We have a deficit, past deficit. We have also new challenges. I mentioned 4 main challenges. The first one is the post-earthquake reconstruction. It's a huge plan that have been launched by the government following the instruction of His Majesty the King. And it's a total budget of almost $12 billion and will span from 2024 until 2028. We have also the World Cup. We have La Coupe d'Afrique in 2025, but also at World Cup in 2030. And we have to comply to a list of norms and standards, and it needs a lot of money for stadium upgrade, for stadium extension, but also for infrastructure, for roads, health, and other infrastructures. So, and 2 other major challenges: water scarcity. Morocco is a hotspot. I think all the Mediterranean region is a hotspot in terms of climate change. And Morocco has launched a huge water plan, which will span between 2020 until 2050, with a budget above $40 billion. And then you have renewable energy. I think it's not anymore a lux. It's obligatory for countries like Morocco. So hopefully we are pioneer in the region, thanks to Mazen and all the first solar plants we had in Ouarzazate and other area in Morocco. But we have also OCP, who is launching a strong green investment program with the projects on solar, on wind, and also on hydrogen. And in this university, we have a dedicated laboratory in Ben Grir, not in this seat, dedicated for hydrogen and ammonia, green ammonia. So the problem we have is that we have to close the gaps. We have many challenges, but like I think like other countries in Africa and worldwide, we have a constrained fiscal environment. I gave you some numbers. Public debt since COVID-2, it took 10% GDP more. We have above 70%. In terms of fiscal deficit, we have 45% last year, but it was 6% the year before. SOEs, I think they are very mature in terms of financing. We see the debt. It's almost it's have a macroeconomic impact. It's around 24% of GDP, and it's increasing. And you have also the local banking loans. We have an increase of non-performing loans. Hopefully, when we compare ourselves to other regions, other countries, or in the region, Morocco is relatively good. So we still have a good rating in Moody's and S&P, thanks to because I think these impacts it's a worldwide and regional trends. So To meet all those investment finance needs, there is a large spectrum of mechanisms. The classical one is government SOEs, equity, debt, donation, and other sources. We have also the French model of gestion déléguée, which have been used in the local utilities. We have also PPP and PPPA for energy. But we have also some innovative mechanism, securitization, asset monetization also, which is in a phase of experimentation in Morocco. I will be happy to get back on this point. And finally, I think this is one of the models we have of PPP. It's the first one that combines portable water and irrigation water. It's the same plant with two PPPs, but it gives water for irrigation with a special dedicated treatment process, and it gives drinking water for the population. And this population, it's in the region of Shtuka Ait Baha. It's a key region for Morocco because it's first producer of citrus production and first exporter of citrus in Europe. So I give you some details. I think I can get back to this information. And finally, climate finance. It's true that it can be a source of finance for African countries, for Morocco, but it's not yet used. It's really underused, and we can get back the reason why is it the case and how it can be a future source of finance. If you take the last 20 years, Morocco has mobilized just 4.663 billion. So there is a huge potential to tap on, but we need some prerequisites to have it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Monsif. Very comprehensive presentation on what has been Morocco's journey in trying to advance the infrastructure supply. And I think we can see, you have also seen for people who haven't been in the country, the kind of progress being made here. I think thank you very much for raising climate finance as one area where we need probably to do more, because I really believe that this is where I think we need to really challenge the model, because at the end of the day, growing level of debt and the need to invest more will have to be reconciled at some point. So thank you very much for sharing that with us. Let me now invite Ben to share with us his innovative solution for expanding, inclusive, sustainable, and green mobility solution. Over to you, Ben.
Okay, great. Thank you, Paul. Yeah, you covered all the elements, so inclusive green system. Actually, this is just an e-mobility facility that we're working on. First of all, I think a lot of you are still here. It's great to see you. Apologies for the last, for being the last one to present here, but bear with me. Very quick presentation so that you can see what we are doing. It's actually a good follow-up from the previous discussion where we discussed a lot on domestic mobilization. This one is how do you get international financing, climate financing, and other sorts of financing for EV transition in Africa. So I think the running theme in this conference has been, which really focuses here as well, there are three things that I think I'm taking away from this. Maybe Stefan will summarize it for us, but from my point of view, the repeated thing that came out was scale, density, lack of finance, and lack of policy. And you see this pronounced heavily in Africa, for sure, but on the EV sector in particular, globally. This is for those of you who are still doubting whether e-mobility makes sense in developing countries. You can have a look on our flagship report, which came out about 2 years ago, how EVs can actually be part of decarbonizing strategy, how they actually already make economic sense. If we still are doubting, you can refer to that, and we can have a discussion. But today I'm going to focus on the funding and financing. Here, despite all these initiatives in EVs all over the world, really three economies dominate this: China, the US, and Western Europe. I mentioned Western Europe because I didn't say EU because it's actually in the West that we see. Very little is happening in Poland and other places. So, and then there is a little bit of initiative that's happening in India. We saw that earlier. Brazil is trying to get there. But all these are good initiatives, but they're still in the very, very less than 10% the rest of the world outside of these three economies. So why might that be? Well, again, it comes down to those three things: scale, finance, and policy. So what are we trying to do then here in Africa is we're trying to solve these three impediments or constraints through what we call setting up a regional investment facility, platform, fund, whatever you want to call it. People use different ways of explaining that. And this, the targeted industry are the electric buses, the two-wheelers and three-wheelers, charging facilities, things like that are the ones that we are focusing on because those are the ones that are actually high priority and make eminent sense for small economies and developing countries. Sorry? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is, so how do you get into the scale? Well, the scale is through an aggregation mechanism. So India tried to aggregate the procurement of e-buses through centralized procurement, but many countries are small and they actually don't have any. You cannot aggregate across different countries. So for example, if you want to do this at an East Africa level, those are different countries. So the way we're trying to do that is the regional approach will be to standardize the EV industry, to go through like a common procurement framework, standardized concession documents. All the different aspects will be, we help the institution that we're working with to do all of that. So that way the investors will see that actually those small economies, when you aggregate them, they can start looking like China or India or other places. Because every time you talk to the private sector, they get excited when you mention India or China, other places. And then when you start about Africa, no. I mean, so this is the whole idea here, is to really change their mind, to see that there could be a solution, there could be a way to aggregate the demand and make sense for their investment. The other aspect is through this facility, is to actually pool the different sources and use them strategically and where they are best useful. So we have IDA money, World Bank money, and there's a climate fund, other MDBs. So instead of those different institutions going their own way, we bring them together, we blend them, so that way some of them could be used for de-risking, some of them could be used for direct financing, and some of them could be used for viability gap funding. So you don't go, so if you are, for example, a philanthropy, instead of going with 100 million to support an EV in Kenya and buy whatever 1,000 buses, maybe it's better to merge with us, with the World Bank, and then you can use your 100 million to de-risk it so that private sector comes in. So this is the pooling of the funds and stuff like that that we are discussing. So this is a kind of a schematic view of what the facility is going to look like. So if you see on the top, we have the World Bank providing initial funding to a regional development bank. We have several development banks. It could also be in a big country, a national development bank or a national infrastructure fund, whatever may be, like a financial institution that has the fiduciary capability to support investments. So they will be like the kind of the borrowers and the beneficiaries of whatever support we give. So we have World Bank money, and we're discussing with other MDBs, the African Development Bank, the French Agency for Development, hopefully other development banks as well, to come in with us and blend it. We are in discussion with the Climate Fund people out of Songdo, Korea, GCF, to also join us on this. There are different philanthropies also that we're in discussion with. So basically, this regional development bank receives all this money and then creates a special purpose vehicle within it. Or some people may say you don't need an SPV, or you can just create an accounting system. You have an account in the facility, but we can discuss whether there is a need for independent SPV or just an account. But I think in our view, there is a need for an SPV. So then, this SPV or this facility then will work with the existing financial institutions and private sector to on-lend all this money that they will get from different institutions. So in this way, you're looking at it, so you're aggregating and pooling the funds, and you're also working and supporting at a smaller level to the different financial institutions. So it could be a local bank that receives a line of credit from the SPV, or a direct borrower, for example, a transit company, a bus company that needs to replace its buses, or an infrastructure fund that want to get a loan. They have their own equity, but they could use the larger loan to, for example, establish a vehicle leasing company or a manufacturing facility. So in this way, you're addressing the different aspects of the entire value chain, from service provision, from assembly, from leasing companies, etc. So it allows you to do all the different aspects that you need, because you have the SPV is really, it's not just a financial accounting, but it's an institutional mechanism to get things done. You could also have this SPV could also go into the market through perhaps a guarantee through our guarantee platform or other platforms to issue bonds or to access long-term borrowing. So this way you can see, once you start this can be scaled up and replicated. So essentially, these are the different instruments this institution will give. As I said, direct loans, line of credit. It could be also grants, right? That you would say you pass it on through this facility. Other grants can be made, or a credit enhancement, de-risking facility also could be embedded there, and some equity, some private equity or sovereign wealth funds that are interested to invest equity could also be using that. So just finally, it's a phased approach for Africa. It will include East, West, North Africa, in different phases. The potential also for private capital mobilization here is really huge. We expect that, I think in phase 1 and 2, about 3.4 billion in additional private capital would be mobilized both locally and internationally. And of course, what we call the phase 3, which is really for allowing the facility to issue its own bond and be independent without any World Bank support, could be, of course, unlimited. So that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, now you have heard our three speakers. I'll probably ask short question and then I'll open it up. Maybe I'll start with you, Guang. I mean, you have heard the presentation, but I just want you to reflect on what you have heard. Also taking into account what we discussed a bit yesterday when Karim was challenging us to leverage on our convening power, because we trusted. Mm-hmm. We are a trusted partner. We see the kind of needs that countries face in this area. Mm-hmm. We also realize that there are solutions. Money may exist somewhere, but bringing that money to this country might be very complicated or may be unpredictable. I mean, what does that tell you? Are we doing enough or should we do more?
Thank you. That's always an open question. We can always do more, first of all. Yes, I think the multilateral organization like us can play a critical role in terms of leveraging, in terms of playing the catalytic role in mobilize more financing, particularly for low-income countries. I think my colleague made the presentation about Morocco's investment in infrastructure. That's very impressive, right? But that itself also mobilized a lot of resources with your partners. The World Bank also contribute to that part. But the challenge that I think you also, in your presentation, you highlight is the fact that while your infrastructure investment have been impressive, but I think you are certainly highlighting the potential challenge moving forward, which is the fact that you have seen a rising of fiscal deficit, you're seeing SOE debt increasing, because ultimately all these investments is not for the sake of investment. They need to development, need to growth, need to job creation. And then you will self-sustaining such investment moving forward. So I think that is sort of a kind of a challenge that many countries is facing. Yes, we have a role to play, and I think in the case of Morocco, we actually support them through that energy reform program in supporting the sort of I wouldn't use the word privatization, but certainly kind of outsourcing of introducing the IPP for your generation. Now, 80% of your generation is by private sector investors, and that's very impressive. Not many countries can achieve that, particularly in this part of the world. The second thing I would say that for Ben's presentation, that present a viable model, but I think that is at the moment is still on the drawing board. We still have to turn that into a reality, and there's still a lot of work to be done. But I don't want to sound too negative, because we do have example like this that is actually already in operation in the region. One of the good example that some of you may know, that the World Bank Group worked together with the government of Senegal, is the Dakar bus rapid transit system, for which the World Bank, through IDA, our concessional arm, invests $370 million. We partner with EIB, also invest $85 million. And our private sector arm, IFC, helped structure that into a PPP concessionaire. And then our MIGA, our guarantee arm, provided a guarantee, $22 million guarantee, to really incentivize a French investment fund, Meridian, to provide $140 million of private sector financing for that concession to procure buses to operate in that 18.5 kilometers corridor. So that's a very good example of how different packages to come together, and there's a public sector financing, but there's also able to attract private commercial financing into a critical infrastructure that is green, that is serving the need of something like 300,000 people in Dakar. So that's one example. I mentioned earlier the challenge of turnaround utilities. We have another project in Mozambique, for which we finance a gas-to-power operation. But within that investment, we make it a very important element of that project is to help turn around the national utility, which is the off-taker of that power, EDM. That was fundamental for that project to success, because we want to turn the utility into a credit-worthy organization that they can, in the medium term, it will be able to mobilize finance by itself. And my colleague, Caroline, mentioned about the Cameroon hydropower project. That is, from the World Bank public sector side, is only a guarantee. It's all basically by the private sector arm of MDB that invests in that project. So we do have good examples in sub-Saharan Africa, in this continent, to be able to work in partnership using the critical concessional financing, the instrument, guarantee instrument that we have to crowd in the other financing for this need. I think that's, for us, I think the challenge is that how do we scale up to do this as a norm, as a routine. That obviously is still a lot of work to be done.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's really the situation that we will have to figure out a solution for. How do we go at scale, given the magnitude of the needs? But let me now go to Monsif. I mean, Monsif, you gave us a comprehensive assessment of Morocco positioning and efforts in addressing the infrastructure challenges. Guang pointed out that you have been, I mean, the country as a whole, meaning government, SOEs, and even the private, significant amount of money in infrastructure. But this is not reflected in the growth and in the job. Taking advantage of your position, because you were director of all the macroeconomic studies at Ministry of Finance for the past many years, can you give us a little bit of your readout? What is happening and why we're not seeing the impact, the positive impact in jobs and growth numbers?
It's a good question. In fact, it's one of the Moroccan paradox. We have a high level of investments in infrastructure, but also in other sectors. And yet we don't have the spillovers in terms. It's working? Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. So in fact, it's a Moroccan paradox. We have high level of investment rate, but yet we don't have the economic and social spillovers. So when we try to understand why the transmission is not that good to the real economy, we find that there are a lot of factors that play on this. The first one is that it's the nature of those projects. It's more long-term projects, and it has a social component on it. I mean, when you have to territories that are very far from the capital, and they have to access to the water and also to the energy, in terms of financial return, is not that good for a private sector. If you take the network of highways in Morocco, you have the line between Casablanca and Rabat, which covers all the costs of the other lines. So again, so this is one factor. The second factor is when we launch the procurement process, we have a lot of international companies. I won't mention nationalities, but you have a part of this impact which goes abroad. It don't stay local. So you don't have a local content of those investments. So this is the second factor. And then the third factor is if you break down the investments between public and private, you have a good return in terms of economics when it's the private who invests. But when it's SOEs and public, we don't have these kind of returns, because also governments and management issues, because people that are not incentivized in getting these rates of returns that we have in the private sector.
Thank you very much for the insight. Let me now move to Ben. I think I welcome your facility. See the attempt to go wholesale, to blend all sorts of financing. I think that's the nature of what we should probably do, given the targeted investment we would like to support. Could you give us a sense of really what the project's additionality would be? Because you're going to be working with existing development banks. They are already established. They have already portfolio of projects. And we're going to give them additional resources. To which extent are we going to make sure that we don't manage project by project and probably just go scale so that this development bank can finance more projects?
Yeah, thanks, Paul. So basically, I mean, like Wang mentioned, we have an example in Dakar, Senegal, that we are doing that quite successfully. But then still one project, and it took us many, many years to do it. And then, yeah, so if you really want to do, we're doing one BRT maybe every 10 years or so. But what we need to be doing is 10 BRTs per year. I mean, that's the scale that we need. So this is really to go wholesale, to give the resources that these countries, these institutions need, and then so that way they can implement it. And when we talk about the knowledge that they need, the technical support that we give them, it's also to, in some ways, to wholesale that. So that way the knowledge is then sits closer to the institution that's going to deal directly with the borrowers. I'll give you an example. We were in African countries, commercial banks, they don't lend to two-wheelers or three-wheelers or electric buses, and they told us because we don't know how to appraise them. We don't know what electric buses. We have no ways of appraising. So then, then they're the ones who lend those things. We cannot lend to some guy in Lagos for a two-wheeler, right? The bank is just not suited for that. So giving that capacity into that local financial institutions through this means really is wholesaling that as well, and then they can actually then do that. So if you want, the value addition is wholesaling knowledge, wholesaling finance, and doing this at scale and faster.
Yeah, let me just follow up on that one. How's the governance will look like? I mean, I saw a lot of institutions being called to join. Some of them may not have the same kind of aligned objective. So I'm just trying to see how the governance would be.
Yeah, so that's a good question. The governance structure, because the reason why we are insisting on having an SPV is to have its own independent governance structure. So you can imagine, for example, if Rockefeller Foundation or GAP, the Green Energy Alliance for People and Planning, so-called, that have provided substantial resources to India, if they want to provide this money, they can sit on the board. So a lot of people, a lot of philanthropists are now wanting to be involved in the day-to-day implementation. So people who invest on this SPV, they can also have a seat on the board and have a governance. And they can also introduce private, fund managers and others that can actually also help you in the day-to-day implementation. So, yeah.
Very good. Let me go to the room now and see if I have enough energy in the room. And people will have some question. Okay, very good. I have already 200. Who's helping with the microphone? I think microphone. I know the day is already, the level of energy is down.
Raise your hand.
Just raise the, yeah, she's there already. And then there's a gentleman down.
May I?
Go ahead, please. Yes.
Okay. No, this is just a wild thought. Particularly in these social infrastructure projects where the revenue stream will not be good enough to generate an adequate return for the investors. And therefore, most of the social infrastructure projects are funded by the sovereign. There's not much of private capital flowing in. Has anybody explored the possibility of raising funds through a social stock exchange, for example, with the focus on ESG and the imperatives on ESG? If I'm able to demonstrate a social return of that social infrastructure project, it will then help invite private capital into it. Of course, the quantum of financing requirement for social infrastructure projects in the country would be huge, which will not be met entirely through this route, but at least an endeavor can be made. The challenge would be to assess, quantify, and monitor the impact, which I don't think is that big a problem to overcome. That can be done. So has any work being done on social stock exchange?
Yeah, I take a couple of questions. I will take a couple of questions. Yeah.
Thank you for a really stimulating panel. I just want to make a comment and actually ask a question because it's related to something that Wanji said. So infrastructure investments are not for their own sake, and they need to generate growth in order to be self-sustaining. And so I was intrigued by Munsi for your presentation. And my question is related to the question that was just asked. Aside from just looking at the aggregate GDP numbers, and it's very hard to sort of map directly from projects to impact, but have you tried to measure the economic impact in some way of these projects? Is there any analysis that's been done to try to, you mentioned financial returns, but economic returns also, just to see what the impact has been? Because more generally, I would just say that as all these new initiatives are being pursued, it's just an opportunity to measure and collect data to understand more systematically whether the infrastructure investments that are taking place are having the desired impact economically.
Let me take a couple of Moaz, Jeff.
Yes, thank you. My question is for Mr. Adirqawi. So thank you very much for your presentation. The government of Morocco, I think, has announced its intention to shift the proportion of public and private sector investment in infrastructure from 2/3 public and 1/3 private historically, and to inverse it. But I think in recent years we we see that it is difficult. It's struggling a little bit to achieve. I think one of the reasons for setting up the Mohammed VI investment fund was particularly that purpose, but it has taken a long time to materialize. As you showed, I mean, energy is the one sector where there is quite a bit of private investment, but even there, I think it's not, the scale and the speed could be accelerated. So I'm interested in your thoughts about, what are the obstacles and what could be the strategy to accelerate this shift.
Excellent. Maybe if I could add to this, mobilizing financing is really important, whether it's public, private, through SOEs. You have to pay that back. So where's the money coming from? And can we lean more into, as we're structuring these debt facilities or financing facilities, user fees, increases in tax revenues, and where can we get more creative? So, Ben, in that structure you put up, which looks really fun, very complicated, but very fun, the carbon credits question, which obviously is not huge volumes, but there's a really interesting additional revenue stream. So we're doing some work in East Asia looking at this exact same thing. How do you aggregate carbon credits? How do you mobilize it to the market? And Africa is just awesome for carbon credits because a lot of the buyers of carbon credits, they're more charismatic than anything else. And so they want to show off the wonderful things that they're doing. And this is the place to be doing that, right? And help them be part of the solution and so that they can show off how great this is and at the same time providing new revenue streams. Thanks.
Very good. Anybody else? Nobody? Oh, ladies. Okay, very good. That's good.
Thank you very much. My question is for Munsif. Great presentation. I was wondering, what is your stand in terms of the ICT sector? And basically, when we talk about digital transformation, and the literature tells us a little bit that perhaps the transmission between investment in the digital sector and the social returns or the impact on different types of social needs of digitization can be faster, let's say, that can be transmitted faster than investment in other sectors. So my question was around this. How is, I will say, the government, or how is Morocco overall thinking about this sort of competition between sectors in which ones translate faster into social gains and social returns, and which other ones will take longer, let's say. So yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
I just wanted to pick up on a point that Guang made in his opening remarks about Africa's great potential for critical mineral exports, which will be a big foreign currency generator, and which could potentially be a source of financing for infrastructure. And we've seen some of the Chinese financing actually already tapping into national natural resource exports as a potential source. We also heard in the example of Morocco the significant role played by OCP, which is, I think, an interesting example of using fertilizer export revenues and then diversifying that, applying that back into the economy in a different way. So I'm just curious to understand the panel's views on this. Is this a very clever approach, or is it a sort of over-ring fencing of revenues that should be just going back into the Ministry of Finance? But I'd like to get your views on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this panel, first of all. And I'm a master global affairs student, so I don't know so much about finances, but my question is going to be a little bit broad. So with climate change, especially in Africa, we see a lot of climate migration happening. So that is, for me, posing questions about should we need, or do we need to rethink the nature of infrastructure financing? And how can we mitigate and remedy this? Because we're seeing impacts that are happening for the first time. It's very new. People are migrating. They're losing their houses, their home. So how can we deal with this on an international level? And also, how good are we doing in this on globally? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for this conference. I'm a PhD student here at the university. My question is for Mr. Adarkawi, if possible. So basically, you have presented the infrastructure, the transport infrastructure. You've talked about the electricity infrastructure and the water and sanitation infrastructure. I would like to point out the ICT, telecommunication infrastructure, and on which type Morocco should work on, like whether ICT or electricity or water or transport, and which one would it have more value added in terms of our GDP? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's really good because it shows that nobody's sleeping and you're still awake and there's still a lot of energy. So I think we'll try to respond to the question. I'll probably get to Guang first because you got a very high level question on linking infrastructure, finance, development, and migration, and how we can eventually build a good narrative around it. I mean, I think you have some views there. I mean, I would just like to hear how you would like to respond to the lady.
First, First, I really appreciate that question. I think this is kind of a thinking that we really need to, particularly in an academic organization, I didn't think ahead about these are the issues that really impact on countries, the world altogether. I think first part of your question is that climate change, how would that impact on how we build and invest or manage infrastructure, if I understand. Yes, it certainly has huge impacts. There are different way of impacting. One is, of course, first of all, in terms of building infrastructure itself, you have to build infrastructure much more resilient to the impact of climate change. So that's one direct impact. And second, of course, climate change impact typically impact much severely on the poor part of the population and lower income countries than the rich countries or more advanced economy. So you do have an issue about sort of a damage, loss and damage of these countries suffer because of the climate change impact that were accumulated over the last century or more. So this is really a philosophical discussion, but it's not totally philosophical now because we're talking about loss and damage, where low-income countries could also benefit from rich countries that are transferring resources to compact on that. And of course, you also mentioned about how that will impact on immigration. I linked that to jobs, which is I posed a question earlier. Ultimately, if you need to create job opportunities, I mentioned the fact that particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, you have a young population. They would really aspire to have jobs. If they don't have jobs, then you obviously have that challenge about managing cross-country migrations. People are seeking better opportunities, and that's the development challenge that we all need to work on, and infrastructure is part of the solution to that end. Maybe one more comment, and then I leave it to my other colleagues. I think you raised the question about social bonds, and I think Jeff, in a way, answered that question. Yes, social bonds are being developed, the green bonds, but I think, to me, some of that may not be sustainable if you really depends on some kind of good views or a good social sort of a reputation so that invest on a certain bond so that to make themselves conscious in the environmental challenge. I think much more sustainable solution to that is really, as Jeff was talking about, is to really to develop fully this carbon credit market, because that shows if you create a value for the green investment that will help reduce carbon, and that will create an investment flow to sustain such an investment moving forward. But those at the same time, don't want to discount the fact that, yes, we are doing that. In fact, today we're talking about road safety bond here in Morocco, because road safety is a big challenge. And we do want to tap into both the market, but also the social impact of such investments. So I think it's all combination.
Very good. Musif, you've got a lot of
Yeah.
specific questions.
So first of all, the question about social bonds. I think we have in Morocco a framework with the regulator, IMMC, for green, gender, social bonds. Three different frameworks. When you see the projects that have been launched, we have mainly 4 or 5. And we have 2 or 3 companies who does this. And when you go in details all the projects, I want, it's mainly, for me, it's mainly washing. And it's, I totally agree with Chen. I mean, once you have a framework of the decision-making in the financial sector, you have the old framework, and we have to stick to this framework. So you have to calculate your IRR. There is no, since the framework is the same, for me, social or green, if one investor wants to inject money on those bonds, he will look at this framework and those kind of returns. That's why in Africa, or at least in Morocco, we didn't have a lot of bonds in social and in green. About the question of Dr. Tony and the 2 ladies, ICT experts, I think in your presentation yesterday you mentioned something very important. You said that if we don't have data, we can have rational discussion, we can have rational decision. And the problem we have, either at the macro level or at the sector level, we don't find enough data to assess the return of a project or to assess the impacts of a sectors. Yet for ICT, it's very different because the financial model of ICT is very different from other sectors. It starts small and then it gets bigger. When it's small, it has a huge risk taken. And it's not something very digest for classical channels like banking and special funds. So that's why the states have launched the special funding for startups. And I think we have good numbers. And I think it's something that we have to do frequently. Speaking about sectors, the government doesn't decide in terms of impacts. I mean, there are other there are economic policy, political economic factors that have impacts on the decision making. Which project, which sector, which region. Believe me, I'm not anymore in the finance ministry, but I can tell you it's not all the time rational. So I've been in a studies department. My role was to inject science on the decision making. Believe me, it's very hard. It's very difficult. So the connection between science and the decision sphere, it's not the case only in Morocco. I mean, I don't know what they teach you here in MCSP, but it's still, there is a big world between the two spheres. There have been a question about private investments.
Yeah, the shift.
Yeah, the shift. If I have money, I'm a private investor in Morocco. I want to invest in infrastructure. Why? Because there are other sectors that give me return, quick return, and high returns. I can give you examples. You have real estate. You have some agricultural sectors. You have also commerce and services. So if you still have good returns on this, people won't go to infrastructure. So that's why we still need the state to invest and to de-risk also the investment on those sectors. And it will take time. Morocco is doing good in some sectors. I think we should intensify the effort that have been done.
Yeah, great, thanks. So let me maybe start with Jeff's question on the revenue that's going to support any kind of financing. I think that's very crucial. First, I think in this kind of, for EVs, for electric buses, it's actually quite simple because there are user fees that can be used. But also what's important in addition to the revenue is the type of business model you introduce. So the business model, for example, when you introduce a leasing approach where you combine the capital, the high capital cost with the operating cost, we see that really making it much more affordable to the operator. So revenue and business models are going to be key to make this financial sustainable. On your carbon credit question, also very important, very good. We tried to get some carbon credit for some of our urban mobility projects in many countries, around the countries. So the problem we have is the reduction for each individual project, the reduction in carbon emissions is not enough to qualify for those type of grants. So what we are trying to do, introduce through this facility mechanism is to aggregate it across cities. And some of the new carbon credits like we have in the bank, like Scale, will allow you to do that. It doesn't have funding yet. The one that has funding, TCAF, doesn't allow aggregation, but the new one will allow aggregation. So if we can aggregate it at different cities, at different transit agencies, then we can take them to this carbon market and then distribute back to each city. So I think that's why we need wholesales. Just to comment on the social bond or private sector, I think it's clear that any social bond is going to be just, the interest rates are going to be the same as any interest rate that you would get in the market because what they're looking at is really to meet their ESG goals for their board. But it's a way of also bringing in new investors that would not have thought about investing, for example, in road safety that we're talking about now here. So it's bringing a new investor. So you don't get any maybe benefit in terms of reduction in interest rate other than getting a new investor. With respect, I think to the private sector investment, I think a little disagree with that notion because the type of private investors we want for infrastructure are not the ones who are going to be the traders who would maximize their benefit. We're looking into long-term investors like pension funds and others that actually are patient to receive long-term investment. So I think this is not a tradable sector, so we kind of compare it with the tradable sectors. It's a network industry, it's a long-term, so that's the one I just wanted to qualify on that. For the critical minerals, for Vivian, I think linking it with the EV industry is also a no-brainer because those countries, for example, South Africa, is now wanting to move up on the value chain, produce batteries as well within the country, and they're trying to see whether they can get the critical minerals coming into there. So rather than just exporting the critical minerals and then importing back batteries, at least some processing can be done within Africa, so that could create growth and revenues. My favorite joke these days is, let's not repeat exporting cocoa and importing chocolate. So let's try to do it differently this time.
I realize you don't like chocolate.
No, I know Swiss chocolate is much better than perhaps
okay. So thank you very much. Maybe I will need to give our panelists a big round of applause for a good job. I have like 4 points as main takeaway. I don't know what you guys have taken note of, but I have 4 points here what I'm taking away. I really believe that we need more investment in infrastructure, and the infrastructure investment needs to come from everywhere we can get it to come. And for that to happen, we need to de-risk this investment. And I think the point Monsif was making, in my view, is relevant, because in many countries, people who own capital are the traders. That they will never make the arbitrage to go to infrastructure because it's very risky for them, and they don't even understand it. And if you can catalyze them there, then they can buy the expertise to do it. And we have seen it in many of our sectors as well, where people who build the hotel were first traders, and then they get into the hotel industry, and then they get into manufacturing, etc. So that's one. Second, whatever you do in terms of investment and financing, you need to make sure it's sustainable. I think that conversation has always to remain among the decision makers. We also need to have the impact of what we're doing. Measuring the impact of every investment decision should be part of a toolbox. This is not the case today, and that's the reason why today in Morocco we see the big improvement in infrastructure, but we don't have quantified impact to really demonstrate that these decisions were really the best decision to be made. And then last point, maybe going to where Vivian was heading to. Since a lot of countries in Africa have a lot of natural resources, these are resources, some of it is still underground, and some of it will generate cash flow. I mean, and most of that resources will need infrastructure if you want to get it to become valuable. I mean, there's some financing structuring that could take place to take advantage of the valuation of these resources to finance some of the infrastructure which are critically needed and give this country a comparative position which is much better than not doing so. So thank you very much for this afternoon session. And
sorry, just one point if you permit. Right? When I talked about the social stock exchange, I did not mean social bonds or green bonds because I am aware that there is hardly any price differential. What I meant was something also called as zero coupon, zero principal instruments. Right? So India, for example, is experimenting with a social stock exchange. We have recently implemented a social stock exchange where social enterprises, right, with a particular definition who meet a particular criteria are able to raise debt and equity through the social stock exchange, right, for their socially impactful activities, right? So here you have private sector entities coming in and subscribing to those zero coupon, zero principal bonds. Right? That is a permissible instrument allowed under the social stock exchange. So though it is at a very small scale as an experiment for meeting the financing requirement of the social enterprises, what I meant was that is there any thought in the world, anywhere in the world, where this can also be extrapolated for meeting some of the social infrastructure project requirements?
Very good. Thank you very much for making the clarification. Thank you again, and we really thank you for staying and for contributing to this session. Thank you. Thank you, guys. We need a picture? We need to stand up? Is it a new thing? Okay. Okay, thank you. Stefan.
Okay. Okay, so I was tasked with giving some concluding thoughts. I know it's late, but I mean, I've seen all the panels overshooting in terms of time because of too many questions, etc. I think it was a great conference. The first one, it's been said already in a client country of the World Bank, and I think in itself it's an achievement. It was a smooth, rich, and enjoyable conference. I think the great program, obviously I'm fully biased here because I mostly put the program together. But I'll be brief. I'll offer some thought, no more than an hour, I promise. So let me start now. Finally, I probably should have done that earlier by thanking a few key people here. So first, I would like to thank Pariwash, who's over there. Please stand up. I think. It's pretty obvious by now that we wouldn't be here if it was not thanks to her. I mean, she's been instrumental in organizing this, and we owe a lot to her. So thank you very much, Pariwash. Erin, Arif, all the team back in DC has been fantastic. I won't be able to name everybody because you know, there are too many people who have been working on this. The chief economist office colleagues team who helped put the program together. Our keynotes, Peter's been here the entire 2 days, fantastic. He started us with a fantastic speech and has been here obviously, Guang and the management team, my colleagues, we had a fantastic retreat. Thank you so much for your support. It means a lot to me. You know, we had a conversation at some point. They were saying, some of them, "Oh, you know, I'm doing my dream job." Yeah, I mean, I'm also doing my dream job thanks to you. So thank you so much. The IPG team, GIF, PF, who set together some of the session, the transport team, digital, energy. I mean, all the colleagues from the World Bank. There were a lot of World Bank colleagues here on the panel. Thank you so much. And then obviously the UM6P team and colleagues who have, you know, make it possible to be here in this fantastic facility. I've made the organizing. I mean, I think the setup is just amazing. We couldn't really hope for anything better than that. So yeah, and I'm obviously forgetting people. Please apologies for that. So very quick. I won't take an hour, I promise. A few thoughts on what I take away from this. Many people have already said what their takeaways would be. So number one, I think, yeah, data. I mean, we need more data. We need more than data. We need information, and from this data, this information, we need innovative research and thinking to actually bridge the infrastructure gap. Let's start with the data gap. I mean, it's one area in economics and obviously at the bank and other places where we have these large data gaps. It's difficult. It's not easy. It's not like just counting beans. You know, it's a pretty difficult thing to do. But we need that if we want to define actionable policies at scale. I think there's no question that we don't have other ways to go about it. Otherwise, as has been said by Peter at the very beginning, we're flying blind and we're making too many mistakes. So that's the first thing I take away. The second thing I take away is I heard a lot of very promising things. There's a lot of innovative thinking going on. I think there was a lot on display in this conference. That was pretty clear. I heard about innovative institutional mechanism, financing mechanism, funding mechanism, land value capture, commercial value capture, procurement, PPPs, private cities, gender toolkit, a lot of things that are in the making are being implemented and being scaled up gradually. And I think that's what we do. You know, we put our brains to work all together. We exchange on these ideas and we try to make them better and more efficient. And that's very promising, I think, and that's exactly what we wanted to do in this conference. And I hope you think like I do that this was successful. The third thing is partnership. I think this conference itself is a really good example of a PPP. You know, there were, you know, World Bank people, government people, private sector people, academics, etc., other MDBs, and all together we exchange from different point of views. There's plenty of things that I didn't know before coming here, and I didn't understand everything. But I'm certainly richer now than I was at the beginning. So that's great. And then the last thing is the political economy. I mean, we're obviously in a changing world and a complicated new geopolitical situation, which requires a lot of dialogue, coordination, and also innovation to get along and find new solutions in this complex situation. But I'm optimistic about that. I think I'm optimistic because I think what I also noticed during these 2 days is how passionate everybody is. You know, I was talking about dream jobs. I think I can feel that. I can feel that people are really invested, passionate about what they do, and it actually came through the presentation and the discussions and everything. So thank you so much for being here, for sharing and making this possible. I'm very relieved, as you can imagine, that this went well and smoothly. So now back to work and see you next year. Thank you very much.